Now, my dear friends, before we begin tonight's feature-length video, I have a little announcement for you. Now, all my dear friends of the channel will know that I'm a proud part of the Chilling app, the #1 place for all things horror. Well, Chilling has evolved, and now in addition to having thousands of horror stories, Chilling also has podcasts, short horror films, full-length feature films, shows, and more will be added every month, with a heavy emphasis on the video content. Now, why am I telling you this? Because Chilling has just released its own exclusive first full-length feature film. Long gone are the days of emerald cities and yellow brick roads. The enchanting tale of the Wizard of Oz is about to take a haunting turn. Dorothy Gale, now in her twilight years, bears the scars of a lifetime entangled with the paranormal forces of a mystical realm. These otherworldly encounters have left her shattered, and the echoes of her experiences now reverberate through her sole surviving relative, Emily. As Emily is beckoned to confront the unresolved matters of this bone-chilling Oz, a terrifying journey awaits her. So, not tempted yet? Well, how about this? This is a horror spin and continuation of the Wizard of Oz story. It's only streaming on Chilling. That's right, only on Chilling, beginning on September 18th, 2023. Still not tempted? How about this? Users can receive 50% off an annual subscription plan on the website with the promo code GALE2023. Now, this can only be entered on the website, not the app. Gale is an exclusive original film and can only be watched by users with a subscription plan. Of course, there's still a free plan for those who just want to listen to audio with adverts, but this film is only available to subscribers. So let me make sure you're tempted by sharing the trailer for this film with you.
Just relax. Listen to the sounds, the tempo, and just picture yourself there, in your dreams. Can you see it? Talk, tick, talk, tick, talk. Are you there?
Yes.
Emily.
Yes.
Gale. You're Emily Gale.
Yes.
And you say you're a relation of Dorothy's?
I don't know. Maybe?
What you have there is a handwritten early draft of Dorothy's first book. Her writings were all based on her dreams of a place.
Oz?
I feel this is the best chance we have to unlocking all of this. To finding the truth.
The truth?
Yes, about Dorothy, the slippers.
Stay away from us! Stay away from us! Stay
Your
away
dreams.
from us!
They're the key to all of this.
Stay away from us! Stay away from us!
Where am I? Let's start at the beginning, and then you can learn for yourself.
Not too far behind me.
It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink and listen. A Cult of Metal by Kyle Meadows. When I was younger, I remember my grandfather telling me not to be afraid of my dad. He was an old, wrinkled man with pale skin, blue eyes, and a crinkled-up face, and, most striking to me, hair as black as coal. The only traits he shared at all with Father were his eyes, and a shred of his temper. That was admittedly Grandfather's own fault. In his youth, while raising my dad, he was a vicious drunk. He was extremely brutal in his tirades. I don't wish to say he changed very much as an old man, simply drunk less. The absence of alcohol made him no saint, but the presence of age made him see what he'd created. I honestly wonder if Grandfather pitied me while I crept around the halls of Father's home. Did his thoughts turn to me at night when I'd move silently to secure food and water? Well, it wasn't always like that. I remember a time when I wasn't hungry and emaciated. But that particular period of my childhood is not something I can remember well. But perhaps that was mercy for me. I honestly prefer not to remember all of it, but I still remember some. I remember being hungry. I remember measuring every single footstep, listening to every single breath. I remember my anxiety as water from the faucet whooshed into my cup, and the relief when nobody came running down the stairs. Well, I was an intelligent child, though not physically intimidating, and coupled with my disposition towards anxiety, I willingly delved headfirst into a situation that I failed to realize would be so stressful. I was young. I wanted Father to love me, so I endured many things. I wondered if maybe Father had felt the same way about his own monster. His dad used to beat not only him, and not only his siblings, and not only his mother, but potentially anybody that pissed him off when he was drunk. Grandfather was by no means a good man. He was a brutal man from the mountains of Appalachia, a far cry from the rest of us. It was incredible that people would excuse his behavior in that era. Well, his primary victim, my grandmother, was his biggest defender. For some reason, it amazes me that his children then were not. Perhaps the most damning thing my grandfather ever did was brutally assault my grandmother with my uncle present. My uncle was a child from a previous marriage. His father had committed suicide without a word. Or maybe that's why my grandmother defended her husband so much. She didn't want to lose him either. But as he watched my grandfather beat my grandmother that night, I can only imagine a boy who wasn't able to raise his hand in critical moments before surged with fury. And then he grabbed a knife and stabbed my grandfather 17 times. Well, this occurrence changed him. He started to behave as if he'd been possessed of some boundless kindness. And this was the grandfather I knew, and he used to tell me strange stories. He always told me to be vigilant for the signs of a particular family madness, a madness he swore he had not outgrown. Well, it did not exist in Father, he claimed, but the madness existed within me. I couldn't have realized what he meant then. Well, my father seemed pretty crazy at some points. But Grandfather had told me about what my uncle had done and what he'd seen as a result. It was some years later that Grandfather was stricken with illness and certain to die. He had private words with his children and then called us in alone as well. There were 4 of us, my sister, myself, and my 2 cousins. Grandfather was weeping after seeing his children. No doubt many apologies were handed out to them. My uncle was not among them. He died many years earlier in a fashion similar to his own father. A self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. I imagine that he glossed over that when speaking to his still living children. But Grandfather offered a different kind of apology to us. He told us about when he was dying in the hospital. "Oh, I was a bad man," he claimed to us. "A hateful man. I wasn't able to cope with the world around me. But you children need to understand, because all of you carry a dreadful gift. Something that my father and mother saw fit to escape from before they themselves were driven mad. Oh, I drank so much, and I hurt your parents, kids. Yeah, I hurt them really bad. I know that some of them have hurt you too. I want you to know, I'm sorry, and I want to warn you." Well, we leaned into Grandfather's story, exchanging uncertain glances with one another. One day, you children will wake up and you'll smell rot. It won't be like the typical kind of decay. It'll be a scent in your nose like a penny in your mouth. You might hear things like wails so loud they seem at first to be sirens. Well, they'll come and go, but they are symptoms. When you start to hear those things, you have to fight harder. You have to stay vigilant, or the sickness will consume you. It isn't your fault that it'll happen. Sometimes things happen for no reason. But if you're not vigilant, the scent and sound will drive you to seek violence on those you love. Grandfather began to tear up. We did too, as gripped by fear as we were. Now, when your uncle stabbed me all those years ago, something happened to the madness. I died on the table, kids. Oh, I died twice. They brought me back both times. His voice trailed into silence as he contemplated his own sentence. If he hadn't done that, I couldn't have pulled myself together. If I hadn't died, I'd still be afflicted. When I died the second time, I remember floating above my body, looking down on the operating room. And beside me, between the doctors, I saw something emerge from the earth children. A black beast with bright orange eyes. Its movements were jerky, like in those old claymation specials. It jerked its arm right over to where I was floating. It told me that I belonged to it. Well, my grandfather's story naturally scared the hell out of us. Even though my cousins told their mom, nobody would confront their sick father about it. And he died later that night. I often heard weird things about grandfather's death. Things that sounded an awful lot like his death was far from ordinary. I know they said the levels of iron in his blood and organs were extremely high, higher than even those with hemochromatosis normally had. Yet he developed no apparent life-threatening conditions. It seemed as though the iron may have prolonged his life. Grandfather had been cutting the veins on his arms, we discovered, likely in an attempt to kill himself. And his thick blood was slow to bleed, so it was at least a little possible that he survived varied attempts of the same nature. Well, the various revelations had their toll on my father. For a brief while he was some form of lucid, if not stricken by some inexplicable lamentations. I don't know what father was told by grandfather, but at least for a little bit it changed him. Yeah, father broke down to me in the aftermath and confessed his sins, as he put it. My father was a religious man once. He tried to be a church deacon, but after his brother died, he cast off faith. He tried to find his way in the world as a carpenter, as a man of God, and finally as a soldier on the battlefield. But the horrors of Desert Storm were contained to some of the missions that the Army Rangers ran. And my father himself told me of one of the encounters he had with the enemy. They came over the hill, father sobbed at me. He started to describe a situation in which he and others were essentially forced to shoot children for survival. I didn't have a choice if I wanted to live. We tried to talk him down. We tried to scare him before we tried to shoot him. We didn't get a choice in the end, boy. It was us or them. They didn't even make a noise when they fell over. They just crumpled like bottles under our boots. Soon after, though, my father started to experience even more brutal mood swings than before. He would hop from calm to violent in an instant. He would attack me for the slightest noise. And my sister was lucky to live with our mother. In truth, I wanted to live with her too. Well, I could have. At any moment, I only had to call her and end the abuse. But, well, in his most lucid moments, father had begged me. Please, he pleaded, don't give up on me. It wasn't a fair request, and I was a child too. I was the latest victim to crumple under his boot. And for the next few years he grew worse. I stopped going to school. We stopped eating regularly. He didn't pay bills on time, leading to several shut-offs. Basic necessities were scarce, and so too was mercy. He became restless in those final days. For even the slightest mistake or the smallest noise, there'd be a beating. I endured it. I endured all of it. I wanted to endure it. Well, that is until the final night with my father. I'd been creeping to get some water, but as soon as I opened the door, I could faintly see his shape sitting in the darkness. I could smell copper in the air as he stood up. Think I don't know about your nighttime drink runs? Oh, that's a beating, boy. He had for some reason been waiting in the room that was positioned between mine and the kitchen. The shadows played off his nearly emotionless face. There was no malice in what he was doing. This was how he disciplined his child now. This is what he needed to do. In my father's broken mind, it must have been proper. I slammed my door shut and shunted my dresser against it. I recognized the killing intent in his eyes immediately. I'd seen it before the last few times, in the worst of the beatings that left my hands shaking and my body broken. This was the night. I was going to die that night, and I knew it. My first and last act of rebellion would be to call the police. I sat on the phone with the operator for half an hour while Father bashed at my door. He kept calling out my name and making cruel jeers at me. Open the goddamn door, boy. My hands are bleeding. You want me to get an axe? I'll bash this fucking door down if I have to. In the distance, there were sirens, but they weren't close enough to reach me before he did. I saw the glint of metal as my door and dresser began to shatter. He'd found his hatchet and was carving through the door. As it grew weaker, he kicked and shoved at it, hacking away while I trembled on my dirty bed in the corner. The sirens grew louder. They were close by now. Still, my father kicked his way. But finally, he was fully into my room, and they couldn't have felt any further away. He threw his hatchet at my window, shattering it as he advanced on me. No axe for you, boy. Discipline shouldn't come from tools. He shoved me against my room wall, lifting me off my bed. One hand gripped my neck, and then the other, as he started to dig his thumbs into my throat and squeeze. Oh, he shook me, beating my head against the wall behind, while my hands fruitlessly pried at his. You're just like me, boy. We gotta fix that. We have to fix your weakness. We have to eliminate it at the source. Oh, I tried to yell, to argue, to struggle, but I wasn't equipped to fight my father. Of all people, I was the least prepared. I had no killing intent. I was frustrated at my mistreatment, but I didn't have it in me to be angry. Even now, as it seemed I would die, I couldn't hate the man before me. I simply felt utterly, completely betrayed as I was sent off into the darkness. The sound of the sirens so loud now that I felt them drop upon me, even as I lost all sensation. I was lucky. They shot my father through the window, a bullet catching him in the head. I was unconscious, but I was alive. I woke up in an ambulance, groggy and scared. It took both of the paramedics to hold me when I started to struggle. I had a nervous breakdown of some kind. Coupled with post-traumatic stress and anxiety disorder, and a newly acquired personality disorder, I had a difficult period with therapy, hospitals, and failed suicide attempts. It took a while to pull myself together. There were some days I didn't want to. Oh, there were bad weeks, bad years even. I'd been sent back to my mother for recovery. She was furious. Well, not with me, but with my father, with the situation. Well, she had a difficult time understanding why I'd stayed, and that might have been the biggest source of friction between us for a while. I don't know why she ever understood. All I know is that after some time she seemed to drop it. Well, I had to. It was part of moving on. I moved out some months after I turned 19, still far from well, but forcing myself to try and function. I had a lot of nervous breakdowns in those days. Even part-time jobs proved stressful and taxing. Angry customers, inexperienced managers, or plainly hard days played badly with my frayed nerves. Trying to get better from this led to odd personality quirks, weird habits, atypical beliefs, and passive qualities. Stress played havoc with my rational thinking. Submission to my friends and family was an easy way to avoid it. I lived a life where I was considerably less for a time. And then one day, I was able to do a little more. Each day past then, my abilities seemed to rebound. I suppose that whereas trauma had prevailed for some time, finally there was more of me than there was of it. I think I simply outgrew it. I found myself with a steady part-time job at a pizza place. I had a cheap house I was renting with friends that travelled, and I had gotten healthier. I never forgot, though. As much progress as I made, I guess some things just wound up staying with me. I prowled the strange corners of the internet, reading about obscure religions and occult conspiracies fairly often. I was agnostic on a good day, but a nihilistic atheist all the others. I'd partially blame religion for my abuse from him. I became preoccupied with mythology in my attempt to find an actual answer, but saw them as the stories I needed them to be. Old gods, greater deities, and more inhabited my faux reality, and yet the supposed new religion had begun to spread that nobody had yet known the name for. The first rumors came from the hikers in Appalachia, posting on a forum I frequented that they'd stumbled on some kind of village cult. Didn't have any pictures, which was my first red flag. They claimed the place made their phones and cameras lock up. But they said that the locals seemed friendly, even though their physical appearances may betray that truth. Sewing and sticking shards of metal into various places on their skin. They didn't speak much of their religion, nor would they try to evangelize to their guests. They spoke briefly of metal's gospel, so the hikers called them the cult of metal. But what exactly is the gospel? Well, the hikers had no answer. Looking through their blogs, I could see that they were indeed the real deal, with tons of photos of different trails and scenery that they'd encountered. It was just odd that for this particular claim, all of their equipment stopped working at once. And naturally, not a lot of people believed them, and at first the story didn't circulate. Friendly religious cults aren't great for horror stories. But the story gained a tiny bit of traction for a short time when somebody joined the forum, claiming to have been contacted by the group about the gospel of metal, and asked if anybody on our forum knew what it was. It was received largely as a prank, though people responded to it by and large in an honest fashion. Only occasionally did somebody pull some weird, elitist shit like demanding one read through an entire active forum for similar topics. Often, though, they were ignored. Still, that was how I first heard about the cult of metal. For a bit, we got cult of metal-related topics, people posting real gospel of metal stuff, and so on. Well, it died down a few months in, and I'd nearly forgotten about it until a very short time ago. The air in the town had smelled different that morning. The scent of mash from the distillery usually prevailed in the air every morning, but on this day the mash smelled as if it were mixed with rotten meat. I thought that it vaguely smelled of copper, recalling my grandfather's words and father's wrath. I was able to dismiss the fairy tale easily enough, though. I thought it was a more tangible issue. Maybe something had happened with the distillery. Well, no sirens or alarms, so it couldn't be serious. I checked my phone, but there were no emergency notices. The worst thing about today was the odd smell and the fact that my phone took too long to load up Messenger on the walk to work. I mentioned the smell to my co-workers for small talk. None of them seemed to know what I meant. The air smelled the same as it always did for them. But even inside the restaurant, I could faintly smell the copper. It only bothered me as much as an unwanted yet barely noticeable smell might, but I still took notice of it. It was definitely powerful outside of the building, though. I held my arm to face when taking out the trash, trying to believe the smell was just the trash. I was having a very hard time dismissing it anymore. When I returned inside, the smell had become tolerable once again. A customer sat in one of the window tables that looked out into the street, but his eyes were turned towards me from the moment I walked in the door. He gazed at me eagerly, the visible part of his face contorted into some kind of smile underneath his mess of coal-black hair. Despite being the morning, this was still summer, so I found the apparently thick jacket he wore to be a little too thick to be comfortable. In particular, he wasn't shy about brandishing a mask that covered a little less than half of his face while he grinned in my direction. I tossed my head back to check for a kitchen ticket to see that there were none. He hadn't ordered anything yet, so I threw an aside to my other co-worker at the counter to ask if she recognized him. She looked up at him briefly, returning her eyes to the pizza boxes that needed to be folded. She shrugged, saying that she didn't think she'd seen him before, but couldn't be sure. Her eyes trailed back up to his face, and she saw him still drilling me with his gaze. Well, I had retreated around the corner into the kitchen now. She poked her face through the ticket window, teasing me about my newfound admirer. But the truth was, the way he looked at me from the shadow of his hood made my flesh wriggle in discomfort. He sat there for an entire hour before my co-worker finally shared my level of concern. Without her constantly assuring me it was fine, I became empowered to bring the issue before my boss. Wouldn't you know it? The minute we left from the back of the kitchen, the man had gotten up and glided out of the door. Well, the boss pulled cameras. We'd all three agreed that this behavior was some level of disturbing. The recorded footage added some depth to that for me. From before the gentleman even opened the glass door to the moment he left, the footage had strange visual distortions. The colors were off, the image was slightly pixelated, and the ratio was warped vertically. Even so, the man's face may have been obscured through the failings of technology and his hood, but his expression was unmistakable. The alarming thing was how he held fast to that expression for apparently the entire hour. We didn't involve the police. Honestly, with regards to our small-town cops and this damaged footage, it was fairly obvious they didn't have the ability to simply restore it as a better-equipped facility might. My boss opted to hold on to the footage. If the man came in again, we'd have a better reason to try and pay somebody for restoration and use it against the man in court. My co-worker got my boss to cover the register while she drove me home. We made arrangements for a ride the next day. Well, by this time, I should mention, the smell was at least gone. Still, my encounter that day was one which encouraged me to take caution. While it always locked my house when I wasn't home, I seldom had the front door or living room windows locked when I was actually present. Well, that evening, I didn't take the chance. Even without windows in the hall by my door, I turned off the hall light, lest even the peephole give away my concealed presence. My lights were even off where they were near windows. A blackout curtain long put to pasture saw revival when I hung it against my bedroom window. I woke up when I heard something thump on my porch, followed by the creak of the old wood which composed it. All the liquids in my body evaporated, and I pulled the covers with me as I shrank towards the head of my bed. I shook myself to full wakefulness fairly quickly as my adrenaline dispersed. I silently began to peel the covers back when a knock came at the door. In the darkness of my room, all there was for light were the crimson letters on the alarm clock, casting a dim, ominous glow over my bed and walls. When just past 1 in the morning, somebody was rapping at my door. The numbers on my alarm clock began to flicker. I stealthily moved from my room and turned into the hall, creeping up to my own door to get a glimpse at whatever was on the other side. I pressed my eye to the looking-glass and saw the man from the restaurant upon my porch. Now I saw him from the front, though without a light outside I would not have been able to understand. Well, 2 of my questions were suddenly answered. His face had been hidden due to the fact that half of it was a gruesome patchwork of jagged metal pieces jammed deeply into his skin. Some were even held in place with stitches, and the pieces that weren't jammed into the skin were fastened with what could only be described as screws. He didn't have a cheek on that side. I could see his gums with metal jammed into his teeth and jaw that seemed to simply bleed into the rest of the metal. My second question was how he found out I was home. I didn't need to ask how he found out where I lived. I simply surmised that I had been followed. But I had exposed myself. I'd left one light on that I'd failed to notice from my room. My porch light, hidden from my scrutiny, still bloomed in the darkness. The moment I caught sight of him, my heart dropped. My chest grew tight and my breath shallow. He loitered on the porch a moment longer, before putting his own eye to the peephole. I told myself he couldn't see me. I've looked into this peephole before, just like this, to test the very thesis. And there was no way. But even so, he started speaking as if he knew I were listening. "I know your family." The thing's voice crunched against my door. "I know you smelled it. The putrid scent of rotten metal in the air. Oh, it's a symptom, you know. It's something that's always there, but usually just goes unnoticed. And then you get sick. But you weren't there when it happened. Oh, no, you came from after." A pause in the voice as fingers drummed against my door. "Oh, partner, I was just thinking I should introduce myself. I've surrendered my name unto the Lord, child. You may simply call me his deacon." I did not reply to the thing's invitations. I acted as though I weren't there, but still I was affixed to what the thing spouted by simple anxiety. "I've been sent by his prophet on a special task. His task has led me to you. You are sick and need glorious salvation. It is a sickness not of the mind, but the spirit. Not of the visceral, but of something even more vulnerable. You did nothing to become sick. You inherited the sickness. But your particular sickness is a mark of sin. Fret not. I welcome you with arms splayed wide. I come bearing an invitation to the place you truly belong." Another pause, as it drummed against the door slightly more vigorously. My hand started to fish at my pajamas, but I'd been ill-prepared. My phone was still in my room, and I was not willing to move. I don't know why, but I couldn't muster up the will to move. But there's no rush. No fuss, no worries. I'll find you soon, and you will hear his prophet's gospel. Then surely you will be given to him. Oh, child of my child's child, ready yourself for your first service. We'll see if God will forgive you." I could almost feel the pressure of his body shift from where I stood as our porch groaned. He didn't look so heavy at work, but perhaps there was even more metal beneath his thick clothing. Perhaps he wore that jacket to conceal any jagged corners. And yet when he moved, it was as smooth as could be. He seemed to skate through the air as he left my yard and turned onto the street. I swore his feet weren't even moving. Free now from my formerly imminent concern, I dashed to my room and grabbed at my phone. I called the police. I filed a report on the important details, his physical description, what he was wearing, and made them take note of my earlier incident. They were going to contact Boss for the video later. I was going to tell him when I went in. It was almost 3 a.m. by the time we were finished, and after the cops left, I couldn't go back to sleep. I stayed awake until my shift, and tired or not, I worked. I informed my boss of what had happened, and he had the footage ready in case he was contacted. Still, the fact he intended to come back was at least taken seriously by the police. For the next 2 weeks, there was an officer on my street at night. Provided it wasn't a great street, so I might not have been the only reason, but still I was reassured. For the entirety of the 2 weeks, the man didn't show up at my door. But as soon as the cop left, that changed. He was back that night. I kept my curtains up, and had been remembering to turn my porch light off. When he arrived back this night, I'm not sure how he knew I was home. As the scent passed, And just because your symptoms have subsided does not mean this disease is gone. Even the sickness sleeps. You can go days or weeks without feeling it, without the smell of copper, without the madness it brings. You shouldn't fear the madness, for it's not truly insanity. It's truth turning about within your skull. As you grasp the despair, your understanding only widens. While he spoke from behind my window, I was desperately trying to get my phone to work. The screen was frozen, the bright light certainly cutting through the thick curtains, even if just a bit. In a fit of panic, I started to reboot it, turning it off and begging for it to load while I sat frozen in my bedroom. I could hear that mangled half of his face scraping and clinking against the glass as he spoke. It was our people who found the hobbit's grave resting within the mountain's breast. Our two maidens found the vaulted tomb and opened it, touching something gloriously forbidden. They disturbed the dissident king's daughter of bones, and so our Lord stole back her cradle to the sea of stars. Yet he left with the maidens a gift of hope, a song that was ingrained in their souls. Within the cradle of mountains were new laws made, and they together brought back our Lord's grace and sickness. My phone had yet to reboot. I was staring at the screen, pleading with the goddamn circle of dots to boot the thing so I could call the cops. Well, the circle was a barely calming reminder of the urgency. Outside my window, he continued. Not all accepted his gift at first. Even though the sickness spread, the youngest babies were spared. Your grandfather's father's ilk may have knowingly sinned, but the metal forgives. If you've smelt the rot of the world, the scent of copper, then it is time. Lend me your ears, brothers and sisters of the mountains. Lend me your ear, boy. Can you find it inside your heart to atone? I said, boy, can you find it inside your heart to atone? Do you seek forgiveness? Do you seek salvation? Do you seek answers? Those pigs will never offer you communion. I can feel your fingers prodding against that glass from here. The metal has decreed that you will hear me before you can call for help. I stopped breathing, looking at the screen on my phone as the circle continued to try to load. What did he just say? My head turned towards the window as I processed. Did he just reference my phone? So he could see it from outside. He must have. But how could he have known about any issues on my phone? Surely as metal rusts with lack of care, with lack of faith, your soul will rot. Our first service will conclude soon, but if you want a second, head to the mountains on a night of fog and cloudy sky. We have catalogued your scent, sinner. You need only call for us when the conditions are right, and we will take you home for your second service. With the truth of his prophet beating in your breast, you will be ready for your communion. I held my breath as his charred words filtered through my curtain, flooding my room with fear. I pounded at the phone screen flaccidly as my own convictions faded, and with some final words I felt the stranger depart from my window. Heed the metal, child. The sickness spreads. Every inch of metal in this town will succumb to the rot from eons discarded. My phone screen finally binged to life under my thumbs moments later, but my resolve was drained. I still called the police, but they didn't find him this time either. I don't think they believed me quite as much as I wanted them to, and they didn't leave a squad car this time. But it turned out that, thankfully, I didn't need one for the next few weeks. Life returned to normal. That was until I woke up one morning to the sound of sirens, and once again smelled acrid copper. There were too many sirens for a town as small as mine. Well, that's what I thought as I stumbled out of my room and crashed into my front door. I gathered myself and opened it. But as I did, the sirens stopped. Outside, I only saw darkness and heard crickets. I listened for minutes, but heard no signs of sirens. I was gripped with a firm confusion. Was it because I was tired? Or perhaps I'd misheard my alarm for something far, far louder. But was it really that simple? I pulled myself into the kitchen to see the time plastered on the oven. It wasn't even 6 in the morning, and yet though the sirens had faded to nothing, the acrid smell remained strong. I honestly had forgotten about my grandfather's ramblings of the sirens, but the sound, coupled with the smell, forced me to recall. It was an odd day at work. I went in a few minutes early, as I always did. In the middle of our lunch rush, the cash register jammed and became entirely defunct. We had to stop everything to pull the spare and make a hasty withdrawal at the bank. But by the time we got back from there, more things had started to break down. On the way, it started with bikes. Other businesses' registers were doing the same thing. It wasn't all at once, but everything seemed to be breaking. Or more specifically, the metal components in everything seemed to be the only parts of them breaking. Electronics were stalling, phones weren't working, computers were freezing. Even old computerless cars began to break down as their pistons broke inside of their shafts. If only to exacerbate the situation, metals of buildings began to give out. In minutes, our city had completely collapsed. The few large buildings we had broke suddenly, killing all of those in sight, and surely the majority of those that stood around them, trying desperately to get their phones to work. Those that survived beneath the rubble must have suffocated. People with metal fillings in their teeth had them slosh out of their place, metal teeth casings peeled away like cornskin. Bolts in ankles and screws in hips gave out. Those with pacemakers never even made it this far, dying with the initial loss of electronics. A great many of us survived, but our ruined town was mostly rubble now. The smell dissipated, and at that time everybody's phones began to work once again. Anybody in a conversation with somebody out of town had their messages finally delivered, and it was all they could do to call for help. The police of our town were as afraid and confused as the rest of us were. The more religious people were at their wits' end, swearing that this was the apocalypse. Well, the National Guard came to our small mountain town pretty quickly. They set up camps, tents for the families to use. I got my own tent, thankfully. They found power lines out of the area and spent a few days getting them rewired out to the areas of the town where the people were. Well, food wasn't scarce, but it wasn't plentiful either. It was rationed with great caution, as if it was some sort of famine. I asked, but according to the guard, this wasn't happening anywhere else but here. The FBI came. They interviewed us one by one, asked us if there was anything strange. I told them about his deacon, and that I'd filed 2 police reports on him, as well as there being some evidence from a camera. I informed them of his rants about metal and the rot, and suggested there was some kind of connection. Well, they offered me a number to contact them with, but I don't know how serious they were. Very soon after the guard showed up, my phone as well as the phones of others had completely fallen apart. Well, I think they knew that. I think the phone number they gave me didn't matter. I never got to test it out. We didn't really control our movements, aside from putting a curfew and roll call into place. The roll call wasn't even comprehensive or intrusive. Somebody just went round after curfew to check our tents and make sure we were there. And somebody came by in the morning to make sure we were still there. I was never really sure why they did that, but I just assumed it was for safety purposes. There were other questions on my mind. We'd hardly been in this situation for a week when a few friends and myself decided to make the most of it. Well, the best we could, and head to a hiking trail nearby. They'd done well to provide us with books and the like, but we were bored nonetheless. I like reading books, but I used to do more than just that. I played games, watched movies, read news. But I also liked to hike a lot. With a straight week of reading logged under my belt, a good and proper hike would help me digest those narratives. We very quickly encountered a problem, though. A lot of that hiking trail was bridged, primarily because it was dangerous on the alternative routes. Only better-equipped hikers go on those, and with the metal rot that occurred, not a whole lot of people had the gear in hand. My friends were determined, though, and insisted we take the treacherous path. I protested, but ultimately succumbed to peer pressure. I went on the dangerous route with them, feeling a mix of my measured confidence and a want to not be left behind. We travelled on thin trails, clung to the side of a mountain, and edged along a tiny platform of stone that protruded just far enough for us to tiptoe on. We navigated through dense brush to find ways around the down bridges, and pressed maybe an hour into the trail when we decided to turn back. The hike itself wasn't the issue. The farther we went, the more disquieted we felt about not having any way to call for help. We had packed a flare, but without magnesium it wasn't much of a signal. Discussing that was actually what led to us calling it off. Then, to make matters worse, something was clearly wrong with my friends. I hadn't thought much about it in the beginning, but as they became more winded and tired, I was nearly provoked to broach them about it. Instead, I half-heartedly cast an aside about how out of shape they must all have been. Well, they dismissed me jokingly, called me a freak of nature for not being tired, and we laughed it off. But we didn't do much more laughing after that. Things got pretty twisted on our way back. I began to smell that acrid copper again, and winced at the first sniff of it, fearing that some other horrible malady would befall all of us. Instead, the person at the front of the group simply stopped in place, fidgeted for a moment, and then went completely still. We tried all sorts of things to get him to move, and eventually settled on needing to drag him out. The problem was, though, that we weren't going to be able to carry him across the same precarious ledge we'd travelled to get here. Refusing to leave him behind, but unable to go back the way we came, we spent a while sussing out a way to get back on a potentially safer, if much longer, path. There were trails up and over the mountain that spun themselves back to near where we entered, so we simply needed to head a little deeper to find one. To make that faster, the other two decided that they'd go on ahead so they could move quick but try to keep each other in line of sight. I stayed back with my immobile companion for much the same reason. If they found a trail, they'd be back. No more than an hour, they said. By the time I could tell it was evening, I was through chastising myself for having a poor sense of time and being utterly impatient. I was right, though. They were taking far too long. Something must have happened to them. I wondered if they too had been rendered immobile like my friend. If I left, would the same thing happen to me? I couldn't just sit there while my friends might have been in trouble. But I couldn't just leave my other friend here either, nor did I want to be stuck here after dark if I could help it. I dragged his sometimes limp, sometimes rigid form through the trail that they'd set down, hoping I'd find a sign sooner than my body found itself exhausted. I hadn't walked for 10 minutes when I came upon them. One was frozen in much the same manner that our first friend had been before we were moving him. Wrapped around his wrist was my other friend's hand, who was facing the opposite direction for whatever reason. I gathered that one of them froze, the other had tried to get them to move, and then they froze as well. I dropped the person I was carrying and hit the ground in utter defeat. I couldn't drag all of them out. I could find a trail, but could I find a trail, traffic to the end of the mountain, and be back to drag each of them out before nightfall? No way. There wasn't even a guarantee that I'd picked the right trail, or a safe one. We hadn't brought tents, sleeping bags, or hammocks. We just brought backpacks with basic necessities for a hike. So I found myself essentially alone, decidedly ill-prepared, and for all intents and purposes immobile, even if it was due to moral and ethical concerns. Basically, I was completely and properly fucked. Or maybe somebody else. If it had been somebody else, it could have made an actual choice. I was already undergoing small relapses due to what happened to the town, but with my friends like living statues and my inability to help them properly, I felt my anxiety start to rise. I couldn't think straight. I wasn't in the position to make a healthy choice. I moved them over to a particularly big tree and laid them against it, before sitting myself down near them and building a fire. The night came slowly. I was counting the sounds in the distance. they would see that we'd missed roll call. Somebody had come looking for us, and they basically had to. If they weren't keeping roll to track us, then why else? And yet I heard nothing in the distance, even as the sun descended behind the mountain. In the night, over the din of insects, I decided that they needed to be close to the fire. That's when I realized how cold they were to the touch, when I realized their lips were blue, and when I felt that they no longer had pulses. I mourned alone in the forest as the fog settled in during the night. A terrible rage bubbled in my guts, and I hit the ground once as hard as I could muster, a dull thud and a tiny hole in the dirt being the only thing I had to show for it. I hit the ground again, but with far less conviction. My hand limply struck the earth in a vain act of defiance against the arbitrary cruelty we'd been subjected to. My thoughts spun out of control. Were they aware the entire time, but unable to move? Were they brain dead the moment they stopped moving? Did they see me do nothing but move them and make a fire, resigning them to their fates? Did they hate me when they died? I started to bawl. I began to bash my head into the dirt while I sobbed and heaved out wails and cries. I wrapped myself in my arms as I chewed lightly at my own mouth when I wasn't gritting my teeth or crying out. It was in that unrelenting darkness that closed in on my body and mind that I heard a voice ring out to me. A familiar voice. They came for us after all. It was too late for my friends, but they still came. They tried. I held the hope for only a moment before realizing where I'd heard this voice before. My dear sinner, it hissed slyly. His deacon strode up to me as brush crunched beneath his heel. His coat was adorned with decorations of metal applied with a very nearly purposeful sense of chaos. His attire clinked like wind chimes in the night. His deacon's presence seemed to silence the insects. The sickness has reached its final stage, but it won't spread beyond this town. Not until you sing your gospel, not until you sing your truth. All diseases need a method of transmission. For your strain, you must spread the gospel. Speak the truth, and the sickness spreads. I think in that moment I realized that he might have been at fault. I believed that he was. I was off of the ground, all of my indecision gone as I spiraled into a blood-curdling rage. I sprinted into him. As I shoved him to the ground and leapt on top of him, I began to beat him in his stupid fucking face and tear at his damn shitty coat. My hands shredded themselves on the metal that I hit, but I ignored the pain and gritted my teeth so hard that I thought they might break. As I lost control, the thought of breaking my teeth made me slow down. It was just enough for his hand to shoot out from under his coat, covered in sharp bits of metal, and jam me in the eye. I reared back and howled. With the same hand, he slashed me across the face. I felt my face go to pieces as I stumbled back and hit the ground, clutching loose skin as I groaned. I felt the man's cold metal fingers sock me right in the nose, and I started to grow nauseous from the pain right after the sick crack. I rolled around, dazed and unable to stand as the man chortled above me. Boy, there's a fire in you. There's a fire in all of you, all those who are like you. He grabbed me by the hands that I used to hold my face and started to pry them away. The darkness I'd made for myself to writhe in parted as he drew my hands apart like curtains. I saw his mangled face and wicked eyes glinting in the moonlight as the flames lapped at his back. He pressed forward and folded me onto the ground, my legs strained as they slid out at discomforting angles beneath me. My feet were practically at my ribcage, splayed out to the sides. He had my wrists. I had no leverage, no grip, and I had no balance. I was lightheaded and weak. I had absolutely no chance. He threw my hands aside, and with another jab to my skull, the world ceased. I woke up a few minutes after the impact, trussed up and unable to move, possibly even more uncomfortable than when I was pinned down. The man was dragging me on something like a wagon or trolley that he trailed behind him. I tried to move, but the pain in my nose came back to me almost as quickly as I'd come back to the conscious world. Slight movements churned my stomach. I hadn't felt it at the time, but my knees must have been strained horrifically. I wasn't able to move my legs well. I dread to think about how I could walk. The eye that he stabbed with his fingers, as well as the shredded part of my face, had been wrapped with a tattered bandage. It was tightly affixed to my face, leaving my jaw unable to move. We bumped along the deepest forest trail as my mind raced with terrified thoughts. My single working eye examined the sky and trees above me, catching the faintest glimpses of stars and the moon through the fog and forest canopy. My captor was mumbling to himself. I didn't catch much over the sound of the axles thumping and thudding beneath me as this man managed to pull me through rough terrain. What I did catch was a confusing assortment of incomplete thoughts. Woe to the bride of sorrows, cast out, mercy for the grieving, metal sowed to sinew in us, Lord, for we have trespassed. Well, he seemed to be praying. I didn't speak, trying to think my way out of a confusing situation. Whatever predicament I was in, there was no way I was walking out of it. With my hands bound, dragging myself didn't seem so plausible either. I laid in that damn wagon for what could have been hours before it stopped. I heard his deacon walk around the side of the wagon and watch the gate at my feet open. This time his hand that wasn't coated in metal reached out and dragged me by the foot towards the front of the wagon, the pain making me squirm. He sat me up on the gate, and before me I saw Frankfurt yet again. Everyone, the National Guardsmen, the people, they were all stuck like my friends were. What tragedy has befallen them? Do you know? Metal's rod has claimed them, just as it has claimed your springs and screws. I wanted to cry, or scream, or do something. I could feel anger and sadness within me, trying to boil to the surface, but all I could do was muster a strange, disconnected feeling. I barely felt like I was in my own body at the sight of all theirs. I barely felt like breathing. I don't really know why. I suppose I was just emotionally drained already. But why haven't you asked yourself yet? Or have you already? My eye looked over to his deacon as he grinned at me earnestly. If the rock claimed them, stunned them, deprived their lungs of breath and their skin of warmth, why didn't it do the same to you? He patted me on the back before shoving me into the wagon once more. The rot lingers here. It will not destroy anything now without exposure, as it has long since started to dissipate. But I must make haste nonetheless. He slammed the wagon door closed behind me, but I heard something when the latch clicked. I don't know the proper terms to describe the noise exactly, but I recognized it as a sound I'd heard before. It was the sound of a loose latch. It was a sound of possible freedom. I waited for a while, trying to set out if there'd be a proper time to act. I'd decided that I was wrong about earlier. I would even have used these bound hands to drag myself to freedom regardless of the difficulty. Wherever this man was taking me was a place I did not want to go. I didn't want to solve the mysteries of the metal or the maidens or the daughter of bones. I didn't honestly care about those in this moment. I'd watched an entire town collapse due to something. I saw my friends and everybody I'd come to know as corpses. I accepted entirely that this was due to something supernatural, and I absolutely refused to find out what waited at the end of this wagon ride. I already knew where I was going. I knew what this man was. He was a zealot of the cult of metal. I felt the wagon come to an incline, and I let my body roll back against the gate. I hadn't thought that I was actually going to roll through it just from that, and I was correct. I was just mass with no leverage, but hitting the gate like that probably did me some favors in terms of my next move. The wagon didn't even seem to slow. He didn't care if I thudded around, but he'd probably hear the sound of an open gate swinging fairly quickly. I couldn't see well for the wood, there were tiny cracks that I pressed my eye against. There were sounds outside. I was trying to place myself in the world. Dawn was coming soon. Escaping in the daylight would be considerably harder. So I listened. There'd be no point in giving up my advantage just yet, but when the wagon's wheels left the road and I heard bushes up against the wood sides, I acted. I wriggled my way towards the gate, and with all the weakness my knees could muster, I kicked at it. The latch came almost entirely free, hanging enough that I wasn't able to yet escape, but that I could see outside. I didn't recognize where we were, but that didn't matter. I'd leaned myself against the side of the gate to try to discern where I could go, when a massive bump knocked the gate entirely free. I fell out of the wagon, surprised but silent as I thudded onto the ground. The wagon continued into the distance as I crawled my way into the brush. I heard wheels come to a halt and footsteps for a moment before his deacon fell to riotous laughter. I crawled quietly through the bushes as he heckled me from some distance away, stopping whenever I thought he might hear me. Stopping so that I might hear him in relation to where I was hiding. I knew what direction I was headed. I needed to reach the road. I needed to wriggle my way beyond the National Guard's blockade. I needed to find somebody who could help me get out of my bonds and get the fuck out of here. You think you can outrun the Lord? No matter where you run, you are but a prodigal child, and whether by my hand or by the metal, you will return to us. You can run into the forest, run to shelter, run to others, but no matter where you run, you will never be to safety, boy. The truth has you by the throat. It just hasn't started to compress yet, but it will. Believe me when I say it will. You're not the first carrier that we've captured, and you won't be the last. I lay there still as clay. The fact that this man found the room to my house that I slept in not far at all from my mind. Hopefully this would be more difficult, though. Hopefully by laying still here, by holding my breath and being as still as possible, he'd leave. And he did leave. I'll find you one day, boy. Don't you fret a bit. The metal will have you. He paused for a moment, perhaps sniffing the air. Perhaps he was thinking. I know you can hear me. I'm certain that you can. Let me tell you something, boy. You're not considering what your survival here means, so I'll spell it out to you. It wasn't random that your home fell to pieces around you. It'll happen again no matter who you know or wherever you go. You will be a harbinger of ruin. You will bring his glory to whatever space you inhabit, and we will follow you there, led by the smell of copper in the air. You're not his prophet, but you may yet be a convert. So go, carry your gospel. Let what befell your town be inflicted on others. If you won't come with us, then to ruin you will bring those beside you. You carry the glorious rot in the depths of your soul. We have the answers. We won't ever spare you the details. We came too, so now I'll show you the greatest display of faith I can. I'll let you free here. I will not search for you any longer. But I know you will search for us, prodigal son of metal. And soon. I got away. He let me get away. All that effort to capture me, and let me go so easily. Why? Well, I know. And that brings me to why this story even exists. It's an explanation to those around me about where I've been and where I've gone. It wasn't curiosity that drove me to find them. It wasn't a need for answers that I frankly don't care about. Another town fell to glorious ruin around me, and then another, and I suppose that I began to feel that I truly had nowhere else to turn. The scars I had from my encounter with his deacon have started to harden. My eye socket, with my previously ruptured eye having been removed after it was discovered to have gotten tetanus, was no longer vacant. A new eye had grown in a single night, only this one glowed dimly in the darkness. Though my nose was broken before, I had lost my sense of smell. Now I can smell the metal rot. I started to have dreams of something beyond the curtain of stars that we can see when we look to the night sky. Something that sat amongst throngs of corpses on a world that burned beside its sun. Something that had a precious thing hidden away on our world, disturbed by petulant little humans. It took back its cherished ward and left a wound in the mountains. Now our world festers with the rot gifted to us by our metal lord. If you're listening to this, the reason will be that I am a convert. And this is the gospel I've left behind. So I say to you, if you start to smell the scent of copper, we will find you. After all, it means that you're due for your first sermon. And as long as you can smell it, I can smell you. As his missionary, I have to be sure that you get a good sermon. Ghostwhispers.io by Corpse Child. Hey, you want to dance, cat? I looked in the direction I thought her voice was coming from. Jenna was smiling at me, crooning to me. God, I'd wanted this chance for fucking years. Yeah. I straightened up and then with a little more confidence shouted, hell yeah. I got up and walked over to her, putting on the colour-coded headphones. I took her hand as she led me out to the middle of the dance floor. There I gave a thumbs up to the designated DJ to crank our music up. We got the blue DJ, the good one, so me, her, and about 3 other people were shaking and rocking out to Convict Christ and a few other techno-metal artists, while everyone else were listening to God only knew or cared what. 30 seconds. Half a minute. That's how long my little taste of heaven lasted. About 10 seconds later, I remember hearing a faint screaming noise. Actually, multiple screams would be accurate. Still, faint being the key word, which meant I easily swept it off to keep dancing with Jenna. Well, that lasted almost another 15 seconds before I noticed that everyone had stopped dancing. Everyone was now looking toward the back of the dance room, toward the hall. Well, the music was still playing in the headphones, so I took them off to immediately be met with screams and gasps and, oh my God. Jenna had taken hers off now at this point, and I looked at her. I was about to ask if she knew anything about what the hell was going on, but the bewildered look on her face took care of that for me. She was craning her neck to look out and over the throng of people to see the hallway. I did the same, with no luck from me either. Jenna started moving closer to the crowd. I tried staying behind her, but we were quickly separated, only about a quarter of the way through the crowd. Trying to wade through the crowd was like trying to wade through an audience at a rock concert. Maybe even made all the worse here because of the apparent hysteria. Jenna! I called out, trying desperately to spot her again. I couldn't see her anywhere. A little way further through the crowd, I heard one of the girls up ahead shriek at the top of their lungs, damn near killing me right then and there of a heart attack. Right then, I was stuck between just freezing up where I was and wanting to push and fight my way further through the crowd. I was terrified of what I'd find ahead, but more so, of course, about what might have happened to Jenna. And with that, I ended up electing the latter, something far easier said than done. Well, by luck or sheer willpower, though, I actually managed to get myself close enough to the front of the crowd to start seeing what was going on. I couldn't see much, with a lot of the taller people there standing right at the front. But I could see that someone was on the ground, twitching and twisting spasmodically. Heart racing, I managed to spot Jenna just to my right, and I went to her. Yeah, what's going on? Who is that? Her head snapped suddenly to me, wide-eyed and startled, before exchanging glances between me and the person on the ground ahead. I don't know. My gaze returned to the guy on the floor. I could hear choked sort of gurgling noises, almost like he was trying to talk, but he was being choked while doing so. He had one hand clawing at his throat, with the other clawing at his eyes, so much so I could faintly see streams of blood running down his face. "Oh my God, I think he's choking," I cried. No one moved. "Here, move." I violently shoved my way past the two grillers in front of me to rush to the guy's side. As bad as he was flopping around on the ground, I had a hell of a time trying to lift him up to a sitting position so I could try giving him the Heimlich maneuver. "Sir," I called to him. "Sir, my name's Catherine Danvers. I'm going to give you the Heimlich maneuver, okay? Just try to hold still for me." He continued bucking wildly against me. "Sir, please," I called out again. Nothing. I saw then that his headphones were still on. After a second of readjusting, I managed to pull his headphones off. "Sir, my name is—" I was cut off when his body abruptly seized, followed by him blasting out the most horrific, most startling, and just the single most unnatural scream I'd ever heard in my life, and, well, all I would ever hear. I instantly let go of him, and he dropped to the ground, stiff as a board. His scream lasted for almost a full 30 seconds, long enough for it to be forever seared into my memory. Even after he stopped, well, at least when I was pretty sure it wasn't him, the scream itself still lingered in the air like a foul smell, passing itself through everyone else gathered around as well. The guy laid now on the ground in front of me, lifeless and frozen in this weird, freakish-looking upward thrust, with his back bent off the ground, stomach facing the ceiling. My own body froze as well, stuck with my knees huddled to my chest, almost in a fetal position, shaking. For a moment, time seemed to really freeze all throughout the club. Each set of eyes from the crowd was fixed on me, mouths hanging halfway to the floor. Someone finally managed to break the stupor by pulling out their phone and calling the cops. Everyone else then started filing out in an unorganized, utterly manic manner. Not me, though. I couldn't even force myself to try and make any part of me move. I couldn't even take my eyes off of the guy's body either. My eyes were fixed on his, with his staring back at me, blank and soulless. His scream, despite having died out everywhere else in the club building, continued echoing in my own head. I couldn't place it at that moment, but I knew something about it wasn't natural. Something about it was, I don't know, just wrong. I stayed in entropy like this until I was shaken back to the real world by Jenna shaking my shoulder. "Cat," she called out, rocking me gently. "Cat, you okay, babe?" My head snapped to her, then again one last time to the body, and then back to her before absently nodding yes. "Come on, let's get out of here." She helped me up, and the two of us joined the rest outside. Everyone was asking each other frantically what they all thought was going on. Jenna and I just stood waiting for the authorities to arrive. It was only another minute or so before they did. The crowd was then divided and questioned individually, but I refused to leave Jenna's side. Jenna and I were pulled to the side and asked for our side of the story. I had no idea what the hell any of the other people were saying about me, but judging from the rather suspicious looks on their faces, I could tell something was being spun against me. Well, the both of us did our damnedest to emphasize the fact that I was only there to help the guy, that he'd been seizing even before I'd touched him. I could see, though, that this did about as much to convince them as if I'd just stayed silent. In either case, Jenna and I were still good to go home. I was about to walk to my car when Jenna stopped me, offering to give me a ride back with her. "There's no way I'm letting you go home by yourself after that," she declared. I'd have protested, but I'd known by that point, having already been good friends with her for at least 2 years by that time, and when she put her foot down like she was here, It wasn't wise to question or refuse unless you were willing to risk your ass being the next place her foot went. And that was, admittedly, one of the reasons I wanted to be more with her. Always the more headstrong of the two of us, while I was always the more calculated one. Of course, this also meant that I'd get to bunk overnight at her place. An even bigger plus, even if neither me nor her were in any mood to fool around. The ride was silent, almost suffocatingly so. I could tell both of us wanted to say something about it, but, well, what? What really could be said other than it was the single most horrifying thing either of us had witnessed in our lives? It wasn't until we got back to her place that either one of us spoke to the other. "Hey, you okay?" she asked me. I looked at her, my face probably shaking and obviously anxious. She started toward me, and I held my hands up. "Oh, I'll be okay. It's just..." I looked down to the floor, and then to the TV. My body was sort of on autopilot while my brain ran amok. "Just what?" My attention snapped back to her. "I don't know. Just so crazy. I mean, what was that?" "Hell, if I'd know, honey." She threw off her jacket before heading to her kitchen. I stood where I was, losing my focus to the TV again. "Hey, want a cold one?" she asked. Without taking my eyes away again, I replied, "Yeah, sure." She told me to take a load off on the couch, so I trudged over and plopped down in the center cushion. She joined me 5 seconds later with a 6-pack of Millers and a bottle of Harwood Canadian. Well, ever since we were a couple of freshman girls, it was our favorite little combo for when it was the two of us. "Here, kitty cat. This'll take the edge off." I offered her a weak half-smile before taking and downing a decent swig of the Miller. For about the next minute and a half, the two of us drank in silence until, finally, having gotten herself a nice little buzz going, she looked at me and asked, "Hey, still want to dance, kitty cat?" I rolled my head to her. By that point I was well under, though not enough to get blacked out. A grin stretched across my face. "Fuck yeah," I slurred excitedly. "Look, I've got a new CD I wanted you to check out. Remember that little band we used to listen to? Seraphim, yeah?" I nodded my head. Oh, how could I forget? The band that her, me, and a couple of other friends originally only listened to see if its little supposed curse was real. I even noticed she still had a few of their CDs. She pulled out her phone then and held up her music playlist to me. She pointed to one of the songs at the top of the list and said, "Hey, check it." The song was titled something weird. Six Cries 6. Briefly scanning a couple of the other songs below it, I saw that they were all titled like this, all of them looking like a weird serial code or something. Yeah, this techno group called ghostwhispers.io. Cool. I continued looking at the track. The album art was a sort of sloppily drawn skeleton wearing headphones. And that was it. Yeah, you'll love it, I promise. She downed another swallow of her drink before going over and connecting her Bluetooth surround sound speakers to her phone. "You ready?" She hit the play button on the song. Well, I was confused for a second when nothing happened. I looked at Jenna, who held her finger up, winking. Eventually, I began to hear it. It sounded like a low sort of rumbling noise that very, very slowly built in pitch and tempo. And imagine the stomping footsteps of an elephant approaching you. It was a lot like that if the footsteps also got higher in pitch the closer they came. Several wave-like sounds then came from the speakers that, at first, made me think the opening riff was about to cue, except it wasn't. Instead, 2 or 3 more of them passed through the room. Following this was a weird sort of heartbeat sound that, after a few more passing waves, well, the two sounds synchronized with one another. I looked at Jenna again. She had her eyes closed, bopping her neck back and forth. Well, I couldn't understand, because not only was there no music, well, at least nothing I'd have considered music, but her head bops weren't even in rhythm with the actual sounds themselves. The rhythm stayed the same, steadily growing higher and higher in pitch, yet her bopping was much more erratic by comparison. Then, when I'd say the rhythm from the song reached about a mid-range sound, I started to notice something about the wave sounds, or rather I should say, sobbing sounds. I don't know how best to describe the sound other than what you'd think of if you imagine 2 or 3 whales simultaneously crying deep underwater. It was low and incoherent, and yet all the same I could somewhat feel this cloud of overwhelming sadness, as well as a sense of ominous dread coming from it. When it started getting louder and louder, so too did the bass blasting from the speakers, causing my entire body to vibrate inside and out. Jenna still wasn't bothered by this, though. I started to wonder if, somehow, we were listening to a different song altogether. Then I heard a noise like an extremely deep voice come from the speaker saying, "By man's will, the Almighty weeps." As garbled as it was, that's really only my best guess as to what I'd heard. Whatever it was, though, was immediately followed by this high-pitched squeal, sort of like a guitar trill that almost immediately broke my eardrums, literally to a point where, even to this day, I actually still have a hard time really hearing anything. I looked over to Jenna, who had her face contorted in a silent sort of scream, kind of like when you're listening to a heavy song and you react by screaming like the vocalist is. It was like that, only she was perfectly still. In fact, so was everything else. It took a second, but I actually noticed that the speakers weren't vibrating anymore, not like they were earlier. As well as this, my own body wasn't vibrating anymore, even though the bass was still blasting from the speakers. I tried to look around the room, but I couldn't move my head. Only my eyes, and even that was more of a struggle than it should have been. I noticed too that the room was turning grayscale. The LED lights Jenna had around her living room now weren't coloured or glowing. Jenna herself even looked like this. The screeching noise by now was a sort of droning ambience in the background. I started hearing more voices coming through the speakers, mixing and distorting as they came closer toward me. I couldn't make out anything they were saying, except for one thing, screamed at me in another language. Deus sumus, et flemus a te, parasitus et finiendus es. This too then dispersed into a multitude of other crying voices. They were all mixed too. Some were men's voices, some women, some of them were even children's voices. They were mixed languages too, like the one from earlier. All of them were saying different things at the same time, none of which I could understand, but whatever it was done so out of fright. I'd be almost willing to swear this carried on for hours, but as I found out only a second later, only 3 minutes had passed since this all began. Eventually the music ended, and I saw everything normally again. Came to, I saw Jenna grinning at me. So, what'd you think? Part 2. I didn't reply, and her face fell into one of concern. Kitty Cat, anyone home? I didn't answer. The world felt normal again, but I still couldn't make myself move. Not even out of shock or anything either, but like something was actually holding me perfectly still. Cat! She came over and started shaking me. In my mind, I could almost feel my lungs tearing from how much I was screaming out to her, but no sound actually came out. Cat, come on, baby. Catherine. I heard her voice start to jumble like the ones from the beat earlier. My name started to twist and morph into other words in her distorted voice, words I couldn't understand except for this phrase, hominum flebit, repeating over and over. Jenna began slapping me to wake up, but I couldn't even feel it, or anything for that matter. My body was essentially a vegetable, only really conscious inside my own head. I could see and hear, but not move or feel. It wasn't until long afterward that I knew that I wasn't dreaming any of this, or dead, when I watched and heard Jenna call 911, who showed up about 15 minutes later and took me to the hospital where I woke up, so to speak. During all of this, my mind was screaming, along with the other 100 million, possibly billion other voices I was hearing screaming those two words to me. When it all stopped finally at the hospital, I found Jenna asleep in the chair next to my bed, her hand holding mine gently. I moved my head to look around, and even wiggled my toes. I could move my body again. I was back. Jenna stirred awake soon after. "Well, good morning, kitty cat," she said with a groaning, sort of early morning chuckle. I looked at her, my face a mix of confusion and exhaustion. "Oh, good, you're actually moving too." "Jenna," I said groggily, "what in the hell happened? Why am I here?" She scoffed dryly and replied, "I was kind of hoping you'd tell me, sugar." Well, I just kept staring at her. "You don't remember last night?" I squinted my eyes, rubbing my head, which was pounding like crazy for some reason. I don't. Look, how are you doing this morning?" Jenna and I both looked to see the doctor entering the room then. I exchanged glances between him and Jenna before answering, still groggy, but I was fine. He had me then sit up and start going through all the regular checkup routines before tapping my knees with a mallet. Oh, my reflexes were fine, but when he attempted to check my hearing, something weird happened. Whenever he hit the button to trigger the beep in the headphones I was wearing, I didn't hear the beep, but instead the phrase from before, hominum flebit. I still raised my hand when I heard it for the first few times, but then, after about the 7th or 8th time, I felt my body go stiff again. This time, along with the abandonment of my senses, I could feel something heavy sort of stuff itself inside my head, like it was a glass jar. You know how when you eat too much, your body feels like a giant brick of lead has replaced your organs? Well, this was like that, only it was all inside my head. Nowhere else, and instead of food, instead of something tangible, it was filled with a low, deep sobbing noise from the song. Well, the pressure alone made my head prone to explode. The sounds in it got louder and louder as well, silencing the world around me. I couldn't take it anymore, but when I opened my mouth to scream, I couldn't make any sort of sound. I mean, not at all. Not even a whimper or gasping or wheezing. Nothing. I could barely even breathe, in fact. One of the worst parts about this was, thanks to my mind being as infested as it was, I couldn't even scream internally, what the fuck, like I wanted to. I couldn't form any of my own thoughts. My mind was as empty as my body this time. The only sign this time that I was still alive was my sight. I could see Jenna and the doctor calling out to me and shaking me again, but now I couldn't feel or hear them. I remember being wheeled out of that room and back into the OR. Another thing that scared me about this was just how slow time seemed to move. I mean, I couldn't have been in the audiology room for any more than 10 or 20 minutes. Yet I could almost swear that I was in that room for 2 hours. The same with when they wheeled me down the hallway to the OR. That hallway stretched for a frickin' eternity, despite being only a couple of rooms away from the audiologists. In the OR, I watched figures all around me scrambling with various surgical implements. I could tell from their body language that they were all panicking, though about what exactly I couldn't really tell, except that it was to try to revive me. I must have been in critical condition, I thought. God, I'm going to die. The whole time, all I could hear was the sobbing and crying in my head. Even my screams were silenced by them too. I imagine for a moment that you're a dummy, a wooden puppet, and you know you're a puppet, and you're forced to watch the world around you while someone else is talking for you. You want to scream out with your own voice, but you can't because you essentially have no voice of your own. That's exactly what this was, save for the fact that only I could hear the voice that wasn't mine. This time I have no idea how much time had actually passed before I came out of this spell, because it was a while before it even registered that I was actually back. A sort of delayed effect, like it all stopped, but you don't even realize it because of just how overstimulated your brain was. Eventually, though, I did come out of it, to find myself in the hospital room I was in before. I couldn't tell where I was at first, because of the way everything was happening so fast, feeling like the 9th acid trip I never had. Well, I cleaned myself up after the 8th. And it also hadn't registered to me that I'd been moved here. It was dark, the clock beside me reading 10:30 p.m. I picked my head up as much as I could and tried looking around the room. Jenna! No one answered. I was alone in the room. My head fell back down and I just stared back at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep, couldn't move. Well, not much anyways. I just lay in bed and stared at the frickin' ceiling. Ironically, I felt the quiet was just as detrimental to me mentally as the voices screaming in my head were. At least with that, something was happening. God only knew what, but it was something. But now, though, I was all alone. All my thoughts were mine, sure, but that was far from consoling. All I could think was that I was starting to lose my mind, and there was no fathomable reason as to why. I don't have a history of mental illness. I've been clean from drugs, like I mentioned before, for over 3 years now. I knew that I wasn't making any of this shit up, despite how much I actually wished to God that I was. The only thing I could connect any of this shit to was that song. That made me start thinking a little bit. The song itself was called God Cries, and the track sounded like someone was crying, not to mention the words themselves that kept repeating in my head, which I was starting to realize sounded like Latin. What was said, though, well, I'd had no idea at the time. I couldn't look it up yet either, because I didn't have my phone with me. The next morning, a nurse came in and went through the routine checkup. And just like before, my reflexes were slower than they should have been, even more so than the previous day, in fact. Not to mention my body feeling even more still than before as well. Each movement of any of my muscles ached like crazy. Afterwards, though, I still asked if I could have my phone brought to me. She agreed, somewhat reluctantly for some reason, and then brought it to me. After she left, the first thing I did was to check my messages to see if Jenna may have said anything. Maybe hey, I'm worried about you. Call or text me when you get this to let me know everything's okay. Love you. Or some shit like that. Sadly, there was no such message, or any message at all, from her. Next, I opened Google to search the meaning for the phrase homonym flabit, and the other phrases from the music. Before I even got that far, though, an article from my newsfeed caught my eye. It was a club from 2 nights ago with a headline reading, "Owner of nightclub sued for soliciting illegally pirated music and the death of a patron." Curious now, I clicked on it and read the article. Apparently one of the tracks that was playing that night was done so without the artist's knowledge, and they found out because, following the incident, the police investigation revealed that the track the guy was listening to, the designated song for his color group, was that from a particular artist. Well, you probably see where this is going, but I'll tell you that it honestly shocked me the first time I saw it. The artist was ghostwhispers.io. More specifically, Rolf E. Cole, the apparent mind behind the madness. Rolf was quoted in saying that his music was more than an art, but a gift to the Elder Ones, and explained that because of that, he required a high price for any individual or media platform to download, use, or even listen to his music. A sign of tribute to the ones below, as he put it. Well, a bit overcompensating, I know, but art is art, I guess. Well, each to their own. The point was that the club had been playing his music despite him refusing to allow it after failing to agree to his lofty price arrangement. This compelled me to want to look further into Rolf E. Cole and see exactly what ghostwhispers.io was actually about. After spending about 30 minutes trying to find anything about it, other than the lawsuit and the incident at the club, I finally settled on an old Facebook page from Rolf himself. Judging from the fact that the last post that had been made by the account was from all the way back in 2009, I knew that any information I'd find here would be outdated at best. Still, I was able to sift through and learn that Rolf E. Cole, to no real surprise, used to be an active Satanist and ran an old group on there known as the Whispering Ghosts from Below. Now, I'm in no way religious. I don't have anything against those that are. Your beliefs are your own. But I'll say right now that the shit I read on the old post from this guy and a few of the others in his little niche was nothing short of freaking bizarre. I really can't explain much of it, but basically, these wingnuts believed in preaching about the coming of what they called the Elder Spirit. None of them could give any consistent details on what the Elder One was, or what they did. Some gave a more or less weird spin on the story of Genesis, where others tried putting elements from Lovecraft books to create this pseudo-fan fiction for it. Rolf E. Cole himself, however, oddly enough, didn't seem to take part in this. In fact, his philosophy was that only by speaking with the Elder One themselves could you even begin to understand what they are or what and why they do the things they do. If you're wondering just how to do that, there's actually a list he put together on how to somehow pull this off. But you're insane if you think I'm going to list it here. Suffice to say, it's a long and extremely dangerous process. Somewhere along the way, though, there was a sort of disconnect, some sort of point in time where the Whispering Ghosts drifted apart from one another, with fewer and fewer posts being made and less chat among the members. And from what I could see, there wasn't any sort of falling out between any of them, or Rolf himself, but rather just a growing apathy between them all. That is, except for Rolf, who, up until the last post made in late 2011, kept up the most and pretty much only activity throughout the group. For the most part, the posts contained mostly just drawings or descriptions, or portents, as he called them. God, a real whack job, this one. Can't stress this enough. Yeah, portents about the Elder Ones rising. The drawings were, at least the best I could make of it, of something similar to those freakish, biblically accurate angels, being a giant mass of assorted eyeballs surrounded by a generated aura of some sort of energy or something. Some showed something similar to this, but instead of just a ball of eyes, the Elder One had the body of a person with the eyes embedded all across its body, with the exception of its face, which was blank. The dreams were more or less the same psychotic shit you'd expect a burgeoning cult leader to ramble on about, being all, "I've just dreamed of the almighty Elder One's awakening to hail the apocalypse," and other such shit. It was in mid-2010 when the group had really lost traction, that Rolf started talking about making music. It started with small posts, similar to the ones of his portents, where he'd describe how he'd hear and transcribe the prophecies of the Elder One. Then he'd start leaving audio tracks in posts. Finally, come the end of the year, he'd start uploading the tracks to SoundCloud and start posting links to them there. This continued right up until the last post made at the end of 2011, like I mentioned earlier. Well, at first it seemed like there was potential for Rolf to reignite interest in the group with his music, with members engaging in the posts, commenting on the tracks themselves. Well, it didn't last terribly long. The last post was Rolf saying, "The Elder One has chosen me as his prophet, and I have spoken. You have all closed your ears and your hearts to him. Do as you will, but with or without disciples of my own, I will continue his good work." I tried to click on the SoundCloud links, only to find the account and the tracks were no longer there. No surprise, I guess, considering the lawsuit. That got me wondering then, just how in the hell did the club owner have the track playing to begin with if he didn't pay for it? In that same vein, how did Jenna even hear about it? The solution? Ask the club owner himself. Part 3. That day I went through my routine checkup with no further incidents, at least none as extreme as that. The next few days progressed like this, with the only weird thing to occur being the occasional nightmare here and there, or the odd auditory hallucinations sometimes when I'd walk down the halls to the bathroom or lie in bed. Well, I still can't say whether or not it was necessarily a good thing that I'd become so desensitized to it by that point that it meant next to nothing for me to repeatedly hear hominum flebit in my ear by about 100 different people in the floor just below the Wacker Lodge, but nevertheless, I didn't make any sort of scene with it. I still had control over my body and my senses. I guess that was enough for me. Either that or my mind has a twisted sense of humor all its own. Anyway, it was enough of a charade to swindle the doctors and nurses to deem me safe to go back home without hurting myself or anyone else just a few days following. I called Jenna that afternoon to come pick me up, and she was there a few minutes past noon. "Hey, listen, I'm sorry I haven't called," she said immediately after I got in the car. "It's okay," I replied. "I have a favor to ask you, though." She raised her eyebrows. "Can you drive us by the club?" She chuckled. "Wow, 5 days in the hospital and the first thing you think about is wanting to go dancing?" She threw her head back, laughing. I just stared at her. "Oh, shit, you're serious?" Her eyes passed rapidly back and forth between the car clock and me. "Hell, kitty cat, I don't even think the place is open. What are you even wanting to go there for, especially when it's only noon?" I opened my mouth, then stopped. To be honest, up to that point, I hadn't really thought of what to say. I just kind of thought she'd go along with it. Even if she had a point and the place probably wasn't open, it wouldn't likely be until around 10 that night at the earliest. I wasn't sure what to tell her about Ghost Whispers, I.O., the stuff that I'd found online. At the same time, I needed to talk to the club owner, see what he knew or how the hell he'd even got the track to begin with. In the end, I went with pulling out my phone and showing her the article about the lawsuit. The first reaction was confusion, then shock, and then something of interest, giving the phone the same look she sometimes gave me when we drank together late at night. "Oh, I see. You're trying to learn more about the band, huh?" She winked and added, "Atta girl." "It's more than just that, Jan." I opened the Facebook links. The dude was nuts, and I want to know how and why they got the track illegally. She raised an eyebrow then and gave me a patronizing smile. "God, I told you you watched too many crime shows." I sighed and stared pleadingly. "Oh, come on, not the puppy eyes. You know I can't resist that." Somewhat amused, somewhat relieved she was caving, I made my eyes cartoonishly bigger and more pathetic looking. "Oh, all right," she said finally, throwing the car in gear and driving out of the hospital parking lot. We arrived at the club about 5 or 6 minutes later. Admittedly, Jenna might have had a point with the club probably not even being open because the parking lot was the most deserted that I'd ever seen it. We got out and went to the door, knocking as usual. Fortunately, Jenna always remembered the club's secret knock because I never could. It was a certain rhythm that was taught for all the paid members like Jenna and I. Sort of like a gang sign, if you will, that lets them know that you're a member. For almost 3 minutes, the two of us just stood there like a couple of the idiots we'd always hear about who didn't know the secret knock and were left standing all alone outside. She and I used to make jokes about them. Jenna turned to me, giving me a sarcastic look, and said, "I told you, dum-dum," without telling me. I was actually about to try my hand at the knocking when I heard the bolt on the door slide back. We took a step back, and the door soon opened. Tanner, the door guy, stood in the doorway eyeing us, wondering why the hell we'd be here so early. "Hey, the owner here?" I asked. "Yeah, but he's a bit tied up at the moment. Why?" "We need to..." Jenna cleared her throat. "Okay, I need to talk to him about the other night." He scoffed and said, "Good luck and get in line. Fuckers from the recording studios and the courthouse have been chomping away at him all morning. The way this shit's going, it's probably going to be yet another couple of nights before we can get this in order and open up again." "Look, I promise it'll only take a minute." I was cut off when I heard the sound of shouting coming from down the hall. I couldn't make out much other than something about "motherfucking whore, God's son of a cocksucking whore." I exchanged glances between Tanner and the hallway, and he grimaced. "You, see what I mean now?" he asked. "Yeah, but still, I need to ask him something." His eyebrows raised in disbelief. "Come on, sweetheart. You really want to go pissing the big man off after hearing that? Here, why don't you tell me and I'll give him the message." I sighed and was about to turn back when Jenna stepped up. "Look, dude," she said in that same, "I'm about 2 seconds from planting my foot in your ass" tone that I was talking about earlier. "My girl here said she needed to talk to the guy, okay? Now, you gonna let her through, or am I gonna have to lay you out like a little bitch while Cat here gets it on video for the world to see?" Well, Tanner looked at her, and then to me, and back to her before stepping aside. I almost couldn't believe that actually worked. Jenna was tough, sure, but I honestly figured Tanner, built as he was, keep in mind he was also the bouncer for the place, well, that he'd be able to take her in a one-on-one. Regardless, the two of us waltzed right in toward the room at the end of the hall. Right when I reached the door, I heard a low humming sort of noise, a droning, so to speak. It was low, almost like a buzzing noise. I stopped from opening the door and instead started listening. The droning remained low for almost 3 minutes before I heard this garbled, rumbling sort of voice say something I think like, "Vigilamus, sic creatio ardet." A shiver passed down my back at the sound of the low-toned Latin. My arm shook, caught stuck between wanting to throw open the door and rush in and wanting to rush back to the exit. Jenna, noticing my hesitation, took charge and threw the door open for me. The both of us then froze in shock when we saw the owner of the club splayed out on the floor, seizing violently. The droning sound was deafening. I was forced to bend down and cover my ears when I heard the music let out a huge wave of synth noise, and the voice repeated, "Vigilamus, sic creatio ardet." This time, though, I noticed the voice wasn't actually coming from the speakers in the room at all, but instead from the guy himself. His eyes were bugging, and his mouth was wide open, almost impossibly so. I was about to rush and try to help him when Jenna threw her arm out in front of me, stopping me. That was when, in a single motion so quick that it was startling, plus a bit painful to watch, the guy shot upright, staring right at me and Jenna, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. From there he started jerking while disjointedly standing up. Jenna grabbed my arm and pulled us toward the door when it slammed itself shut, jamming itself in place. Jenna tried pulling and pulling, even battering against it with her shoulder, but it wouldn't budge. And the droning was now heart-stoppingly loud. God, I could feel it, like it was actually part of the air itself. It was an all-consuming force. The owner took a disjointed step forward, and the two of us stepped back in response. "Damn it, it won't open," Jenna shouted above the droning. The owner's jaw distended, and the deep, distorted voice spoke. "We awake, and thus creation burns." "What?" I asked, too confused to even properly be terrified. He took another step. With each second, his body jerked more and more, actively dislocating and relocating several of his bones simultaneously. "We have been awakened after thousands of years, and we've heard the call. Creation's time has come. Now it must end, starting now, with you." "Who are you?" Jenna yelled. "We are the elders of all creation." My eyes grew. The man stopped suddenly, doubling over in pain. I watched bright, glowing orbs of light appear all over his body, followed with him screaming in a way that resembled 100 people screaming in pain all at the same time. The orbs began to char and burn themselves into his skin like cattle brandings before revealing themselves as a multitude of eyeballs. They were all different colors and twitching anxiously all over his body. Jenna screamed, "What the?" I just froze. I couldn't feel my heart pound away in my chest. The man, the thing, whatever the hell you want to call it, took 2 more disjointed steps towards us. Jenna was back to beating on the door, shouting, "Hey, open up! Get us out of here!" "He can't save you. No one can." His arm raised, and Jenna was suddenly thrown from the door into the wall. Before my brain could even register what had just happened, the man's arm raised again to the ceiling, causing a handful of the electrical cords to coil around her wrists and ankles, suspending her in the air. She struggled furiously but couldn't break herself free. I watched the prongs of the different plugs embed themselves into her arms, causing her to cry out in sharp pain. The cords started to glow bright orange, and the smell of burnt matches filled the room. Plumes of smoke started to rise from the different points where the plugs were embedded into her arms. Her eyes rolled back, and her body started to shake and twist. I ran to save her, but was stopped before I even made my 5th step by a rogue cord that had suddenly come to life as well, wrapping around my leg and likewise stabbing my thigh with its prongs. Immediately I felt something searing the nerves in my leg before then feeling nothing at all. I wrestled furiously, but just like with Jenna, this thing had me stuck fast and I wasn't going anywhere. I looked up to see black spots growing all across her arms and all the way up to and around her shoulders. Others were even forming up her neck. I reached out to keep trying to pull myself to her, but I couldn't move. Smoke then began coming out of her mouth, and blood rained down from her eyes. "Jenna!" I screamed. I then turned to the figure, still holding its arm outstretched. "What are you doing to her?" The figure turned to face me, but didn't speak. Instead, the voice came from Jenna, whose jaw now moved up and down, all wonky like she was trying to talk while it was broken. "I told you, we are bringing creation's end. We have seen the error in its creation, and we can no longer stand for it." In seconds, the lights from the room blinked rapidly for a couple of seconds before going out completely. The room began to glow again when Jenna's body emanated a bright orange aura just like the club owner's body had done before. Her eyes were gone, with all the other ones from before now opening up across her body. Her jaw began to move again, and she said, "This will suit us nicely. She is one of our strongest disciples. Thus she will be our voice to the world." She ended this with a screech that almost immediately deafened me. "Jenna!" I cried out, feebly attempting once again to wrestle my foot free from the cord. "Let her go, you son of a bitch." "We cannot. We will not. She is with us now. The eyes twitching intensified, as did the glowing around them. She'll be the voice of life's end, the bugle of the end of days. No, I'll do whatever you want, okay? Just give Jenna back to me. And then struggled forward again. And this made the prong sink itself deeper into my thigh. It would have hurt like hell had the electrical surge not fried all the nerves, until a black patch had formed all around the muscle itself. Still, I couldn't move, even if I'd been able to rip my leg free without feeling anything. You're of no use to us. Your mind was weak when you heard our call, but hers is strong. Only the strong can vessel us. Before I had any time to think about anything, I was yanked back by my leg and hurled into the back wall, smashing into the control panel in front of the recording room. The impact of my body, small and mousy as it was, totaled the panel itself, causing several sparks to shoot out everywhere, catching the carpet floor aflame. It only took about 5 seconds for the entire floor to turn into an inferno, and only a further 3 before the flames were going up the wall. My consciousness didn't last any longer than that, though, having cracked my head hard against the panel. I was out cold, too. No voices, no dreams, nothing. Just silence, which made me think I was finally done in until just a few moments later, at least I'm assuming only a few moments, when I was being shaken awake by Tanner and a couple of firemen. My head felt light, and when I opened my mouth to take a breath in, smoke and carbon stuffed themselves like lead weights into my lungs, and I coughed. "Oh, easy there," said one of the firefighters. He held up an oxygen mask and said, "Here, put this on." I did, and after a few seconds, I was able to breathe a bit more normally again. I looked around the room. Everything, from the floor to the ceiling, was charred. By the door was a discarded fire extinguisher and a few areas covered with foam. I looked over to where Jenna was, and I almost wanted to vomit right there and then. She was burned almost beyond recognition, having just enough of her intact from me, though probably very few others, to even realize that was or had ever been her. The plugs were still hooked permanently into her carcass. The club owner's body was likewise scorched, only he had absolutely no flesh left uncooked. A few seconds later, 2 policemen entered the room and came over to me, asking me if I was okay. I was taken out of there in a stretcher and rushed to the burn ward at the hospital. From there I was treated as best they could for me. I ended up having the leg amputated and fitted with a prosthetic. Well, fortunately, I happened to have the insurance and a good bit saved up to have afforded that. Of course, that meant I couldn't go to the club anymore. Not that that mattered anymore. Jenna wouldn't be there anymore. My Jenna. She's ours now. Those words have resonated with me ever since that moment. About a week ago now. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense to me. The being, the elder ones, claimed that my mind was too weak to be used as a vessel like she and the club owner were. I was unsure of what they meant at first, until I thought back to that night at Jenna's, as well as the club before that. And that's when the dots started connecting, realizing that both Jenna, the club owner, and God knows how many others had all listened to Ghost Whispers I.O. before, none of them having suffered any sort of effects like me and the kid from the club that night had. I thought at first that it may have been something Rolf E. Cole had done in the event someone tried pirating the music like the club owner allegedly had. But then the thought came back to me that that couldn't have been it, given that Jenna couldn't have paid the price he was asking for just to download the track that she played that night, never mind the others she probably had. That led to the conclusion that only certain people could and couldn't be affected in any such ways by the music. The only thing I could think to do was to try actually reaching out to Rolf E. Cole directly, see if he could explain any of it. But everything I've tried, emails, various phone numbers, social media outlets, have all resulted in nothing. I'm stuck on what to do now. I was finally released from the hospital to go back home 2 days ago. It didn't feel as relieving as it had the first time. My Jenna wasn't there with her snarky wit to greet me. No, it was just some random Uber guy who wouldn't shut the hell up. But it was what happened when I was leaving the hospital and on my way back to my apartment, though. Over the driver's radio, while it was on some comedic radio show, I heard the all-too-familiar droning noise in the background, the built-in pitch to overtake the audio. It was followed by a deep, garbled voice bellowing, "Hominum flabit." Prison of the Undead by J. Rubus. May 23rd, 2024. It's my birthday today. Yay, me. I'm 21, and instead of a car or a visit to the strip club, I got a pack of smokes from Jimmy Murrow, a Coke from Corey Knight, and this notebook from Quincy Jennings. I mean, I'm touched and all. I didn't expect shit, but yeah, I'm still kind of disappointed. It'll be a year in June since I got here. Wonder if I'll get something then. You know, a little anniversary present. A hustler would be nice. I'm starting to forget what a woman looks like. The only one around here is Tina Snipe, who works a night shift. She's manlier than I am. Not that I'm a bitch or anything. Well, I work out and play ball in the yard, so I'm pretty toned. But Tina, shit. Her arms are about as big around as Rambo's, and her neck looks like a pack of hot dogs. She keeps her hair really short and swaggers up and down the block like she's got a Ron Jeremy between her legs. Some of the guys who've been in here for years talk about doing her if they could get a hold of her. Shit, she'd probably do them. God, I hope I don't end up pounding myself to her one day. But then again, not like a lot of guys in here. It's amazing how much sex means to some people. It's like a sickness. They get taken off the streets, so they start putting it into other men. It's not even the homosexuals you have to worry about. It's the straights. I knew this black dude who was a gangster, in for pimping. Every time he got back to prison, he was suddenly gay. Yeah, he was the pitcher now, but gay nonetheless. And yeah, this other little black dude, regular gay guy, has his bitch, rubbing his feet, getting his tray, sucking him, and all that kind of shit. But, whatever. To each his own. I don't have anything against queers. This one dude named Matt's pretty cool. He has kind of, I don't know, feathered 70s hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. We play chess in the yard sometimes, so he's good too. There's a little table set up near the wall in the shadow of one of the guard towers. Waits for guys to play him. "Step right up," he occasionally calls out. "Come get that ass beat." Anyone who steps up loses big time. Well, this black dude got pissed once and flipped the table over, scattering Matt's pieces everywhere. Man, he got pissed. Beat the holy fuck out of the dude. Left, right, left, roundhouse. Looked like a freaking UFC match. Took 6 scars to drag him off. Sometime later. It was about 3 or so in the morning. I just woke up from a terrible nightmare. Can't really remember any details. I knew it was about zombies, I know that. I think it was in this isolated farmhouse, and they were shambling through the dark, all over the front yard, backyard, the side yards, and I was alone. For some reason, I think I was a little kid, maybe 6 or 7. I was trying to hide somewhere. I can't remember where, but it was like right in plain sight. Living room, yeah, that's it. I was in this living room, cowering in a semi-dark corner, hoping the fucks couldn't see me through the big picture window. There was a porch light streaming in. I was just out of its reach, so I thought I'd be safe. God, it was horrible. They were on the porch, passing back and forth. Finally, one looked right at me. It was a tall guy in a dusty suit, and his head was all rotted and brown and lumpy. He smiled, yeah, frickin' smiled at me, and then started pounding on the window. I was too scared to move. His buddies joined in, and the sound of smashing glass is what woke me up. Never should have watched the news today. I was trying to keep away from that shit, but my curiosity got the best of me. Well, it's not like I saw any of them up close. Just shaky footage from a chopper. Some of them were crossing a huge field, and the guardsmen were shooting at them from the highway. After that, some bubble blonde came on and interviewed this scientist out of Harvard or Princeton or something. And, well, that's it. I wonder what the hell's making them come back anyway. The government's saying radiation from the Saturn probe. I don't believe that shit. Look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Islands. And did any of that shit produce flesh-eating zombies? I bet it's a virus. Something escaped from a government lab somewhere. That makes the most sense to me. Some new biological weapon in the works, based on the zombie myth. An accident. Sounds like the plot of a movie, doesn't it? Well, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. May 24th, 2024. Well, today was typical. Nothing exciting. That's fine with me, though. Exciting here doesn't mean the same thing it does out there. Usually, it means terrible. Oh, we had an exciting few days last week, when the Nazis and the Crips over in E-Block started a little mini riot. You see, during most of the day, our cells are open. We can come and go as we please. Not really much to do. Go down to the day room or the rec room, which is just an open space with metal tables where you can play cards or checkers or something like that. Well, anyway, I guess some kind of drug deal was going down. It went bad or something. I don't know, but, well, all hell broke loose. The guards made us go back into our cells and put us on lockdown for like 2 days. So, nothing major happened, and I'm cool with that. I got up at sunrise like always and did my workouts. The cell block was still dim and almost eerily tranquil, so I tried to be as quiet as I could. Around 7, when the others were coming groggily awake and stirring in their cells, a guard came round and did a head count. We got one guy, Steve Jordan, bank robber, jerking his gherkin. "Oh, get it out of your hand," he yelled, his steely voice echoing up and down the hall. Some of the other guys jumped in, laughing and making fun of Jordan. Hypocrites, they beat their meat too. Everyone does around here. If you don't, well, you're using something else to get you there. 15 minutes later, while a few of the guys were still razzing Jordan, the door slid open and we fell into line. A few marble-faced guards stood along the way to make sure we behaved ourselves. I was the last, and shuffled along after everyone else. The door at the end of the cell block opens onto a long hall, lined with barred windows which let in the bright orange morning sun. I glanced out, seeing the rising barbed wire top fence, and turned back to the bald head in front of me. Through another door is the cafeteria, which, if you've ever gone to a public school, I don't need to waste space on. We filed along the counter and picked up what we wanted. Cold scrambled eggs, rock-hard toast, half raw potatoes, glass of orange juice. It sounds kingly for prison, but you try choking the shit down every morning. "Hey, Benny, what's up?" I looked up from my metal tray, already recognizing the voice. Will Legg stood about 5 foot and weighed about the same as a paper bag. Wore a plastic hairnet and a drab blue apron over his light blue shirt. He was smiling, revealing his rotted teeth. "Not much, Will," I replied. Will's a serial killer. He used to run around Newport News and Hampton Roads shooting people in the back of the head. Well, he escaped the death penalty because the ACLU didn't like how he was taken down and advocated for him to the bitter end, paying for the best legal defense and everything. He laughs about it, saying he played them for all they were worth. Instead of death, this son of a bitch is looking at parole in 30 years. "I can't wait till real summer gets here," he commented, slopping potatoes onto my tray. "I love the heat." "Yeah, me too," I said, moving on. "Yeah, enjoy your breakfast." Jeez, what the fuck did that mean? Did he spit in it or something? Well, probably not, I figured. Serial killers are notorious bitches when they get into the penal system. Model prisoners. I sat down at one of the long tables against the far wall across from Quincy and Jimmy. "Yeah, what's good, cuz?" Quincy asked as we did one of his black handshakes. "Not a goddamn thing," I said, settling down. "I hear we're getting an extra 5 minutes of rec time," Jimmy put in, stuffing toast into his mouth and crunching it. "Since we ain't started any shit." "I wish," Quincy said, bending over his food. "Probably bullshit. Who told you that anyway?" "Tina." "Oh, man, that bitch is lying." Quincy turned. "She just wants to get your hopes up." "I don't think she'd do some shit like that," Jimmy replied. "She's pretty cool. You just gotta..." Quincy shook his head. Okay, but when your ass is coming in the same time from the yard, you'll see." "Yeah, I bet you a pack of ports she ain't lying," Jimmy said. "You got yourself a deal." Quincy and Jimmy shook. Quincy then rubbed his hands and looked at me. "I taste them already." "Keep dreaming," Jimmy said. Breakfast was over in 20 minutes. We all lined back up and were led back to our cells. A lot of guys go back to sleep after breakfast and don't wake up till lunch. Well, I am the type that gets up and stays up, so it worked out a little bit. "You looking to beat me, Jude?" I was doing push-ups against the wall, facing the little barred window. I turned. Billy Sutherland occupies the cell next to Quincy's, which is right across from mine. He was standing naked to the waist, looking out at me, his hands clutched around the bars. "You want to take me down?" "Shut the hell up," I said, and then turned my back to him. Billy was a neo-Nazi Aryan Brotherhood ankle-biter, full of talk and shit. "I'll rip that big nose off your face and shove it up your ass." "I got something you can shove," I muttered under my breath, getting back to my workouts. "Oh, shank your guts out, you frickin' maggot." I ignored him. "Then I'll skullfuck you." Ignored him. "I'll hit her." Ignored. Finally, he stopped. When I was done, I climbed up onto my bunk and read the opening 100 pages of a Dean Koontz thriller. I could have gotten more, but Billy would occasionally call out and distract me. "Always got that fat frickin' nose buried in a book, you frickin' nerd." When rec time came, the doors were opened and we were let out. I stood behind Billy. He didn't make a move or even look at me. The sun was high in the cloudless sky, and the temp must have been around 80. I played a losing game of chess with Matt, and then walked around with Quincy and Jimmy. We talked about a lot of nothing. Jimmy boasted about some of the crimes he'd committed in the ghetto. A lot of guys like to brag on themselves, and I fucking hate it. I keep to myself about what I did. Quincy does too. He told me once what he did. Robbed a liquor store, but only when I'd asked him. "So I jumped in the river and frickin' dipped," Jimmy was saying. "Lucky your ass didn't get hypothermia," Quincy replied, hitching his pants up for the 100th time. "I was in the woods after that for about 3 hours. Man, I was cold as shit. Finally got a ride from some old redneck in a pickup." "And all that over parking tickets?" "Well, yeah, didn't have any money." "Oh man, you're dumb. How much time did you get when they caught your ass?" "A year." "See, you wouldn't have got shit for parking tickets, but you had to run, man." Quincy looked at me then. "See this shit?" I nodded. "Yeah, not really smart, Jimmy." "Fuck you guys," Jimmy said offensively. Quincy laughed. Rec time ended at the normal time, and back on the cell block, our doors were open now, Jimmy grumblingly gave Quincy a pack of Newports. May 25th, 2024. God damn it. Shit. Today sucked dick. Big, with dripping yellow pus. God, I could rip someone's freaking head off right now. I mean it too. A lot of people talk shit, but I'm serious. A CO named Rob, real cool guy, Supposed to smuggle me in a blunt today, but the darn bastard called in sick. Third motherfucker to do that this week. I caught some Fox News in the day room with Jimmy and Billy earlier. That didn't help my mood. Pictures of burning cities, looted storefronts, riot police, interstates crammed with traffic, hordes of walking dead, the president declaring martial law from a fallout shelter in West Virginia. Yep, freaking grim. Of course, Billy spent the entire time bitching about black people swarming around to the ghettos and taking advantage of the situation, carrying away TVs, stereos, and shoes. Finally, I had to leave the room. The combination of him and the news was just too much. Best not to even think about it. Oh, at dinner there was a fight in the cafeteria. A black guy named Derek and a Mexican named Antonio started throwing fists out of nowhere. A couple of testosterone-drenched retards. Anyway, we came right back to ourselves and might be on lockdown tomorrow. Those two ass clowns will be lucky if they don't get their heads cracked open. God, I hate that punish one, punish all system. Sometime later, about a half hour ago, I finished the last 100 pages of a book by Dean Koontz called Relentless. Man, that guy's a freaking god. When I closed the book and put it down, I realized I didn't have anything else to read, so I got up, went to my cell door, called across to Quincy. Hey, Quinn. He was sitting on his bunk, back against the wall. Yeah? Hey, you still got that ghost book? Well, the ghost book's an anthology of ghost stories from the South. Nah, man, Matt's got it. Oh, shit. Hey, I got some romance stories. I crinkled my face. Fuck no. He smiled. Yeah, beggars can't be choosers, man. I guess I'll just write in my diary. Before Quincy could respond, Billy Sutherland jumped in. Girls keep diaries. He was standing at the door, his arms thrust through the bars, crossed at the wrists. Oh, journal, I corrected. Yeah, nerds keep journals. God, whatever. May 26th, 2024. Yeah, son of a bitch, we're on lockdown. I have a book, but I'm too goddamn steamed to read. It's a beautiful day out there. I don't get to experience any of it thanks to those assholes. Don't even feel like writing right now. May 27th, 2024. Oh, we're still on lockdown. It's cold and rainy out, so it's not like I'm missing any yard time. But the boredom is frickin' terrible. Just imagine sitting in an empty room all day with nothing to do. If you're not careful, you'll go crazy. I've seen a few guys lose their minds after being in their cells too long. It ain't pretty. They get red and clenched and start shaking. Then they blow like dynamite and start yelling and screaming and kicking and punching. That's when they call in the prison SWAT to come in and subdue them. Yeah, they get the guy into this chair with straps and belt him in. Then they put a mesh spit guard on his face and wheel him off. There's something about it that just really disturbs me. I mean, how degrading. I thought the Bill of Rights outlawed cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah, well, we're on lockdown. And that's cruel and unusual. If I had a book, it'd be better. I've just been laying here, thinking about life, or trying to. Never got too in-depth because that frickin' ass clown Billy has been doing anything and everything to piss everyone off today. Oh man, I could kill his ass. At first, at 4 a.m, he started screaming out some racist song about blacks and wild Indians from the plains at the top of his lungs. Oh man, shut the fuck up. Muffled voice cried tiredly as their owners reluctantly stirred. Tina finally came out and told him to pipe down, and he did, for about 5 minutes. Then he started acting like a woman in the throes of orgasm, screaming, moaning, and screeching, "Oh God, yes!" By 5, with most of us up thanks to his bitch ass, he starts singing out insults for everyone within earshot. Hey, Benson's a four-eyed homo. Murrow's a black-loving wannabe. When lunch was served, he kept flicking bits of corn into my cell. I tried to let it go, but I just blew it. Took my cup of corn and threw it across the hall. It hit his bars and showered Billy's smug little face. "Hey, I'll kill your ass if you keep it up," I shouted, and I meant it too. He launched into a tirade of threats and insults, but before he could really get going, a guard came out and made his threat. If we kept acting like assholes, we'd get an extra day of lockdown. You better believe everyone's been as good as gold since. Except Billy. He cries out every now and then, jarring our nerves. June 1st, 2024. This morning after breakfast and before reg time, I was sitting in my cell reading when one of the guards came and told me my lawyer was on the phone. I followed him to the office, a drab, Spartan space with tan wallpaper, rusted metal desks crammed with papers and computers, and sat in an uncomfortable chair near a desk. He picked up the white handset, stabbed a red button, and handed it to me. "Hello?" A wave of static crashed. "Benny, how are you?" David Sawyer is in his mid-50s and wears his iron hair in a Shemp Howard fashion, hanging in his eyes, if not tucked behind his ears. He has a vast collection of bow ties, which he wears religiously, and his glasses are like huge Coke bottles. I think he consciously tries to affect the air of a Southern attorney from the 40s. He pulls it off quite well. As well as anyone in 2024 can, that is. "Pretty good," I replied. "You staying out of trouble?" "Yeah, read a lot, you know." "Well, yeah, still." Another blast of static cut him off. Odd, the reception's always been fine in the past. "Hey, what was that? Reading that Stephen King stuff?" I smiled. At my trial, Dave tried to blame what I did on my love of Stephen King books. He even went so far as to read 3 of them before court, and happened to find a scene eerily similar to my crime. In fact, I'd never even read that book. Still haven't. Not so much anymore." "Well, I'm starting to feel like a Stephen King book," he said, and then nervously tittered. "Getting weird out there, huh?" "Oh, more than that," he said gravely, and then paused. "That's actually sort of the reason I called." "Yeah?" "Yeah, I know my monthly appointment with you is on, Papers shuffled. The, 13th. But, won't be able to make it." "Oh." "Yeah, my wife and I are going to West Virginia tomorrow. We have a cabin up there in the woods. We're gonna wait this thing out." Is it really that bad out there?" "Yeah, Ben, it is. Hey, look, I gotta go. I gotta make a dozen more of these calls. You take care, okay? Might see you in the fall." And then, without ceremony, he hung up. I might see you in the fall. Might. The guard took me back to my cell, and for a long time I just brooded. Now that I think about it, a lot of the usual guards haven't been in for a while. In quite a while. And my therapist, an old hippie guy named Bill, called in his vacation time last week. I guess it's really not that weird. I wouldn't come in if I were them. Why the hell fight my way through packs of killer zombies just to get to work? June 3rd, 2024. Things keep getting weirder and weirder around here. Maybe David's phone call opened my eyes, and I'm just now noticing it, but I don't think so. Seems like things are getting bad pretty quick. Reminds me of the Titanic. Strange analogy, I know. And that's what it puts me in mind of. That mother sat there for 2 hours, lights blazing and music playing, and then in 10 minutes it was gone. One moment the deck's a little off kilter, the next everyone's in the water like, what the fuck? I guess everything has a point at which it breaks wide open, getting like the Titanic. If that's so, then we reached it. The most noticeable thing is the atmosphere. It's crackling with this dark tension so thick it could choke you. The guards aren't themselves. They're starting to worry, and it shows. Yeah, the normal facade is still up, but it's starting to crack. Yesterday, Sean Fields, one of the afternoon COs, told me that at least 10 guards had called in that morning. Said it was getting too dangerous to come in anymore. He was probably going to take off sometime soon, too. Later he got a phone call from home and rushed out the door in a panic. And when the shift supervisor tried to stop him, he quit right on the spot. Yeah, and then there's Charlie, an older black guy who works weekends. I was working out this morning when he came by doing the head count like nothing. Benny, what's up, man? Hey, Charlie, what are you doing here? They called me in last night, he said, leaning against the door. Working short. He couldn't talk much longer. Said he was going to go home, but when we were let out for breakfast, he was still around. Yeah, working a double, he sighed as we were led into the cafeteria. At lunch, I counted only 2 guards in the cafeteria. There should have been 4. The 2 I saw stood nervously by the payphones and whispered back and forth more than they were watching us. When I mentioned it to Corey Knight, he nodded. Yeah, get this. Then looked left and right and leaned in conspiratorially. They cancelled all infirmary visits. I was supposed to go for a checkup, but... Then Jimmy jumped in. Yeah, cancel my Bible class, too. I heard they're going to cancel yard time. Man, what the fuck? Quincy perked up. Hey, why? Corey shrugged. Darrell Haynes said there aren't people coming into work anymore. Darrell Haynes is a floater. That is, a guard who doesn't work a particular unit, just where they're needed. Yeah, said admin's been gone since the day before yesterday. No one even knows if they're going to get paid. Later, around midnight, as I was lying in bed struggling to sleep, I heard Charlie and Tina arguing. The pod door clanged open, and there were footsteps. I can't stay, Charlie said, or rather pled. Well, you have to, Tina replied. I'm alone tonight. I've been working 24 hours straight. I can't. Charlie, listen. No, he retorted firmly. He passed by and went out the other door. Tina returned to the control booth, muttering curses under her breath. Jeez, this shit is starting to get crazy. June 4th, 2024. When I was up and out of bed at my regular time, doing push-ups. What's that Chuck Norris fact? When he does push-ups, he's actually pushing the earth down. Getting myself in a state to face the day. When Tina, as big as life and twice as ugly, comes down the hall pushing a cart laden with trays. Quincy sighed from his cell. Hey, watch your mouth, Tina spat, passing a tray through the slot in my door. We on lockdown? Jimmy asked. No, came her surly reply. Well, then... She threw him a glance that warned against further questions and shoved his tray through. She went on, one cartwheel wobbling and squeaking. Hey, what the fuck? Billy looked through his bars after her, his eyes narrowed and almost predatory. This sucks. Quincy shook his head. Hey, if we're not on lockdown, Jimmy started. We are, Quincy said definitively. They just trying that diplomacy shit. Some of the guys down the way kept it up for much longer, shouting back and forth at each other, commiserating, laughing, growling. I ate my breakfast, and when Tina came back around and took the trays, she said, in general, Okay, listen up. Everyone fell silent. No yard today. A babble of disappointment. But you still get rec. Extra even. That softened the blow, but not by much. They let us do an hour before lunch and didn't make us go back until dinner. I ate at one of the tables with Quincy and Jimmy. After lunch, we held an impromptu race, but Tina leaned out of the office door and yelled at us. I caught a little Fox News with Billy. The hosts were joking about woke zombie activists. Real funny until they showed videos from TikTok of dumbass kids literally calling the government Nazis for killing zombies. This isn't the apocalypse we wanted, but damned if it's not the one we deserved. Toward 5:30, as dinner was being passed out, he bowed his head and asked everyone watching to pray with him. Oh, he believes in Jesus and I don't, and though I'm at least a few miles to the left of him, I bowed my head and prayed, or at least tried to. June 5th, 2024. Well, today, we're officially on lockdown. Tina didn't have the balls to tell us until we were eating lunch. Everyone exploded, excluding me, Quincy and Jimmy, and probably Corey Knight. Billy was the loudest mouth there, his shaky voice rising above the din. The whirlwind kept up for hours until everyone was too hoarse to even whisper. I've been reading a Dean Koontz book since it died down, but my focus isn't very good. I can barely remember the last 50 pages. Anyway, at 3, when everyone was still going crazy, Tina left and the weekend shift came in. Or 2 of the weekend shift came in. JT, the manager, and Jason Haggerty. They brought us dinner, but didn't come around again until lights out. "Bedtime, Benny," Jason said through the bars as he passed. "All right," I said, putting aside my book. And then it struck me. "Jason? Huh? What's going on?" He looked at me for a long time. "Bad shit, Benny." "What kind of bad shit?" "Bad shit." June 6th, 2024. Haggerty came around with breakfast 2 hours late, and hinted around that he had to make it himself. He passed by an hour later in his street clothes, a jersey and a pair of jeans. Well, he ignored the questions thrown at him. A half-hour later after that, Tina, who couldn't be more out of place, hurried by with a piece of paper crumbled in her meaty right hand. She came back with JT and announced that the governor was pardoning all non-violent offenders and convicts with less than 3 years left to serve. Well, with almost everyone gone, the block is about as deserted as a country road at midnight. At dinner, Tina's cart held 6 trays. Me, Billy, Quincy, Jimmy, and 2 others down the block. None could be Corey Wright. I saw him go out the door earlier. It's eerie being here with only 5 other people. Empty. Dead. Even at night there was a feeling of life. Now it's as void as the basement of a deserted house in the woods. The only sounds are the industrial air systems whirring on and off and the occasional cough or stir, which startles me every time. I was reading earlier and almost had a heart attack when the door to the pod clanged open. Tina, dressed in a pair of khaki shorts and a lumberjack cutoff, strode purposely by. I guess she's going home to stay, like Haggerty. June 7th, 2024. Breakfast came about 3 hours late today. The guys were getting rowdy when JT came down the line with the trays. God, he looked like shit. Dark bags hanging under his pink, sleepless eyes. He handed out the cold cereal and hard toast as quick as he could. Some of the others hurled abuse at him. Others asked him desperate questions. But he ignored them all. When he came by my cell, I took the tray with a muttered thanks. As the door to the block closed with an ominous, echoing finality, I looked at the slop in the metal bowl before me and wondered if this is the end. Pushing those thoughts aside, I ate my cereal. When I was done, I lay back on my bunk and gazed at the cracked concrete ceiling, trying my best to focus on anything other than zombies and Armageddon. Dinner didn't come until almost 10. JT was acting strange. June 8th, 2024. Could have added this yesterday, but I was too depressed. JT killed himself after he brought dinner. Or at least I assume he killed himself. No one knows for sure. But about 10 minutes after he went back to the control room, a single gunshot startled all of us from our meals. Quincy's head jerked up, his brow furrowed. What the fuck? Billy hopped off his cot, went to his door, and strained to look up the hall. Quincy sat aside his tray and tried to have a look for himself. I sat where I was, already knowing I wouldn't see anything. He was speechless, I think. Nobody said a word. No one came to investigate the shots. It was loud as hell. Must have come from something like a 357. They had to have heard it elsewhere. Or maybe JT was the last. No, there was another. An hour after he died, I saw someone else. My window overlooks the main entrance, and I was gazing out, thinking and silently praying, when a car came up the little service road and stopped, the red taillights glowing in the rain. Someone got out, opened the gate by hand, and drove off. June 9th, 2024. Crawled out of bed around noon with a throbbing headache and a nauseous stomach. I felt like a guy coming down off a monster drinking session. Didn't fall asleep until dawn and spent most of the morning starting awake from horrible, half-remembered dreams. In one of them, JT was a zombie, even though the bullet had splattered most of his brain across the control panel. The spookiest thing about that one is that it wasn't a mindless thing. He was, like a person. He came down during the morning head count with an evil grin on his face. The top of his head, a black and red mess, and his white uniform shirt drenched in blood. Good morning, Jude. Morning, JT, I replied. I closed my eyes so I wouldn't have to look at him, but I could still see him through my lids. In another, I was out of my cell and alone, wandering through dark, echoey halls and desperately looking for someone else. I heard things scratching and clawing and sniggering in the gloom behind me, and that's all. I tried to run, but it was like my feet weighed 1,000 pounds each. I finally found a door and burst out into daylight, and the arms of about a dozen zombies. The sun was hot on my flesh when I woke. Billy was up and quietly doing sit-ups in his cell. Quincy was reading, and Jimmy was jotting something down on a piece of paper. Morning, Jude, Billy said, and I was instantly reminded of JT. Fuck you, I muttered, sitting up and rubbing painful grains from my eyes. Most of the afternoon was quiet. I watched the roadway like a hawk, but no one came or went, and the gate was still open. Around 3 or so, I heard voices, guys from another block shouting themselves hoarse for someone to come and let them out. One of them must have worked loose a bit of his cot rigging, for the screams were accompanied by a monotonous clanging. One of them had a set of pipes AC/DC would envy. I could actually make out a few words. Help me. Open the fucking door. Shut the fuck up, Billy screamed back, but I don't think they heard him. Sometime before 5, a phone in the control booth started ringing. It went on and on and on and on. When night fell, the floodlights along the fence didn't come on. Yes, Shawshank is an old place. They aren't automatic. Well, we're officially fucked, Billy said. Someone's around. I sighed without conviction. They've got to be. No, they ain't, Quincy spat. They left us for dead. Yeah, you got that right, Billy concurred, beginning to pace like a caged animal. See, that's what happens in a capitalistic society. Fat folks weren't getting paid, so they said fuck it and took off. Well, they probably wanted to be with their families, I feebly countered. Well, the way things are. Bullshit. If they were really that goddamn worried, they'd bring their families here. We got tons of food, guns, vents, medical supplies. This is the perfect fortress. But, newsflash, shit ain't that bad. They just left because they weren't getting paid. Yeah, you go, white boy, someone down the block shouted. If things aren't that bad, why the hell are they pardoning convicts? You think they just walked out of here? Billy stopped and favored me with a disbelieving stare. You think they just release a bunch of criminals back into the community? You're naive. They wouldn't do that. No, they weren't pardoned. They were drafted. For a long time, he stopped, seeming to brood, and then said, well, as for us, We got one hope. Admin sees it ain't the end of the world and comes back, which I doubt will happen. Well, he's right. We're done. Fucked. Dead. Oh, my stomach's already growling like hell. It's been over 24 hours since I ate, and that wasn't much. JT wasn't in a Martha Stewart mood. Probably just went to the kitchen and grabbed whatever. Right. More tomorrow. June 10th, 2024. Well, as if my depression couldn't get any worse. I just sat down here and found out that I only have a couple of sheets left in this notebook. God, it's unreal. It wouldn't surprise me if some sadistic ghost or something ripped out a whole bunch and hid them so it could get off on my misery. God, fuck, I gave some paper to Quincy and Jimmy the other day. Even a sheet to Billy, but... well, I guess I'll just enter every other day. Try to be short and sweet. Looking back, some of my entries are long as shit. But whatever. I have a few books, so it's not like I don't have anything else. In fact, I'd rather be reading than doing this. I can escape in a book. But writing, well, it's like probing a nasty wound. June 12th, 2024. God, I woke up so hungry this morning I felt my appendix burst and I was dying. My stomach hurt worse than anything I can remember. Felt kind of like someone was inside squeezing the shit out of my guts. And that was about sunrise. I've been up ever since, pacing the cell and looking out the window at the beautiful summer landscape. There are a few zombies at the gates clawing and trying to get in. It probably came from I-81, which runs just beyond the forest and down a sloping hill. Something blew up out there yesterday. There was a bright flash over the treetops, and sooty black smoke started pouring into the sky. Maybe it was some kind of pileup. Maybe something happened in Gordonsville, a little town just across 81. Either way, dead people are at the fence. June 14th, 2024. Look what your brother did to the door. For some reason I woke up with that quote on my mind. Forget what movie it comes from, some old indie horror film from the late 60s or early 70s. You know the kind I'm talking about. With the low budget and the cult followings. I can't even remember what exactly your brother did to the door. It was a funny scene, though. His father was chasing him around the kitchen with a broom handle screaming, and your brother, this big Jason Voorhees type, was squealing in mortal terror. Oh, you damn fool. You ruined the door. Wish someone would ruin this frickin' door. Spent most of the morning looking at it, and just stared mockingly back, challenging me to take it on. Billy's desperately trying to get his open, sawing at one of the bars with his little shank. Well, it's hopeless, but I can't blame him. Man, you ain't getting out, Quincy told him. Fuck you, he replied, running the blade against the bar so fast I expected sparks to start flying out. After a while he started screaming as his arm cramped, but he kept at it. He finally tired himself out, though, and quit. I've been laying around like a comatose chicken, curled up in a fetal position and dozing, having wet dreams about food. Man, last night it was a hamburger. I had lettuce, tomato, onions, mayo, ketchup and mustard, pickles. Every time I think about it, a pang of agony ripples through my stomach. I never once thought I'd ever be this hungry. God, it feels like I'm just freaking hollow in the middle. Like there's a big cartoonish hole where my gut should be. I wonder if my stomach will start eating itself. Yeah, I heard that somewhere. Probably bullshit. And how the hell can a stomach eat itself? Where are the fucking teeth? Maybe it can somehow absorb itself or something. I don't know. Damn it. God, help me, I groaned at one point. God hates Jews, Billy said, unenthusiastically. Billy? Why the hell do you hate Jews so much? I asked. Yeah, they rule the world, he replied. No, they don't. Sure as fuck do. They want to taint white flesh and let all that immoral shit out. Gays dancing in the streets, I know it. Idiot. Didn't have the energy to fight with him. I just shut my mouth, and I've been writing this ever since. Well, it's close to dusk now, and the light streaming through the window is a warm, weak scarlet color. Everyone else is asleep, at least up here. I hear an occasional laugh from down the block. I was about to sleep, and I remembered it was dinner time, and that a week ago I'd be getting down with something hot and tasty. Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I miss prison food. I'd give my left nut for a piece of toast right now. Sometime later. I have no idea what time it is. Past midnight. I was asleep having a nightmare. In it, I was out and rummaging through the kitchen for something to eat when one of the doors burst open and all kinds of zombies started shambling in. Corey Knight was there. So were a few of the others. I was making a nice triple-decker sandwich. You know, like the kind Shaggy and Scooby are always pounding down. It looked better than anything. But ham, roast beef, turkey, tomatoes, lettuce, onions, banana peppers, jalapenos, cheese, and even a little olive on a toothpick sticking up for when I was done. Those frickin' monsters scared me and I dropped it. I frickin' dropped it. I watched in horror as beautiful toppings went all over the place. I fell to my knees and was racked with sobs of grief. I didn't even resist as they fell on me and started to eat me. I could feel the pain, but I didn't care. Sometime later, I was in that warm, fuzzy limbo between sleep and wakefulness, my last lingering thoughts straining to burst into vivid nightmares, when an odd sound dispelled the gathering mist in my head. Suddenly alarmed, I sat up, and in the gloom across the hall, I saw a dark form at Billy's door. He was soaring at that damn bar again, so I breathed a sigh of relief. "Billy, give it up," I croaked dryly. "Get some rest." "I've been sleeping all day," he grunted, and he intensified his attack. "I'm going to get out. I'm going to get the switch and get us all out of here." You realize that the door to the control booth is outside the block, right? You won't get the outer door open in a million years. Billy stopped dead in his tracks. I think I saw his shoulders sag. "The pod door?" "Yeah. The pod door is about 3 or 4 inches of thick metal with a huge lock." It was quiet for a long moment. "Fuck," he said heavily. "I didn't think of that." It was dead silent for about 10 minutes. I lay back down and closed my eyes. "Hey, Benny," Billy asked tentatively. "Yeah? You really think we're fucked?" For a long time I pondered that. Did I? Do I? With the sun high in the sky and birds singing in the trees, the ancient and omnipresent moon illuminating the night, and the land standing unchanged. Are we, well, gonna die? Oh, Billy must have thought I'd fallen asleep. "Benny?" "Yeah," I replied, thoughtfully. "Yeah, we are." June 16th, 2024. Jimmy borrowed, long lost. I could barely even get over to the cell door. God, he looked even worse, thinner, and his head looked too big for his body. His eyes were sunken and his skin was a weird color. Quincy was sitting on his cot looking at his hands. He looked like shit too. "Here," I said, squatted, and slid it across the floor. The book somehow made it into Jimmy's reach. "Thanks, man." Billy was soaring on that same bar again, grinning now like he's freaking crazy. "Oh, give it up, Billy," I said. He didn't reply, but he knew it was a lost cause. I've been lying on my bunk ever since, my stomach gurgling agonizingly and my forehead burning with some kind of fever. I don't think I have the energy to keep this shit up much longer. I take little cat naps, but they're just not doing it. I try not to, but I have nightmares. Not about zombies, but about food. Oh, I woke up with a boner this morning from a dream of southern fried chicken and biscuits. June 18th, 2024. There were about 10 zombies down at the fence when I woke up this morning. I watched them out the narrow window most of the day, disgusted and fascinated at the same time. Oh, they look so much like normal people from here. I couldn't even see wounds on most of them. Well, except the cop. His guts are hanging out. The gateway is still open. A few of them are inside now, walking in circles. I hope no one left any doors open. God, the last thing I want is one of those things in here. June 20th, 2024. It was nice and sunny when I got up around 2 this afternoon. A deep black cloud started gathering in the east sometime around 4:30. It started raining heavy 10 minutes later, thunder crashing and lightning flashing. The wind picked up and hail the size of ping-pong balls began plopping out of the sky. Well, the idiot zombies didn't seem to notice any of this. They just kept clawing at the fence. What retards. They could just come through the gate, but they just pass it by like it's nothing. They're the things bringing the world to an end. These stupid, shuffling weaklings. God, they make Romero's ghouls look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyway, I was watching the storm out the window when I saw a goddamn funnel form high in the sky and drop like a Viet Cong gook from a tree. I must have touched down in a neighborhood because within a minute all kinds of shit was swirling in around it like pagan dancers. Pretty sure I even saw a tractor trailer. "Hey guys," I called out over my shoulder. "There's a tornado out here." Quincy rolled off his bed and came to his door. "Where's it at, man? Ain't coming this way, is it?" He sounded scared. I wasn't. I thought it was pretty damn cool. Felt almost alive for the first time in, a week or more. The swaying trunk moved south, swung back north, and then looked as though it was coming right at us. My heart slammed and fear coursed through my veins. I felt so good. God, I was lightheaded. "Yeah, I think it is," I cried almost joyously. "Oh, fuck." "Hey, I see it," one of the guys further down the block called out. "Oh, man, look at that shit." The tornado continued our way, striking something that mushroomed in a bright orange ball of fire. I oohed, and the guy down the block, "Is it coming?" Jimmy yelled frantically from behind me. "Yeah." "Oh, shit, man. We're fucked." "Well, I hope it hits," I said, suddenly realizing what would happen. If it hits, it might smash the building open and we can get out of here. I was almost literally bursting with excitement, but that turned to horror when I saw our salvation shift again and glide away. No, God damn it. June 23rd, 2024. The power went out yesterday. It was evening and I was rescanning Relentless when the overhead lights flickered, hummed, and then died. Everyone groaned at once. "God damn it," someone yelled from down the block. When night fell, it was pitch black. There wasn't even a moon. A couple of times someone would get up to use the crapper and fall or knock into something. I banged my shin. That night I had a nightmare where the dead got into the prison and were eating people, and it was so dark all I could do was sit on my bunk and listen to people screaming and the zombies moaning and chewing. Today Billy's been staring into space. It's kind of scary. I called his name, but he just gazed at the wall. June 24th, 2024. The last page. I gave away some more paper to Quincy. Don't know what he's doing with it, but whatever. Well, I don't need it anymore. There's no hope. They aren't coming back. We're all fucked, just like Billy said. Billy. He killed himself last night. Gashed his wrists open with a bit of metal bunk rigging. Now he's standing at his door, drooling and reaching through the bars at me, his eyes grey and empty. God, it's about 110 degrees in here. is already starting to reek. How long until it's me, dead on the ground, stinking? How long until it's all of us? It's My First Time in an American Forest by Emily Blue 242. Part 1. To hell with this shit, seriously. Well, a few years ago, I, Welsh born and raised, ended up sharing university accommodation with Cassie, an American who had for some reason decided to attend Aberystwyth University. I'll spare you our long and colourful history along the path to becoming best friends. Suffice it to say, Cassie and I are pretty tight. Even now, years after leaving uni, and despite being on different sides of the Atlantic, we're still practically sisters. So when she invited me and my fiancé Jim to spend a week indulging in drunken shenanigans in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, who am I to say no? Cassie met us at the airport. She even had a board with our names on it, Blue and Jones. Oh, we almost sounded professional. And from there she whisked us out to meet a group of her friends, her brother Kit, her girlfriend Rice, Alex, Jay, Craig, Curtis, and a pair of twins who looked like cheerleader stereotypes brought to life. One was Ruby, and the other was Topaz, but I lost track of which was which before we even got into the cars. One started out with a camera, but since they were passing it back and forth, that didn't help. Rice drove a minivan. Curtis had what he called a truck, cab up front, flatbed, that sort of thing. It was a pretty uneventful drive up, mostly just catching up on things with Cassie. The boys, apart from Jim and Kit, were in the truck. I'm assuming a minivan wasn't quite manly enough for them. We were getting pretty far out from civilization, eventually turning into this narrow, gravelly trail through some real dense forest. Like I said, I'm Welsh, so a one-track road in the middle of nowhere didn't upset me. What did upset me was when Curtis suddenly slammed the brakes on up ahead. I didn't see what had happened. I was in the middle of a hilarious anecdote when Rice suddenly stood on the brakes. We slid a little on the gravel before stopping. By the time I looked out through the front windscreen, the boys were already piling out of the truck, running around to the front. Naturally, we followed suit. "Oh man, we hit a deer," Jay called back. "Motherfucking came out of nowhere." The twins let out matching cries of horror, and I did the same. My first glimpse of American wildlife, and it was splashed all over the bonnet of Curtis's truck. Still, I went up to take a look with the others, and, well, it wasn't what I was expecting. I don't know how to describe what was wrong with the deer. There was just something about it which didn't look quite right, you know. Like something about the angle of the legs, or the shape of its antlers, or even just the way its eyes sat in its head. Well, I mentioned this, and though a second before I swear everyone had been looking just as unsettled as I felt, they all started laughing. What did I know about white-tailed deer, after all? Especially one which had been hit by a car. Of course it wouldn't look right. Besides, maybe it had a birth defect, or old injuries that hadn't set right. Maybe it had been slightly mutated by pollutants. Everyone had a reason for why I was wrong. Craig and Jay both know how to butcher a carcass, apparently. God, remind me again of what we're going into the woods with these people for, Jim whispered to me. And since we were on Cassie and Kit's private property, there was no reason to let Bambi lay by the side of the road and rot. Curtis's truck was, miraculously, still drivable, and so off we headed. The place was your typical quaint little log cabin, set dead center in a circle of green lawn. Around the edge of the lawn was this circle of stones, only about a foot high, set 2 or 3 feet apart from each other. They looked almost like a boundary marker, and Kit said that's what they'd used them as when visiting the cabin as kids. Their grandfather let them play outside unsupervised all they liked, so as long as they stayed on the side of the house with the stones. Well, I can see why, too. Even discounting the deer stop, it had taken us about 2 hours to drive out here, dense forest stretching away on every side. Thinking about a child wandering off into all that made me shiver. We took the rest of the day to settle in, And that evening, the boys presented us with a fire pit. We were having a cookout, involving not just the barbecue stuff we brought with us, but also fresh venison steaks. Well, I couldn't stomach eating the deer. I don't even know if it's because of the wrongness with it, but it was just the memory of it being wrapped around Curtis's truck. Did have a few drinks, though. We were all getting along nicely, getting into the groove, when we heard it. Another party, somewhere off in the distance. Like I said, this is private land, acres and acres of it. Anyone out here who isn't us is trespassing. Cassie was pissed off, but Kit was already pretty drunk, and he kicked right off. Suddenly he's got a rifle, and we're all marching into the woods towards this group of other people, with me just stumbling along in the back, clutching Jim's hand and praying my first visit to America doesn't end with me burying a dozen bodies in the frickin' woods. Luckily, sort of, we never found the people making the noise. It seemed to fade in and out. Not like it was being blown on the wind, but more like someone turning the volume knob on a radio or something. Eventually, Jay pointed out that all we were doing was getting ourselves lost in the woods, especially since by this point it was fully dark. We all agreed, and as we did, the sound stopped. Just like that, as if someone had finally switched the radio off altogether. We were all in a rough circle at this point, and I'd ended up alone, slightly away from the others. I was sighing in relief at not having to cover for a multiple homicide, when I heard branches crackling in the trees behind me. It sounded huge, but before I could turn around, it was right there, right behind me, so close I could feel its breath on my neck, so close that if I reached out backwards I could touch it. I tried to call the others, but the smell of musty fur and carrion was so strong it came out as more of a retch instead. I still got their attention. They turned to me, and despite the terror on their faces, nobody screamed. It's funny how it's possible to be so scared you just turn into a useless statue. My head was screaming for me to run, but my body had apparently decided to play that shit like I was facing a T-Rex. "What is it?" I managed to gasp eventually. No one answered at first. I don't think they really could. Finally, though, Cassie managed to grit out 3 words. "Emily, don't look." Seriously? Or whatever it was, it reacted to my speaking. I felt movement behind me, and suddenly that hot, stinking breath was right by my ear. At the same time, I felt a gentle pressure on my shoulder, as if it was resting a paw or chin there. I expected it to bite me at any second. What I didn't expect was for it to start whispering to me. I don't remember anything it said. I think my brain just stopped functioning at that point, like it couldn't handle anything else and had just given up and gone to sleep. I felt drugged, useless. I just stood there and let the whispering wash over me, like I'd already given up. I don't know what would have happened next without Kit. The sludgy daze I'd been in was blown apart by the loudest sound I'd ever heard, which I later realized was Kit shooting into the air. The whispering stopped, the hot breath receded, and suddenly everyone was screaming for me to run. Run, and whatever else you do, don't look back. I didn't look back. I did, however, look up, and that got me moving. It had antlers. Freaking antlers. I couldn't make out any features through the thick hair all over it, except its eyes. They were glowing, milky white, like twin moons hanging over me. And teeth. Oh, I definitely saw teeth. They all followed me. Kit and some of the other guys eventually caught up to me, then past me. Behind me I heard the sound of something huge and heavy crashing through the trees, and then the shrieking of one of the twins. She tripped on a branch and twisted her ankle, because apparently she decided now was the time to take a leaf out of the horror movie handbook. Her sister was screaming after us, saying we had to stay and help. And then, distantly, they both started howling like people being torn apart. The rest of us made it safely into the house, locking the door behind us. Do I feel bad about leaving the twins? Well, I'd love to tell you yes. But no, I didn't. Not even a bit. It's not like I twisted her leg, is it? It's not like they'd have come back for me or Jim. So why should I feel bad about it? Well, it all turned out to be a moot point anyway. We kept people on guard for the rest of the night, watching the edge of the woods. Well, obviously they do get reception out here, but it's seriously unreliable. Plus, I dropped my phone out there somewhere. Still, at 3 a.m., Craig woke us all up. The twins are outside, he said. Well, no one believed him at first. Not after the screaming, but no. There they were, waiting at the door. They were smiling, and looked exactly as they had earlier in the evening. Now, they said the thing we saw was a costume, worn by some Mikey guy who apparently couldn't make it up this week. Could, however, make it up for one night to scare the shit out of us, apparently, before heading back to civilization without speaking to anyone else. Everyone accepted this without question and headed to bed, but it was light before I could get to sleep. So, am I nuts or what? The idea of one guy bringing himself up here, luring us into the woods, pulling that shit and then vanishing back to society in time for work just doesn't sit right with me. Then again, what's the alternative? Seriously, what? Evil ghost deer? Hulked out Bambi's dad? Oh, elementary, my dear Watson. Well, I wanted to go home this morning, once I'd actually grabbed a few hours of sleep. But Cassie and Jim managed to talk me out of it. It doesn't help that the twins are supremely pissed off that we left them to die last night. Oh, they say they're not, but that doesn't stop them from staring at people when they're not looking. Caught them looking at me more than once already today. I turned around to see those totally blank expressions suddenly twisting into beaming fake smiles before they turn and walk away. And if they're pissed off, I'd rather they just say so. Worse, I'm pretty sure they've got something similar cooked up for tonight. Jim keeps saying he can't hear anything, but while I've been writing this out, typing away on the laptop he told me not to bring, hoping to catch the barest smidgen of reception, I swear I've started hearing people calling my name out in the trees, just beyond the boundary ring. So, I suppose my question for you is this: should I stay or should I go? Part 2. Apparently, I'm a total idiot. So, moving on. Something didn't sit right with me about that whole prank explanation. Jim is one of those people you see in ghost story-ass Reddits talking about carbon monoxide and infrasound and stuff, so we bought it hook, line and sinker. Cassie, though, felt the same way I did, and so did Kit. He's been having this friends with benefits thing with Ruby for years, and he woke up at some ungodly hour this morning to find her standing next to his side of the bed, just smiling down at him. That'd be weird enough, but Curtis, currently in an actual relationship with Topaz, had the same thing happen to him. Curtis is taking Jim's approach to things, though. I still managed to talk Jim into coming out with me and the Tovies. We told the others we were going on an all-day hike, which they seemed to buy. I assumed since we had plenty of daylight it'd be fine. We were trying to find the place where shit went down last night, and we managed it surprisingly quickly. I thought the run back to the cabin seemed shorter than the trek out because of the fear, but it turns out we'd been led on such a twisty path that the place we saw Goat Mikey is actually unsettlingly close to the cabin. Didn't feel good to find that out. We poked through the bushes for a while, but there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. We were just about to admit the Mikey story was true and head back, and to tell you the truth, I was weirdly disappointed. Ugh, I know things going bump in the woods is scary shit, but my life is freaking boring. Who hasn't idly wondered what it would be like to have an actual adventure somewhere? Not just getting wasted in the woods, but solving an honest-to-God mystery. Like Sam and Dean with less plaid and angst. Oh, better boobs. So, yeah, as glad as it was that we were apparently safe, there was still that little bit of me that wished there was something just a bit more interesting going on. And then, That little bit of me got its wish. We'd actually started walking back when Kit called us over, pulling something out of the undergrowth. I'd hoped it was my phone, but no, it was a digital camera, the one the twins were passing around yesterday. Kit held it out to us wordlessly, looking a bit sick. I saw what was wrong a second later. There was something splashed across it. Something that looked an awful lot like dried blood. Cassie took it and started flicking through the photos. Most of them were pictures from yesterday. Jim and I getting picked up, photos in the car, the fire pit, a selfie with both twins pulling fake scared faces, which they must have taken while we were following the voices. And that was it. The rest of the memory was just full of alternating photos of pitch black and overexposed white. Jim, being Jim, insisted on checking every single frame in minute detail. We were trying to shepherd him back to the house when Cassie stopped us, holding a finger to her lips. When Kit tried asking her what was wrong, she punched him in the shoulder, shushing him. Kit was carrying his rifle again, which made this seem like a bad idea to me. We all heard it then. Someone crying. Just this real broken-hearted sobbing, off in the distance somewhere. It was definitely female. I couldn't even guess at how old they were. We were all looking at each other now, and my skin had started prickling. There was something about the noise I didn't like, almost like it was echoing too much. It was really hard to tell where it was coming from. Kit called out to whoever it was, but the sobbing continued without changing. If we could hear them crying, then they must have been able to hear us talking, let alone Kit's yelling. But there was no response at all. After shouting a few more times, Kit turned to Jim, who nodded. I didn't get what was going on for a second, until Jim turned to me and told me they were going to try and find whoever it was, to see if they needed help. You can bet I wasn't best pleased with that notion. As much as I wanted some adventure, that adventure was me being kidnapped by the king of the forest and getting rescued by my motley crew of friends, or something. No, not my husband-to-be getting mauled by some crybaby woodland bitch. I asked him not to go, but then he made an annoyingly good point. What if it was some poor lost hiker, and she'd die because I was paranoid about ghosts? Right, fine, fair enough. Off they went. Cassie and I stayed where we were, Cassie pulling out a monster of a handgun, which I didn't even know she was carrying. Well, it was a bright day, but in the middle of the forest they disappeared from view so quickly it sent another chill down my spine. They had a point about the lost hiker idea. It must be so easy to get lost out here. And that was when the whispering started. Right behind us in the trees, just this barely audible whispering. I thought it was the wind at first. Then I had a dunked in cold water moment when I realized that, though I couldn't make out any other words, I could definitely hear my name being dropped in there. I asked Cassie, and while she could hear the whispering, she couldn't make out anything clearly. There was something about hearing my name in there. I don't know. It felt like I needed to check out what was happening. It sounds so stupid, especially since I've been thinking about how easy it would be to get lost in here. But still, well, it was like a compulsion. So I told Cassie to stay where she was, to wait for me and the boys, and to cover me with her hand cannon as much as possible. She didn't like it, but I promised not to go too far, and off I went, following the voice as best I could. I'd barely gone 10 steps when it stopped, and that's when I realized how quiet the forest was. I spent plenty of time outdoors. I know that when people say the woods are silent, they just mean there are no sounds of humanity. Other than that, there's plenty going on. Birds, critters in the distance, water, wind. But there was nothing. Just this really oppressive silence. You know what that reminded me of? Back home, we've got this haunted chapel. When you walk in, there's the same deadly silence. So heavy it seems to absorb all other sounds, but at the same time you feel the potential for something to happen. The feeling of eyes on you. The feeling of something waiting. That's what it felt like out there. Like a held breath before, well, before. I quickly retraced my steps. Cassie was gone. Like I said, the place was oppressively quiet. I wasn't even 10 feet away, and I should have heard her moving. She was just gone. But it was like I couldn't bear to raise my voice. It felt wrong breaking that silence. The sound of the guys, the sobbing, that was all gone too. It was so oppressive, it was like I could feel it as a pressure on my skin. I finally got a response, just not the one I was hoping for. It was the click, whine of a digital camera. No flash, just the sound. Almost like whoever was taking the photo was right beside me. "Hey, who's there?" I yelled, managing to sound angry rather than scared. Which was a feat, trust me, because I was freaking terrified. Have you ever sat there in a really quiet house with the TV on standby and realized you can hear the TV making an almost sub-audible whining noise? It's less a noise, more a pressure on your eardrums, something you sort of feel in your back teeth. What I got in response was like that. Only then it started getting louder and driving in deeper. First tinnitus, then a fire alarm, then so loud I could feel the pressure gripping my head like a vice. So much pressure it felt like my skull was going to collapse inwards. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't even think. There was just the noise. And then it stopped, like someone had flicked a switch. Gone, just like that. I was kneeling in the leaf litter, still alone, blood dripping from my ears and nose. And the oppressive silence was back. While I was recovering, I swear I heard one of the twins whisper my name nearby. And then a giggle, and then silence. Blessed fucking silence. I nearly peed myself a second later when I heard someone crashing towards me through the trees, but luckily it was just the boys. They said they couldn't find anything out there, but the sobbing had stopped suddenly, and then the trees had started rustling, like someone seriously fast was skirting around them. They'd been running back to Cassie and me when the sound had hit. Yeah, they heard that shit too. They weren't bleeding, which to me suggests I was closer to the epicenter of whatever it was. It was still bad enough that it dropped them, though. We were just starting to freak out about Cassie when she stepped back into sight, smiling like nothing had happened. We asked her if she'd heard the whistling stuff too, and she said she hadn't. She thought she'd heard someone calling her name after I'd left her and she followed it, but she hadn't heard anything else. Honestly, though, something about the way she said this was off. I think she's hiding something. I'm pretty sure she's in shock, like there's something not quite right in the way she's talking or moving. I think she saw something, and it scared her so badly she's dissociating, or something like that. Well, I'm an office worker, not a psychologist. Anyway, we headed back, thoroughly creeped out. And then, to add the cherry of creepiness on top of the shit Sunday that was today, I swear we were only gone for 2, maybe 3 hours. No more than 3. I'd put money on it. Hell, I'd bet my freaking house on it. But everyone else was convinced they hadn't seen us for at least 6 hours. The worst bit is, I checked my watch, and they were right. Well, I don't remember looking at it when we were out in the forest, so I can't be certain, but... No, screw it, I am certain. There's no way in hell we were in the woods for 6 hours. No way. We somehow lost time. Jim and I said goodnight to the others, claiming jet lag and wanting a night in together. To be honest, though, we just couldn't process what was going on. At least I can't. Jim's still trying to formulate some rational explanation for this shit. I love the man, but jeez. He's insisting we stay one more day, in case this is all one big misunderstanding. The rational part of my brain is telling me to believe him. I mean, shit like this doesn't happen. It just doesn't. You're probably screaming at me to leave, but I think if I did, I'd have to leave Jim. If he left now, he'd be admitting there was something out there that he can't explain. And he won't go until he's proven right. Well, I'm telling you one thing, though. One more incident, and I'm throwing the fool over my shoulder and sprinting back to civilization. Wish me luck. Part 3. This is me going the fuck home. In the immortal words of Lawrence Fishburne, fuck this trip. Those coyotes kept going all night last night, and on top of that they were calling my name again, whoever they may be. I noticed it only happened when Jim managed to fall asleep. I woke him up the first few times, asking him if he'd heard it too, but I realized pretty quickly there was no point. Every time Jim woke up, it turned back into wordless, yammering screams. Oh, bless Jim. He wouldn't say anything about it. He tried to pretend he didn't mind, but I could tell it was irritating him. So I just lay there awake instead, listening to those drawn-out, yowling shrieks calling my name. At one point I said, fuck it, and I went to take a look at what was going on. I peeked out the window, fully expecting to see something awful. But the screaming stopped right away. I thought that meant something, but then I heard the front door quietly close. Cassie and the twins had gone outside. They must have scared whatever was out there away. I leaned in close to the glass and watched them. They walked in a line together to the very edge of the tree line, stopping just on our side of the stone circle. They held their arms up, like they were reaching out to something just out of sight, in the shadows under the trees. I couldn't make anything out. But then, it moved. I stepped back quickly, gulping down a scream, slapping my hand over my mouth so hard it's a wonder I didn't bust my lip. I considered waking Jim again, but decided against it and went back to the window. Now that the thing had come forward, I relaxed a little. It looked like it might have been a stag, but a big one. As has been pointed out, I'm not an expert on American wildlife. It wasn't a moose, and that's the best I can tell you. Whatever it was, though, it didn't seem to mind the girls trying to touch it. I finally got some sleep after that, since it had actually gone quiet. In the morning, I went out to check the place I'd seen the deer thing, hoping to get a look at the prints it had left, maybe get an idea of how big it had actually been. No luck, though, since everything was overrun with canine prints. Pretty big ones, too. Jim, for some reason, thought running up behind me and picking me up was a good idea at that point. He dropped me quickly enough when I twisted around and tried to bite him in the face. I can't even explain my thought process behind that one. Well, he'd scared me, and my instant reaction was to try and bite his face off. "Hey, what the fuck?" he said, and he was right to do so. I apologized for trying to maul him, and he apologized for scaring me. And then he asked me if I still wanted to leave. And, well, I said no. I don't know why, it just came out. Like, I know you guys are seriously worrying about this, so am I. But whenever I think of leaving, it just... well, it's like I want to, and I don't want to at the same time. Like leaving now would be some stupid, hysterical reaction, you know. I don't know. That's what I felt this morning, anyway. Feeling a bit different right about now, though. I told Jim one more day, and he said that if that was the case, Kit and the boys would invite him out to shoot at cans, which I'm half certain means they're going hunting, but I'm not sure what the laws around that are, so shh. I asked him if he was sure. He just laughed and gave me a hug. Well, at least he'll be with Kit. And once they'd gone, Cassie came over and told me that we girls were going to take a walk down to the lake shore. Well, it's not much of a lake. Don't think it's even got a name. Well, Kit and Cassie have always just called it Lake Tovey. But it's big enough that it has a little island in the middle. A nice shingle beach and a little jetty. Very pretty. And with the day being sunny again, yeah, very picturesque. Plus the walk through the woods seemed to clear my head a bit. I've always loved being out in the woods. And there was that silence again, though. No ducks on the lake, no fish breaking the surface, no birdsong, not even the whine of mosquitoes or gnats. Well, that last one was welcome, though. We were just about to step onto the shingle when Rice grabbed my arm, risking a good biting to do so, and asked me if I thought Cassie was all right. "Did something happen on your walk yesterday?" she said, looking so worried it pained me to lie to her. Her eyes are so dark I could see my reflection, and then see the fake smile that I quickly plastered on. "No," I told her. Everything went fine. Why on earth would she think otherwise? Oh, because I woke up at about 3 a.m. and she was stood over the side of my bed, just smiling at me. Oh, shit. So I lied to Rice. Told her everything was fine, would be fine, whatever. Oh, I think I tried to deny it to myself until then, even when everyone was telling me not to. But as soon as she brought it up, that was it. I couldn't unsee it. Cassie was like the twins now. Not quite as bad as them. She was definitely acting more normal. But there was still that blank look in her eyes. Like even when she was looking at you, she wasn't really seeing you. The smile, which was so fixed and toothy, was more a case of them showing their teeth. And the fact that they were always watching someone with those blank eyes of theirs. They were just watching and watching. Usually me. But if Rice caught their attention, they'd turn it on her too. How could I have told her what I was thinking? Oh, if she didn't believe me, she'd think I was insane. And if she did believe me, her heart would end up just as broken as mine is. More, maybe. I don't know if this is something we can fix. I hope it is. I really don't think it is, but I hope so. Sunny as it was, the water was way too cold to swim in. Plus, I've got this thing about swimming in murky water at the best of times, which this is not. So we started skipping stones instead. And by we, I mean Rice and I. The twins just stood back, watching. Cassie, surprisingly enough, joined in after watching us for a few minutes. It turned out to be quite fun. Rice looked happier now Cassie was getting involved. Cass looked almost with it. It turns out I'm excellent at skipping stones. I do like winning things, but, of course, I didn't have long to enjoy it. Whatever it was, it came from that island. I didn't see it on there. I only noticed it when it slipped into the water. It was swimming towards us, leaving a wide V of water behind it. All I could really see of it was a smooth head covered in dark fur and a huge rack of antlers. Rice had noticed it too, and she smiled when she saw it. A really delighted sort of smile. Wow, is it a deer? She asked me, the not wildlife expert. I looked to her to point out I wasn't the best person to ask, so I saw it hit her the same time it hit me. A wave of dread so strong it felt like nausea. Stomach cramps, the works. Her face twisted into a look of pure horror, and I could see the goose flesh raise along her neck, just as I felt all my hair standing on end. It was like I suddenly ran hot all over, before that was doused with an icy coldness. My heart climbed up into my throat. Everything in me was screaming for me to run. Run like fucking, don't stop until I reached the cabin. But all of my muscles had locked up. And to cap it all off, that's when I heard it again. The tinnitus. The whistle, whatever you want to call it. I knew what to expect, though that didn't help. Again, it shot up through the register, up and up, until it was like there was nothing left in the world. Just the tiny bit of me that was still me, adrift in this white-hot furnace of noise. I don't know how long it went on for. I came back to myself, lying curled up on the shale, hands clamped over my bleeding ears. As my hearing started to come back, I heard screaming and splashing. I looked around as I sat up, dimly realizing that Cassie and the twins were already on their feet, smiling down at me. Rice wasn't there, though. I twisted to look out over the lake, and whatever the dear thing was had gone. Rice, though, was about halfway between us and the island, screaming hysterically between coughing fits. I ran out onto the jetty, yelling for her to swim to me. I was convinced she was going to die, that something had already ripped her open, or else it would wait for her to almost reach me before dragging her under for good. Instead, hearing me seemed to calm her down, and she started swimming back in. I waited on the very end of the jetty to pull her out of the water at the earliest opportunity. I even let her hug me, even though she was soaked in bitterly cold water. Well, she had no idea what had happened. The noise had left her just as detached from everything as it had me. Only when she came back to herself she realized she was underwater. Not just in the water, literally 3 feet or so beneath the surface. She'd sucked in a good lungful of lake water before she got out. Between that and the cold, I'm really worried about her. But I'm the only one who is, apparently. I helped her back to shore and the others were still just smiling, like nothing had happened. Well, I bitched them out for it, mainly because I don't want them to know I suspect them. As I outrice home, they trailed a few feet behind me the whole way, Cassie assuring me I was making a bigger deal about it than I needed to. Weird lost time again. I realized it when we got back, only a few hours this time. It was enough to upset Rice all over again, though. She's currently huddled next to the fire I built in the huge fireplace they've got in the main room, and she's been sobbing steadily since she got back. Nothing I've said can stop her. Cassie and the twins are just hanging around watching us, sometimes in the room with us, sometimes peering in through the frickin' windows, and smiling. Always smiling. Well, this is it now. As soon as the guys get back, I'm going the fuck home. Of course, that's the other problem. The boys still haven't come back. Kit promised me they'd be back well before dark. There's no sign of them, though. No sign at all. Oh, please let Jim be okay. Please, if nothing else, if no one else, just let Jim please be okay. I can see someone coming back now. I'm going out to get the van started. I'm not waiting for daylight. Part 4. Something is very wrong with me. I don't know what just happened. I don't know where I've been. I'm so freaking scared right now. There's nothing I can do about it. I think there's something in me, and I don't know if I can fix it. I mean, it wasn't the boys, the ones I went running out to meet. No, it wasn't them. I know that much, even if I don't know who the fuck it was. I went running out to see them, to see if it was Jim, fully intending to grab him and drag him aside and never let him go again. But when I got out there, whoever it was, they turned and started walking away. Only I couldn't just let them wander off. I couldn't. They needed to come inside. It wasn't safe. And that's what kept repeating in my head, like a compulsion. It's not safe. Save them. So I ran after them. Only they were walking far too quickly for how dark it was under the trees. And that's the last thing I remember. Well, that's a lie. I remember plenty. I remember swimming. I remember that although I was under the water, it didn't feel cold, and I could breathe just fine. I could see just fine, and I was fast, so fast. I remember flying. I remember the creaking of my wings, the flutter of the wind through my feathers. I remember the way the muscles of my shoulders worked to keep me aloft, the way I could see the fall of every sparrow. I remember running. I was so fast and graceful, and although I was scared of a lot of things, I was still powerful. I ran with my family, and together we were strong. I remember being hungry, and so hungry, this hunger beyond anything I've ever felt, like my stomach was twisting in on itself. But then when I ate, everything was 100 times more delicious than anything I've ever tasted before. I drank, and though it was only river water, I could have kept drinking forever, just for the taste of it. And I had desires, as if I hadn't been with someone for years. And when I was with him, I bit at him like a wild thing, and when I drew blood, he only laughed. I don't know where I was. I don't know who it was that I was with. It's just a series of disjointed memories all shuffled together. Pain and pleasure and sheer bloody freedom, all jumbled up so that none of it makes any sense now that I look at it. Like a dream. It went on forever, and it lasted no time at all. The next real memory I have is of stepping over one of the stones in the circle around the cabin. It's like I dropped back into myself. Boom! And there I was. I looked up and Jim was sprinting towards me, yelling, and for a second, for a second I pulled away from him. For a second he was a stranger running at me, shouting incomprehensible nonsense, and I was ready to attack him to defend myself. Then he got close enough for me to see his eyes, and it all clicked back in. He was asking me what had happened, what was wrong with me. I didn't know what he meant until I looked down, wondering why I suddenly felt so cold. Turns out I was stark naked. Naked, but so covered in blood, mud and clumps of fur that it was hard to tell. Every inch of me hurt. I was covered in cuts, bruises, scrapes, bites. I'd torn whole strips of skin off in some places. In total, I'd been gone for 2 nights and a day. Jim carried me inside straight away, put me in a hot bath and cleaned off what he could, fending off the others' questions. He got out the first aid kit he took everywhere with him and patched me up as best he could. He said I was in a state of shock, which I found funny. He said that was part of the shock. He also told me what had happened to him, why he was so late coming back. The boys had all been up in a tree hide, drinking, when they heard something. It sounded how he imagined a bear growling would sound, Jim said. It was right below them, moving around. It never came in sight, so they couldn't try taking a shot at it. Instead, they just stayed up there all night, trying to stay quiet as to not attract any undue attention. When they woke up, they found that Curtis had gone missing. No sign of him anywhere. No sign of a struggle. No one heard him leave in the night. He was there when they went to sleep, and gone when they woke up. They finally made it back that day, only to find I'd disappeared too. And Rice was hysterical by this point, and coughing steadily with a massive fever. Her swim apparently hadn't done her any favors, as I'd feared. Kit volunteered to take her into town, to get her to the nearest doctor. Of course, I'd disappeared with the only set of keys to the minivan still in my bra, so God knows where they are now. So they'd taken Curtis's truck instead. Now even when Jim can get a signal, he says Kit isn't answering his phone. Oh, poor Jim. He's so worried. He's worried about me, and he's worried about them. He's worried about Curtis, and that the twins don't seem to care about their boys, and that Cassie doesn't seem to care about what's happening to her brother and girlfriend, just like she didn't seem to care when I was missing. He's worried about the fact that Craig and Jay, since their night in the tree hide, have also been standing around, smiling but emotionless. Mostly I think he's worried because he still has hope we're going to live. He just doesn't know how to make that happen. I told him there's no hope. Not for any of us. I told him we should have left on that first day. But he shushed me. He seemed to think it was just hysteria, part of my shock, rather than something I know. I think he feels guilty, like it's his fault we've stayed too long. Oh, my poor boy. He's already spoken to Alex, the last of us who seems reasonably normal, and we're going to sneak off first thing in the morning. I think that maybe, if we start early and head through the trees to cut off a section of the road, we can be back in town by tomorrow night. I agreed with him, because it's what he needs, and because no matter what else is going on, I still love Jim. Right, we're going to leave before dawn. But it's not going to work. Part 5. It's my first time in an American forest, and I'm all alone. Jeez, this is it. This is the end of it all. We left before dawn, just like we'd planned. Jim, Alex, and me, creeping out with whatever we could carry in rucksacks. We set off into the trees at an angle, so we could cut through the forest and meet up with the road further down. That way, if the others looked for us, they wouldn't catch us just by strolling down the driveway. It was hard going, harder than we expected. The roots and grass clumps seemed to be trying to grab our feet, to trip us up with every step. Branches grabbed at our hair and faces, or else snatched at any exposed skin, cutting us. It's like the forest itself was trying to keep us from leaving. Well, the men wouldn't admit this, of course. They just kept slogging on, forcing their way onwards, their hope driving them to reach the road. As it turned out, they were right, and I was wrong. Alex reached it first, stumbling through the last layer of grasping branches to topple face first down a banking onto the gravel. Jim climbed down more gracefully, then held out a hand to help me follow. As soon as we reached the road, the boys seemed a lot happier, practically skipping along. They thought we were safe. Whatever they thought was going on, I don't think either of them ever admitted it was something otherworldly, not out loud anyway. Surely it was over now. They were on a road, a man-made thing. They were clear and away. Never mind that we were still surrounded on all sides by miles and miles of wilderness. The road was a thin strip of oasis, a lighthouse of humanity. We were safe. We found Curtis's truck about an hour later, sitting abandoned in the middle of the road. The windscreen was shattered, giving the safety glass a smoky look. The nose was crumpled in almost to the point of hitting the engine, and there was blood splashed across it. They must have hit something, Alex said uneasily. Something pretty fucking big, Jim agreed. Both doors had been left hanging open. One dangled at an angle, like a broken wing, where it had been half ripped off, but there was no one in sight. And though two sets of scuffed footprints led away from the truck, they weren't following the road onwards. Rather, they were heading back into the trees. Alex headed off after the footprints without another word. Jim went to inspect the truck, so I followed him. There was blood splashed across the inside of the cab, too. Across the dashboard, the steering wheel, the seats, the windows. Blood. Lots of it. The passenger side window had been kicked out from the inside. The driver's side was starred and coated with the thickest layer of blood. You could almost hear the echo of their screams in the air. Then Alex started shrieking. Jim ran towards him, and even though he told me to stay where he was, I followed him. I couldn't let Jim out of my sight. I couldn't risk it. We ran, but as we did, something washed over us, something louder and more immediate than Alex's horrific screaming. The whistle, the tinnitus, there it was again, dropping us to our knees. This time, though, I didn't end up drifting alone. This time I could feel Jim's hand in mine. When the whistle left us, Jim pulled me to my feet, and we kept going like nothing had happened. Alex had stopped screaming. We pushed through into a small clearing, only to find Alex in the jaws of a cougar. It dropped him and retreated when Jim ran forward, swinging a branch and bellowing a challenge. The cat pulled up at the edge of the trees and turned to bare its teeth at Jim. Then it turned to me, and our eyes met across the distance. It blinked slowly, then turned and loped off into the tree shadow. Jim had gone straight at Alex, though it was obvious it was hopeless. The cat had bitten clean through his spinal cord, right at the base of his skull. He wasn't the only one there either. Jim noticed first and tried to keep me from seeing, but it was what I'd have expected anyway. Kit was there too, sprawled out on the ground. The cougar had been at him too, maybe even more than one. There didn't seem to be a lot left. "She's not here," Jim said after a while, sounding sick. "Rice isn't here. Her footprints led in here, but then they just stopped." He was right about that. There was no sign of her. Though I bet I could guess what she'd look like if I ever saw her again. Jim practically carried me back to the road. We both felt like there was something wrong, but it took us a while to realize just what it was. Yeah, we'd lost time again. It was far later than it should have been. And I think that was the point when Jim really started to panic. He told me to shut myself in the truck cab while he ran the rest of the way alone. Then he would have someone come back to get me. He seemed to think it was a great idea under the circumstances, but I thought it was about as awful as a plan could get. I begged him to stay with me, literally begged him, and I think he thought I was scared for myself. He just didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. But I did. I knew if I let him go, I'd never see him again. Not as we were then. So I begged him to stay with me. But he didn't. I didn't see any point in waiting around or in spending a night in a drafty truck. I made my way home instead, and I wasn't exactly surprised to find that the way back was easier. The cabin was empty when I got there, completely deserted. I wasn't particularly surprised to find that either. Well, I'm still writing this because I want someone to know what's happened to us. I'm inside now, with all the doors locked, all the windows shuttered. Jim won't be coming back, I know it. And if the others do, I don't know what I'll do. Jeez, I don't want to know. I'm all alone, but I can hear things moving around outside. I'm so freaking scared, but probably not for the reasons you think. I'm not scared of what's out there getting in. I'm scared that eventually I'll want to open the door. Oh, God, help me. Part 6. My first time in an American forest, and it's been wonderful. Can't take it anymore. I just can't. There are people out there. I think it's the girls. Maybe Craig and Jay too, but they're hanging back with the other things I can see in the trees. It's the girls. And it's him. They're calling me, still, all calling me, but I don't want to go. I don't. I want to be me. I want to still be me. More than anything, I just want to be me. Why can't I stay? Oh, I should have gone with Jim. When I was with Jim, I remembered home, my real home. He calls me, and I should go. No. God, it's getting so hard to think. It's not just coming from outside now. It's coming from inside, too. From inside my head. The tinnitus keeps sounding over and over and over. Each time it comes, it lasts longer. Each time is getting closer together, like contractions. Is it a rebirth, then? A beginning from an ending? Or is it just an ending? The things outside, are they newborns or parasites? Shells? Are they really there at all? The thought has crossed my mind, you know, that maybe everything has just been in my head. Maybe I'm locked up somewhere, dribbling on myself and screaming about things circling me in the darkness. Maybe I never even left the UK. Or maybe the plane crashed and this is hell. Why can't I still be me? Why do I have to go? A sacrifice of myself to myself. I just want to go home and live my life the way I've always lived it. I wasn't exactly happy, but I was me. At least I had Jim. We could have been happy eventually. I know it. I know we could. I won't open the door. I won't open the door. I won't open the door. I'm bleeding constantly now. Nose, ears, even my eyes. It will almost stop, and then the tinnitus will come again and start the bleeding afresh. Every time it comes, I lose a little more of myself. I can feel it leaving me. I can't remember being a child anymore. Can't even remember how I met Cassie. I can still remember how I met Jim, though. I think I can, anyway. I met him on a night out, and a friend of a friend. They only ever called him James, but he told me his surname was Jones, and I laughed about it. I never called him anything but Jim afterwards. My Jim. I want people to know what happened. I want someone to know the truth, that I didn't just get lost or eaten by a wild animal. None of us did. Don't forget us, please. Remember us, because I don't know if we will. I won't open the door. I won't open the door. I will not open the door. I can't remember what university I went to. Christ, I can't even remember if I have any brothers or sisters, or my parents' names. Why is it Jim that I remember? Is it some stupid love conquers all shit? Is it because he's the only person I brought with me from home? I don't think he can cross the stones. That's what they're there for. I see it now. To keep his attention away from here. That's all they can do. Once he's seen you, there's nothing you can do. What he wants, he takes. He can't cross, but the girls can. They're at the doors now, at the windows. There's more of them than there should be. They're whistling, the tinnitus, it doesn't affect them. They just wait it out and then go on talking, telling me what I could be, telling me I've been chosen, telling me all I need to do is open the door. Open the door, Emily. Open the door. I won't. I won't. I won't. Why can't I stay? Please, please let me stay. I don't care if they have to kill me so long as I can die as myself. Please, that's all I want. I just want to still be me. I won't open the door. I won't. I won't. Jim's outside. I can see him now. He has him. I didn't think he'd make it away, but I hoped. I should have gone with him. God, I hoped. I don't know how much will be left of Jim before long. He hasn't stopped screaming. They're not hurting him, just holding him. Still, he's seeing things a rational brain shouldn't be forced to see. I was marked. I see that now. I understand. This is all my fault. We came out here because of me, and then we followed the voices. It was me he came for. I don't know why, but that doesn't change things. Everything, everyone, my fault. I'm opening the door now. I'm sorry. It's all over now. Everything's okay. Jim's dead. I killed him. It was better this way, better for both of us. That I did it, I mean. Well, it was fast, and I was there for him. There was no pain, I made sure of it. I used my teeth. His blood is on the stones, and now the cabin is ours too. I went out to speak to the ones outside. Cassie, Ruby, Topaz, Rice. Only that's not who they are anymore. Like I was Emily, but now I'm not. Now I'm something more. Because I killed Jim. Back home I was nothing. Back home I worked in an office. Why should I have gone back there? Why should I have missed this? Home. Was it ever really home? God, please help me. Please, please help me. Well, I was wrong. People have ideas about things. They try to explain things as best they can. But people's brains are small, narrow, thin, frail. Human brains can't see everything, because if they could, it would be too much to bear. Humans can't see everything, because if you could see everything, well, you wouldn't be human anymore. I can feel the trees growing. I can feel their roots. I can feel everything living in the forest like it's a part of me. I can feel Jim's life going back into the earth. And it's beautiful. As humans, everything is always so scary. We give names and stories to things we don't understand, because it's by naming it that we understand it. No matter how scary it might be, if it has a name, it's manageable, it's understandable. You're scared of the woods and of what's in them. Well, I know, because I was too. Don't be. All we want to do is share this. Don't run. Come to us. Trust us. I know there'll be people who knew Emily who are worried. You don't need to be. It's okay now. It's all okay. I know now. This is a place where I'm safe and warm and loved. I'm home. And you could be too. Part 7. This is my life now, I guess. If you're looking for explanations, I'm not the one to give them to you. If you're looking for a name, we don't have one. Our people are old enough that we can remember a time when we were the only ones here. Although technically only the elders were the ones physically here back then. And we can all remember it once. Once whatever has happened to us has happened to us, I suppose. We can see all the way back to when the first trees grew here. And we can see and feel everything that happens here now, all at the same time. Yep, that's the sort of shit I have to put up with now. I think this will be the last time I can write anything. I'm still in and out at the minute. Sometimes I'm still just Emily. Well, mostly I'm sort of Emily plus, I suppose. Even then, I'm still me, sort of, I think. It's really hard to say. Trying to explain how this works now I'm Emily plus is basically impossible. I'll do the best I can, but you don't have words for most of it. Telling you in person would be difficult. Telling you in written words is, well, I can't. And trust me when I say you don't want me telling you in person. Not now. The other reason for this being the last post is that electronics hurt like hell now. I think it's something to do with the frequencies they put out. It causes headaches, nausea, general feelings of achy unpleasantness. Basically not something I'm willing to put up with. Look, don't come out here. That's why I'm sitting through what feels like a wicked case of the flu to put down my last words for you all. I know what we said last time about coming out here, but just fucking ignore it. Kid and Cassie's family were concerned about the fact they hadn't heard anything from us, especially since they were due to be at their parents' house for some big welcome back from the woods barbecue by about midday yesterday. They came out here a few hours ago, a father and a couple of uncles and cousins. Cassie went up and tried to convince them to leave, but they'd seen Curtis's truck on the way in and had found what was left of Kid and Alex. Well, they were pretty upset, understandably, and wanted us to leave with them before it was too late. Yeah. What surprised me was the first thing Cassie's dad did was grab her and yell in her face. You crossed the stones at night, didn't you? What were you thinking, Cassandra? Didn't Grandpa teach you anything? And Cassie just kept trying to get them to leave. It's almost like she cared. Maybe she even did. I don't remember anything from before I arrived here. But you never know. Maybe if you put my actual parents in front of me, I'd at least remember who they were. We killed Cassie's family anyway. They point-blank refused to leave without her. And worse, they were talking about doing something. Given it was her great-grandfather who carved out a human safe space and put the stones up in the first place, well, we couldn't risk it. Especially not since her dad and uncles actually seemed to know what they were talking about. They looked surprised when most of us came out of the trees and started walking up to the cabin. They looked a bit more than surprised when the elders followed us over the ring of stones. Well, that's what complacency does for you. Never rely on 100-year-old charms, folks. Especially when they can be cancelled out by something as simple as a gift of beloved blood. I miss Jim, I do. He'd prefer it this way, though. He was never going to be allowed to leave, and given a choice between this and death, well, he was always a very rational man. According to the big man, some people just can't make the transition. They fight it so hard it rips their mind apart. They end up either dying right away or wandering the forest, neither one thing nor the other, completely insane. And he can tell who can make the transition and who can't. The only reason he took the twins is because he needed someone to watch us. He didn't want us to panic and make a run for it that first night. We'll look after them, though. Probably won't be necessary for very long, but we will. I was touch and go, apparently. They called it a difficult birth afterwards. If it hadn't been for... well, if I hadn't helped Jim, I probably would have ended up like the twins. Lucky for me, the big man was set on having me. Part of it was that I was due a reward for not eating the flesh of the elder Curtis had killed. Don't ask what happened to Curtis. Seriously, don't. But, weird as it sounds, the rest was that I'm Welsh. Strange, but true. I'm the first woman they've seen with the accent, and it turns out he's a fan. And then my little sojourn out there with him just sealed the deal. And so, my advice to you is this. If you do decide to go into the forest for some reason, fuck knows why, but it's your choice, try not to kill anything, plants included. We don't like that. If you do have the overwhelming urge to kill something, then for fuck's sake make sure it looks like it's supposed to first. Why? I'll give you a little example on that one. Draw a deer from memory, then compare it to the real thing. Not so easy, is it? You really don't want to kill one of us, not even without meaning to, because when it comes to our people, we don't really go in for mercy. There's someone coming up the road now, so I think Cassie's dad got the word out that there was an issue. Probably called the police after finding the corpses. Sounds like it's going to be a case of retreat and observe, which works for me. Gives me time to get to know the new family. Plus I'll need to take it easy for a while. I remember what I said. and remember us. Oh, and if you call me a goat man, I'll track you down and rip your fucking throat out. I was hired as a security guard to protect a steel mill. What happened there should be made public. I am Reckless 25. Part 1. Well, it's hard to trust anyone after what happened, but knowing that the public will not be informed about the truth has made me worry beyond belief. Maybe it's because it's all too far-fetched. I don't know. I suppose I should be careful with what I say, but I now know something that was obviously intended to be kept a secret. I don't exactly know how deep they've got their hands in everything, but after I share this with you here, well, I'm sure someone will be sent to track me down and erase me from existence. Someone's always watching. However, after everything that happened, I don't really fear that, or even death right now, because there's something else out there that is much more horrifying than simply taking your last breath. I need to tell anyone I can about everything that happened when I was a security guard for this steel mill. After I finish writing this, I'll submit my knowledge to a news station, but I've decided to share my information here that's more descriptive, and I'll do my best to include conversations that were important. It should go without saying that some identities will be protected. Security guards usually call fellow guards by last name, but I think I should be careful anyways. Let me tell you a bit about myself. You can just call me D. I'm a 42-year-old single male, and after being hospitalized from a gunshot wound from active duty, I was honorably discharged with compensation packets. Being hit with this quick depression, I never wanted to commit to anything other than occasionally attempting to work out and get through the pain. I was gaining extra weight. I hated the idea of counseling and thought about getting a dog, but my pain subsided enough for me to finally say enough was enough. I was losing money and it was time to get a job, so I put in several applications online to become a security guard or anything that welcomed my background in the military. Stick to what you know, right? And for years I made my way through the world of being a security guard, with the occasional aches and stiffness, and guarded all sorts of off-limit areas, government facilities, banks, offices, factories, you name it. Some employers even welcome my license to carry a firearm. I tried not to lean towards jobs like that, but when the money's right, the money's right. Now, becoming more comfortable in the field of being both an armed and unarmed security guard, I made a name for myself and would eventually do my own freelance work for various companies in private security. Some people get paid top dollar to guard things that even I had no true knowledge of what it could be. Those jobs came with signing NDAs, and I won't lie though, I enjoyed the feeling some of those jobs gave me, especially the ones needing people with the experience I have, just to keep their eyes peeled for armed intruders, and to fire on sight like I was in some action movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger would pop out and start a gunfight. On regular security jobs, you're not permitted to take another person's life and use deadly force. But for private security, things could get more serious. Well, this particular job, after a while, became very much like that. But far, far worse than I could ever imagine. I was contacted by a company, and obviously I'll not be naming them here, to guard multiple buildings for both day and night shifts. The area itself was barren, with a patch of forest to the south of the facility and own property lines fenced off and marked with no trespassing signs surrounding the zone for miles. There was a total of 6 buildings to guard, buildings A through F, with A being the closest to the parking lot. Railroad tracks were behind 2 main operating buildings that were labelled C and D. Building A was where they assembled parts, and a conveyor belt ran all the way through to Building C to deliver scrap. Buildings A and B were opposite each other, and by them was a trailer for workers, our guard building, and a yard for trucks to load supplies with dumpsters and a shed for maintenance. Opposite that was the parking lot, and our main gate, with a guard that seemed to be there 24/7. We can just call him Phil. Buildings E and F were used for housing supplies, and Building B was basically empty, save for some discarded equipment. The building itself was constructed further away from the other ones. There were 4 windows in the guard's office, and one that allows you to see the gap between B and A. I didn't really know what that building was used for, but I actually enjoyed guarding this place for the 9 months I was there. Well, until they asked me to sign some documents in the guards building. Then everything spiraled straight into a nightmare. The day started out like any normal day. I don't like being early or late, so I showed up right as my day shift was about to start, as always. I was greeted by Phil, showed him my ID card, and was cleared to enter. I then pulled into the parking lot, got out and headed for the guard's office. Looking around, I noticed 2 nondescript vehicles parked on the dirt road where deliveries would be, with traffic cones placed by one of the vans. Must be some inspectors, I thought. Once I made my way closer to the guard's office and glanced over at Building B, there was a group of men with jumpsuits and respirators gathered around the front of it. They were installing a card reader on the main entrance door, but the actual door was gone. I started walking a bit slower, and then noticed the welding machine. Trailing behind the other men, there was an industrial and very expensive-looking hand truck being pushed and supported by 3 more of them near the opening. It was carrying a brand-new, heavily reinforced door. That was definitely something you don't see every day. Shaking off the weird feeling I got from seeing that, I swiped my keycard and opened the guard's door, noticing I had guests seemingly waiting for my arrival. The man in charge of all operations, Sam, was with 2 people in black suits standing near the surveillance station. I rarely see this guy ever. I then noticed an extra monitor was installed as well, watching those men outside install this new door. One of the suited men held a packet of paper, and the other guard assigned with me, we'll call him Ray, was already sitting down by one of the windows opposite them. "Here, what's all this about?" I asked Sam. "That's all right. Just go ahead and clock in and sit down, please," Sam told me, trying to sound polite. I looked over at the 2 men before stamping my time card and sitting down in a chair. The 2 men looked at each other, and the one on the left took a step forward. "A pleasure to meet you. How are you doing today?" he asked with a tone that did not sound friendly in the slightest, monotone and emotionless. He extended his hand in greeting. "Fine." I shook the man's hand, and he continued. "I am Special Agent Franks, and this is Calloway. We represent Optimal Solutions in a collaborative operation with the United States government to store supplies and other materials that may be hazardous if mistreated." He sat down a stack of papers on the metal desk nearest me. "You can read all about us in the packet if you'd like. We need to occupy Building B for a period of time, since it's not operational here. The area will be disinfected, and anything we work on will be contained inside the warehouse. We apologize for any inconvenience." He paused, probably to see my reaction. "Okay," I said, picking up the sheets of paper and skimming the details about this subcontracting medical research group while listening. "I understand this may seem unusual and on short notice for you security guards stationed here. We've already spoken with Sam, and he has allowed us access to the building." He paused again and put his hands on his hips. "Now, the work we do is not only important, but it is crucial we are in a secure location. I would like to explain a few things. Is that all right?" he asked the 2 of us guards, and I glanced over at Ray. Ray shrugged and spoke. "I'm already here. Just get on with it." I nodded my head in agreement and looked back at Franks, handing him the pack of papers. Due to this particular work study, the identities of people involved and the nature of the work is considered highly classified, and any information about this cannot be disclosed to the public. I'm sure you've already gathered that we are installing a reinforced door over at Building B. We're asking that you include this area in your perimeter checks during daytime. At night, we will be stationing armed men under our direct payroll by those doors. Watching over the camera feed is only required for you then, but you will be given our frequency to speak directly to us on those devices. No one besides us should be allowed access. That door will be used for our personnel only. We're going to be staying within the compound throughout the time we are here. Military rations have been issued and workers' quarters are currently being installed. No one gets in and no one is permitted to leave the premises until we have completed the work or have been given authorization. We've already installed another camera watching that area as well, so it can be easier for you to keep watch while fulfilling your other duties." He pointed out the monitor. Ray spoke up. Damn, don't suppose we're getting paid more for this crap? Keeping quiet and all that, he asked, chuckling. And that's one thing I liked about Ray. We'd be on the same tip with money because I was about to ask the same thing. He just had the balls to ask first. Your time and service for all of this will cause a substantial increase in your already agreed upon payment arrangements. If you do not wish to participate, you are free to leave, but you will not be able to return to this area once we've occupied it. If you want to return to work after we are finished, you'll have to talk to Sam here. Do you have any more questions? He replied, and I thought about why they chose this location of all places. It was basically in the middle of nowhere. I had to wonder about that. And this was in the beginning of November. It was going to be snowing soon. Although I wasn't completely shocked. Companies all over the world would occupy facilities for a period of time to store materials, operate in, or even collaborate on business within this particular field when supply chain demand was low. Maybe there was something they couldn't tell us. It seemed to me that they operated through more unconventional methods, but that was obviously between Sam and them and whatever was going on in this federal level shit. Well, what kind of supplies are you talking about? Is it something toxic? I asked. He just remained still, not moving a muscle, and then replied, That is classified information. You are not to share anything about our whereabouts to anyone, and if you do, it is punishable by law, as you'll read in our non-disclosure agreement, he said, smiling, and didn't speak for a moment. Okay, how long will you be operating here? Are there any other duties included? I inquired. I wanted to ask so much more, but I knew when to stop prying, and I could use the extra cash. It's not like I could just outright ask them, why are you guys using a secluded warehouse for top-secret work? Without them getting some level of annoyance with my questions. Now the other man piped up. As long as it takes us to finish, your job will be no different from what you're doing already here. You're free to report any abnormalities you may find concerning it any time. We're just spending some time in the warehouse, and there may be extra tasks required depending on the situation. You do have military experience, Calloway offered with an attitude I didn't particularly like. What did he mean by that? Well, they must have spoken with Sam about me and Ray. Ray had never served, but was on the force some time ago and was permitted to carry. I looked over at Sam briefly, and he just gave me a blank stare while scratching the back of his head. I gave it a once-over in my head, spending a passing moment to get my thoughts right and bury any red flags I may have noticed. This whole meeting had happened so suddenly, and I didn't exactly get a whole lot of time to think about any of this. Well, money was always a plus, and so I opted to play the grunt I was being paid for by saying, "Yes, sir," and then signing the non-disclosure agreement. Ray followed our new orders as well. Part 2. The next 2 weeks after this were fairly normal, minus the worker that walked out during a shift. I was checking Building C and made my way around the perimeter. This was a first for me, but one of the exit doors nearby flew open with a worker in full gear frantically muttering something to himself. I watched as the man walked towards the parking lot while fumbling with his keys and lunchbox, and then disappeared behind a corner. Just then my radio crackled to life. Patrol 1, this is management. We have a worker going home. No action needed. Out. Stunned, I stood there for a moment thinking of what could have happened, so I recklessly advanced in his direction. Wait, I called out, and began jogging his way, and made it about 20 or so feet behind him. He still didn't slow down or stop for me. He continued walking quickly, turning another corner, and eventually was out of my sight. Well, I don't normally act out of impulse, but the manner in which this man left his shift had made me anxious. He looked terrified out of his mind. It was someone I was familiar with, but I never got his name. He's been here since I arrived, so he had to have been here for over a year. Still jogging, I saw that he was already approaching his vehicle and getting in, so I slowed down and eventually stopped. Phil was flagged and he got the gate open for him. It looked like the guy was shouting at Phil in his car to hurry up. I was standing near the edge of where the parking lot meets the property, and Phil noticed me. I could see he was looking at me, frowning, shrugging his shoulders. When I asked one of the supervisors about it later, he informed me that he couldn't tell me why he'd left, and I didn't ask any further questions. He marked something down in his work log and looked up at me. I hate to say this, I think this guy's on drugs or something. Keep an eye on him, yeah? Well, he wasn't threatening or anything, but still. Josh has been working there for 3 years. Only had one incident with a machine, but he was pretty moderate. Well, no one acts like that here. I'm going to have a talk with him, that's for sure. I just let the guy go home to calm down for the rest of the day. I can't deal with any freakouts. We have a business to run, he explained, and I agreed. I told him I'd keep a close eye on him, and then got back to my duties. Another 2 weeks passed, and Ray told me something that had me more than a little worried. Monday through Wednesday, I have the day shift. Thursday through Saturday is my night shift, and he has the opposite schedule. Hey, D, you got a minute? He asked when I was about to clock out. He had a troubled expression on his face. Yeah, everything all right? I asked, glancing over at the monitors. He also looked at the monitors, showing these people hauling in huge computers and, for some reason, large loudspeakers through the warehouse shutter door in Building B. And then he looked back at me. I don't know, dude. I was doing a sweep by Sam's office and overheard him on the phone with someone. He then put his hands up in a defensive gesture. You know me, I don't screw around. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I just happened to be near his office with the janitor mopping when we heard him yelling in there. He was fucking loud, dude. The door was shut, but it sounded like something bad was going on. I heard him shout something like, Hey, how come I was never told about this? We already had a deal. Then we heard someone break in there. We just looked at each other and went our separate ways after that. When he finished by wiping some sweat from his forehead. What the hell could all that be about? He asked, quietly. Well, I just shrugged, glancing at the monitor showing the new door with 2 guards armed to the teeth, and wondered what could be going on that we didn't know about. Looking back, I should have just found a new gig right then and there. Well, that same worker was cleared again for going home early, and I would sometimes hear strange whirring noises when I go by buildings A, B, and C. Well, not anything from the work here, but more like tinnitus. A worker on his break ended up giving me a pair of extra earplugs. They barely worked. I figured that it was some kind of machinery they had in there that was causing the ringing, like some kind of emission frequency or something similar. I did see them haul in huge machines and various computers throughout the whole process, too. Maybe something with the speakers. This only piqued my curiosity even more. Just what the hell are they doing in there? Having a frickin' concert? Before I could even begin to think about bringing my concerns up to Sam, there was another duty added to my checklist right around then. One of the mill supervisors called me when I was at home to inform me that there'll be a construction crew digging below Building B, apparently to fix some issues with the piping system underneath the building that was causing some kind of leak. We were instructed to watch over that area as well once the leak was taken care of. Does it have maybe something to do with what's causing the buzzing in everyone's ears? I said, and I heard him chuckle. It was probably a stupid question, but I asked anyway. Well, I don't know. We had to shut down operations today and tomorrow, so you guys got a day off while they fumigate whatever this is and clear it. We haven't been down there in years, so it doesn't really come as a surprise since they got an operation going on. Only natural to find some pipes that may have burst. Maybe it was an accident. They better be more careful with whatever the hell they're doing. But if they clear it, then I don't really see a problem. As long as no one gets killed, that is. He told me, chuckling again. I'm confused, I said. You and me both, buddy. Hey, talk to you later. Well, the first day I had to work with the extra duty included starting off with me spilling coffee all over my work pants, causing me to almost be late for once. The construction crews were to be on site and would remain underneath the building for the next month or so. Sam seemed to be pretty upset about this, and it was confirmed when Ray spoke about the phone call he'd overheard. There was a huge hole they dug just to the east side of the building, and for up to 12 hours a day, we'd see the workers doing their thing. Throughout all of it, I couldn't really keep tabs on everything they were doing exactly. And as time went on, we were given tasks like helping with maintenance or patrolling the outer edge of the property for a time, as if someone would be there. We were to report any suspicious persons and keep our pistols on us. Plus, that ringing would sometimes still bother me. I was starting to get really anxious ever since. If I was sitting by the cameras, I'd catch myself fidgeting my leg up and down so fast it was like my nephew's video game controllers were vibrating. I'd have to grab my leg and force myself to relax. Not only was I stressed about these new patrols, it was, well, something else. Like as if an uncontrollable urge to either bite my nails off or scratch at an area would persist. After a week passed, we got another hire to come in and patrol with me and Ray on the night shifts only because we needed to do active rounds outside at night now. He was a shorter, middle-aged guy. Really quiet, but did his job well. His name was Jeff. Never got any other information about him, but this is around the time where things started to get, well, for lack of a better term, pretty scary. It was mid-December, and the construction crews finally finished up their work. At around 1 in the morning, when Jeff and I were monitoring the camera feed, I was shaking my leg so fast it was causing a slight tickling noise to occur as the wind outside howled. No snow was on the forecast, just a bitter chill in the air mixed with the darkness of night. Obviously, when the night shift rolls around, there are no workers present in the mill, and the 2 armed guards are stationed in front of the new door, decked out in urban BDUs and winter gear. It was here, when looking at the monitors displaying the camera feeds, that I spotted movement near one of the windows located on the 2nd level of Building B. It was through a feed that had to be panned over to get a better look. At first, I could only recognize the outline of a shape, but it almost looked like a door opening. Clearly, someone wearing light-colored clothes appeared past the open door, crouching down. It was already pitch black outside, and the resolution from the camera wasn't all that great. But we could still see them. "Yeah, zoom in right there," I told Jeff, who was already on it, and zoomed in to where I pointed. It was a person. I noticed they had something that looked like a phone in their hand. I had no knowledge of how to even get up there from the inside. They must have found a ladder or emergency stairwell for roof access. Sure enough, I began to see the person crawling on a ledge and eventually made their way to their feet. I remember them saying no one was supposed to leave, let alone be on roof access at a time like this. Was the person taking a smoke break? It was here when I noticed the person was wearing a lab coat. I sighed. Well, maybe they were just a scientist up there having a smoke. Jeff looked up at me from the chair. I kept looking at the feed. He wasn't pulling out any smokes. I felt a chill and decided that something wasn't right. After I quickly searched through binders and folders that might contain the map of the interior, I found it and confirmed there was indeed a roof access staircase inside Building B. I looked up to the feed again, still baffled, noticing they began climbing onto the roof now. Just then I remembered what that rude agent, Calloway, had said to me. "You are free to report any abnormalities you may find concerning at any given time." I grabbed my radio and changed the channel to their frequency. "Hey, I think you've got a situation. Is there someone cleared to be on top of Building B?" I asked over the radio, and I made my way to the window to look at Building B. The radio crackled to life, and a commanding voice replied. "Negative. Our personnel will investigate. Out." I looked back to Jeff and decided on going out there to see if I could assist in any way. They didn't tell me not to just now, so I made my way to the door. "Yeah, maybe something's wrong. Just monitor everything here, and if things go south, you know what to do," I said, and Jeff gave me a stern look. He nodded, and I got the door open. I jogged to Building B and didn't stop until I got to the entrance of the building. The armed guards had their rifles aimed up at the top of the building, and that's when I saw him. The person on the roof was holding some kind of device. "It's too late. I already sent it to them. They're on their way." The man shouted this down at us and began laughing like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The armed guards had flashlight attachments and were keeping their aim on his torso. I was about 10 feet away from the commandos when one of them noticed me. "Get back to your building now," he shouted, and I jumped at the sudden commanding voice. Just then, there was that ringing in my ears again. I was so confused and felt a ball form in my chest and stomach. Couldn't quite gauge what the hell was happening just then. I felt like this was a military drill or something, to see what we'd do in a case of an emergency like this. Well, that ringing persisted. It was tolerable. It sounded like there were speakers all around me blasting this dog whistle kind of noise. I shook my head and got back to my senses, and the ringing was to a minimum now. The man on the roof looked to be a scientist or researcher that must have been helping out with whatever they were doing here. I couldn't see his body entirely, but now the man was holding his ears with the device still in his hand. "You made this mess." The man kept shouting this over and over until I heard the gunshot. Another operative must have gotten up there. My heart sank when the spray of crimson misted in the air as the hole burst through the man's forehead. His arms went to his sides and he slumped forward, falling the 2 stories into a crumbled heap on the ground in front of the soldiers. The device the man was holding lay broken in pieces on the concrete, next to the blood that began pooling around his body. My eyes went wide with fear, and I couldn't stop my heart from pounding. "Hostile neutralized. Cleanup unit, come to the entrance," one of the men reported on their radio. Well, I should have left. I should have said to hell with the money and gone home. But now I was right in the stink of this crap. I just witnessed not only something that wasn't meant for civilians to see, but a murder. Alarm bells began going off despite the ringing that still persisted. Before I knew it, the soldier closest to me aimed his rifle at me and paced forward. "Whoa, what the hell?" I was blinded by his flashlight and raised my hands up. "Stay where you are," he shouted, and I kept my hands up with the gun dangling from my finger. "Easy, I'm not a threat." I tried pleading with this guy, did my best to keep my gaze fixed on the gas mask the operative was wearing. It was here where a constant flow of thoughts invaded my mind. Who was that scientist talking about? Who's on their way? Could the armed men hear the ringing too? Was their gear suppressing them from hearing it? Was I being exposed to radiation? Are these guys even military? "Drop your weapon slowly," he barked, and I slowly put my pistol on the cold pavement. If I was going to survive, I had to stay alive and play along with their demands. I was rushed back to the guards building, told to stay put until they finished handling the situation. We were told to not call for the authorities, as a unit was already on its way for medical care. The soldier remained inside the guards building with us until our shift ended. However, we did not get to go home, and nobody else came into work that day. Well, the commandos were already freaky enough. I should have known better than to sit back and allow this to happen. But it was already too late. My gun was left outside, and undoubtedly taken by them. The jig was up, and Jeff and I were suddenly taken hostage inside the guard's office. Part 3. It was at this point where the entire facility had been taken over by this group. They had helicopters buzzing in to deploy more of these commandos under their order within 20 minutes. I know the sounds of a deployment pretty well. They had to have had commandos stationed all over the building by now, inside and out. I ventured even snipers and men with RPGs being positioned in elevated places. They were preparing for a battle. Well, here's what happened. 3 days passed and it was Christmas Eve when the people took over the facility. They were in zip ties and placed in the locker room. Commandos would periodically watch over us. We were kept hydrated and fed sometimes, and Jeff was actually still quiet throughout this. I did my best to tell him that help will be here soon and to try and relax, although it really didn't seem to faze him. We were basically POWs at this point, and I was probably a little more frightened than he was. I had to be quiet because one guy was really rude to us for no good reason, telling us that we were going to die here, trying to frighten us. We were already confused and helpless. Oh, they weren't going to just announce it, but there was no doubting we were fooled by some militia or terrorist group. However, I noticed a quick lack of morale with a couple of the soldiers. They knew they were in for it, and the actual military would be here probably any minute. God, if it wasn't for that guy escaping. One of them stopped himself and cleared his throat while the other commando remained quiet. Christmas rolled round. There was heavy snowfall, and the command stated that a winter storm was approaching. This gave them the thought that any attack by armed forces would be put off for the time being, but they were wrong. That same soldier who would give us shit remained inside the office with another operative for a period of time until they were ordered to report back immediately. This is Theta Command. All units report to your designated battle zones. Weapons free. Oh, fuck, I heard the one guy shout, and then looked over to us. If you know what's good for you, I'd hide somewhere. The other guy scrambled out without a word. Oh man, screw you guys. I should just kill you both right now. But he didn't. He stood there and stared at us with his hands trembling. He screamed out and took off to fulfill his orders. Jeff and I were now petrified in stone. They'd only used zip ties on us, so we easily escaped. I remember thinking about just running, but I valued my life and decided on staying inside this building. We got ourselves free and stood for a moment. I don't know what's going on here. Let's barricade ourselves in. We don't stand a chance out there. What if something happens and we have to call for help? Jeff said this to me in a surprisingly low tone. We both frantically began bombarding the door, using the metal desk, the fridge, and the filing cabinets. The two of us were strong enough to get a good blockade up. There was no time to even think. We kept finding more items to put against the door until we definitely had enough weight to hold. Well, at least for a while. After we were satisfied, we both looked at each other, panting, and then over to the monitors. What the hell, right? I remember saying, and we then scrambled over there to watch the feed. What unfolded will forever be something that replays inside my head worse than any kind of flashback from my time serving. It was an absolute massacre. First, from inside the building and to the right of us, we heard the sounds of armed forces approaching. A loud wham, then boom from within the facility, and we saw the damage on the monitor. It's definitely an airstrike on Building B. A cacophony of gunfire then erupted all around us, and we saw in the feed as the battle ensued. I could see men falling to their deaths, small explosions, scientists scrambling out of the facility and getting gunned down. Helicopter turret guns ripped a handful of the operatives in half. Instead of hearing that ringing though, or even jingle bells and Christmas carols on this holiday season, it was all replaced with the sounds of total chaos and bloodshed. Holy shit, I said, crouching down by one of the monitors, telling Jeff we needed to either get down or get in a locker. One of the handbooks stated that in any case of emergency or terrorist attack, an option would be to lock the door and call for help and then find a locker. The lockers were bulletproof and big enough for someone to hide inside of until help arrived. Bullets were already ricocheting off the building. We had to find some cover immediately. The locker room was a small space in the building, and I yelled for Jeff to get inside one of the lockers. If we stay put, we'll get shot through a window, I shouted to him, and he nodded his head. A louder explosion then occurred, shaking the entire building, and we stopped to look out of the window it came from. We were stunned to see that they'd managed to successfully target the incoming military chopper and take it down. It spun out of control and landed right where Phil would be stationed. A single window shattered then. We got moving while ducking and holding our heads. Having no other choice, we opened the lockers closest to us and squeezed in, getting down as low as possible. Suffocating dread was persistently clocking down more minutes of my life, no doubt. The gunfire and explosions outside were enough to drive anyone mad, but being trapped in a metal coffin on top of that was not on my bucket list. Needless to say, we were trapped regardless, and just needed to wait this out. After some time, the gunfire died down, and we'd only occasionally hear a pop ring out every so often, and some shouting. The feed was still playing. I had a thought. There's a record option, so I decided to get out of the locker and press the switch for it. I took a deep, long, and exaggerated breath, and then slowly got out of the locker. Jeff soon followed. Let's check the camera feed. I want to record this, I told him, and he nodded. Looking around, we found a couple of stun batons to clutch onto in an attempt to feel like we could defend ourselves against any of the operatives trying to get in here and kill us. We then walked over to the monitors and found the chairs to sit down in. I'd say about 10 minutes passed then. I don't know how long the fighting went on for. I hadn't even thought to check the time. The odds, for whatever reason, seemed to be evenly matched. This was a brutal battle. Getting a closer look at things as the feed was recording everything, we noticed just how many commandos they really had. How the hell they managed to station hundreds of armed men in that facility, I have no idea. Oh, God, I don't even know what to say, I remember saying out loud instead of just thinking it. A short moment passed, and, as if on cue, something else started to happen in one of the camera feeds that displayed an area behind building B and A. It was at this moment that a raw and all-encompassing new fear took hold. Well, there's really no other explanation for what I'm about to tell you. They obviously should have sent a larger strike team here to fight, because on one of the camera feeds was displaying a person clutching a soldier up by the throat with one arm. He was doing something to the soldier's abdomen, but we couldn't really see. The man was at least 7 or 8 feet tall, maybe more, and was lifting the soldier up with little effort while completely fucking bare from the waist up. He looked to be wearing some kind of hospital garb, only covered in blood and grime. And with ease, this beast of a man tossed the soldier aside like he was an empty bottle. You could clearly see the muscle definition ripple and turn red, despite the quality of the feed. He just stood there breathing into the air like a mad dog, head violently twitching. Oh, this guy was an animal. It was already 17 degrees Fahrenheit out there. This was unnatural. Jeez, how the fuck is that possible? I remember saying out loud. Just then the brute snapped his head to his left, as if in response to me speaking. I remember almost letting myself go right then and there, looking over at Jeff briefly as he looked back with shocked expressions on both our faces. Before I could even react, the man was no longer on the camera feed. "Oh, God, please help us," Jeff whispered, and I noticed him clearly shivering. I felt a horrible chill too, and thought about getting in the locker again. I raised my arm and pointed to them, and he nodded to me. We quickly got back into the lockers and kept the stun baton in our grasp. Seconds passed. More time passed. And suddenly, there was a burst of loud banging on the door, and I mean loud. One of the windows burst and a rain of shattered glass poured from somewhere inside. More glass broke, and I closed my eyes and felt the ground shake. There was this horrible squelching noise, as if something long and wet were writhing and reaching for something inside the office. Whatever it was making contact with things inside of here. It even rustled the locker a bit. I was keeping my eyes tightly shut, and after a few seconds, I was brave enough to open my eyes and try to get a peek out of the vent. There were these red shapes appearing outside the small cracks. Couldn't quite see it all, but eventually the lights went out, most likely from this thing breaking all of the bulbs, and probably the monitors. I began to hear this raspy breathing through the wreckage, as if coming from a ravenous maw. I braced myself and stopped moving entirely. Then, in an instant, everything stopped. Tried my best to cover my mouth and breathe through little air pockets in my gloves, because I was basically hyperventilating. I'm honestly surprised my heart hadn't burst by then. God, I almost wished it had, looking back. A short moment passed, and we remained still inside the lockers. My breathing calmed, and I was able to quietly catch my breath. Oh, thank God for the sounds of the storm out there muffling my quiet breaths. Jeff must have been doing something similar. As the seconds rolled on, I listened closely for any sounds, but only the storm persisted. Once I had the thought to close my eyes again and take another quiet breath, I heard the most terrifying noise coming from outside. Like several nails on a chalkboard, although it was the yell of a man crying for help, perversely mixed with a dying animal screeching in pain. And that ringing came back full force, and I lost consciousness inside the locker. I don't know how much time had passed. I woke to the sound of Jeff opening his locker. Opening my eyes, he appeared before me and helped me out of my locker. "You okay?" he offered. I said yes, and he spoke again. "I think whatever that thing is gone." I looked around. The entire office had been trashed. Monitors were broken, and there were these dark marks all across the ceiling and walls. Noticing the broken window, I saw the blood trail that led to the forest from the facility out there, and breathed deeply. That freak of nature showed no signs of being harmed by the weather, and had escaped this place. That thought alone terrifies me. I looked back to the monitors and noticed two of them still weakly displaying the feed. Both the bodies of the soldiers and commandos lay fallen all around, and I could see some of their weapons still intact. "Jeff, I know this sounds crazy, but we have to go out there and find out what's going on," I said to him. "I understand, I think," he said to me, and put his head down. As a former infantryman stationed in Iraq, I feel like it's my duty to go out there and figure something out, anything. I stared at him, feeling that old sense of duty return to me, and he raised his baton. "Hey, you need backup?" he asked me, and smiled weakly. I smiled back, but I honestly didn't want the young man to risk his life, in case there was something else out there. Then again, someone to watch my six wouldn't hurt at all. I appreciate it. Right, let's go. When we get out there, snag one of their guns, and let's try and look for a radio that one of the soldiers had. Ours can only reach within the facility. We might have a chance of calling out for their backup squad, I told him. "Good idea," he replied. We devised a quick plan to get inside Building B and see if there was a communication center, like their headquarters, still intact. "Right, you ready?" I asked him. He took a huge breath, and I did the same. "All right, let's get out through the window. I'll go first. Watch the area," I said, and we went ahead with our plan to brave the storm and head for Building B. There could be other survivors in there. They might still be armed and willing to kill us. I told this to Jeff. He said he was ready for anything after what we'd already been through. I had the feeling we both knew this was a risky idea, but we were now in this together no matter what else would be in store for us. If no one else was coming, we had to do something, and we had to do it now. One of the windows was broken, and we could easily fit through it. The jump wouldn't be but 10 feet, so we made it easily out into the cold. It was still dark, but the sun was about to rise, so we had a dim orange glow faintly aiding our sight. We both found rifles and searched for rounds and magazines. Everything was quiet now, save for the howling wind that attacked our senses, and we made our way to the entrance of Building B. The snow was pelting us in the face. We were covered in it by the time we got inside. The opening on the large metal door had caved in from an explosion, so we slipped inside, avoiding the small fires that still blazed menacingly in the wind. Part 4. Once inside, we found out quickly just how awful this atrocity was. Not only were there people shot and left for dead, but there were also bodies torn to shreds and discarded. That thing must have had its way with them, because blood caked the walls and bodies lay in a gory mess. Bullet holes and charred marks from more explosions littered the walls and all surfaces. We both just looked at each other in shock. "Go on, let's go," I said quietly, and we proceeded forward, because I noticed an opening with some lights that flickered around a corner. We cautiously made our way through and got to a point where it looked like we would finally hit an area with the new construction. The addition was dug out deep below and made into this makeshift science lab. Wires and bulbs that were connected hung up haphazardly to keep the light illuminating this entire area. I could see those large speakers embedded into the rocky walls. Sparks flew from multiple instruments and machines that buzzed or malfunctioned but were neatly stacked in certain areas. There was a large operating table with bolted-down reinforced shackles that lay broken to the side of it. More blood and glass were littered around this area. I even picked up a few documents on the ground, but most were stepped on or covered in filth or blood, too much to even be legible. Scientists and soldiers, both our military and their commanders, were all dead. I was speechless. There were no words to even be said at all. We had just walked into something straight out of a horror film. Right, I'm gonna go and have a look around. Look at those desks. You check that upper level over there. See if you can find a soldier with a radio. I told Jeff, and he agreed, aiming the rifle around and walking away. I made my way towards the set of desks that had computers still booted up. Some were destroyed. I tried messing around with one of them and opening anything that could tell me what they were doing here. Couldn't find anything discernible. Pushing that aside, I moved towards another desk and had a look around. More bodies lay dead on the floor, so I decided to look for a radio. I bent down to one of them, moved his body up to look at me. The soldier had suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the chest and face. Just then, I heard a cough and aimed my weapon at the source of this sudden noise. It was one of their commandos. He was still alive. Well, I had the thought of just opening fire, but I wanted to try and get some answers. His head was slumped forward, leaning against a crate, and I could see his ribcage was poking out through the torn body armor. He must have been in a great deal of pain. I used this to my advantage and approached him. There wasn't a helmet on him, but the hairline was oddly familiar. Right as he looked up at me, I knew it was Calloway, one of the guys that had made me sign the NDA. He spluttered, and blood flew from his mouth, trying to say something to me. I remained motionless, transfixed on this horrifying situation. His arm was twitching, and he attempted to reach for what I assumed was his wound. His arm began moving faster, and just as I realized he was reaching for something else, I snapped back and a muffled boom to my right rang out. Calloway's head caved in. The pistol he'd gone for dropped from his grip and landed to the side. I shouted out and got down on my knee, almost falling on my ass, aiming the rifle around, and found out there was another survivor. One of our guys had a silenced pistol aimed at Calloway and had just saved my life. He must have noticed my security guard patch on my winter coat and made the judgment call that I wasn't a threat. I quickly registered the situation and called out to Jeff, rushing over to the soldier while aiming around to see if anyone else was around, almost in tears at this point. I finally got to him and steadied the man in my arms, noticing his rank. He was the captain for this platoon. Jeff quickly made it over, and the soldier was reaching for his face mask. Jeff then took off the soldier's helmet and face mask for him with ease. There was blood pooling out of his mouth, and he also had severe wounds to the abdomen. Some of the blood got onto my coat and hands, but I didn't care. I needed to hear this man's last words now, or it would be too late. He'd just put his life on the line for this. "Can you speak?" I asked, and he was still coughing up blood quietly. He didn't speak or move at first. He just looked at me with an expression one would only have on the verge of death, and then, with a slow and deliberate motion, he opened his front pouch and felt around for something. I saw his eyes close, but he smiled through the pain. He then frowned, pulled out a small USB port and offered it to me, still coughing. When he did this, my insides flipped, and I instantly asked, "What is this?" Then I took it from his hand. The captain looked up at the ceiling while choking on blood, and merely said, "Everything." As his eyes rolled, his body went still. He took his last breath right there in my arms. There was nothing else to do but gently lay him back to the ground and let the fallen captain rest in peace now. After a passing moment of silence, I took one look at the USB port in my hand and decided on reading this now on one of the computers here. Jeff, cover me, okay? Look, I know this is reckless, but I need to know what this contains right now. I don't think I can wait. Jeff, as usual, kept quiet and nodded, giving me his stern look again. I made it to a computer and popped it in, with Jeff following. He raised the weapon to study the area periodically, but we couldn't keep our eyes away from the screen. There was a report with some attached files. Once the file transfer was complete, I read it all in one go as quickly as I possibly could. To sum it up, this attack and gathering of information on a certain terrorist organization was called Operation Winter Eyes, and anyone available on call was sent to wipe out the force from a group called TNDA that was found on US soil, otherwise known as the New Dawn Administration. All of what I'm about to share is obviously not meant for civilians to hear about, but all things considered, I really don't give a fuck right now. Throughout reading this, I found out that not only are secrets and advanced technology being kept from the public, but ranks within NASA had been infiltrated by one of these members and gained information about a planet's moon that's never been documented before, well, according to the report. Which planet is not stated. Apparently one of those moons had proof of living organisms residing there. Thermal readings and multiple satellite videos displayed these lifeforms fully functioning, and people were beyond ecstatic. A team was of course sent out into the outer edge of the planet's rim. The ship sent a team of 14 people, and they came back. But something terrible happened to some of those astronauts, and it was seemingly because of this TNDA group. Records indicate that someone from inside the spacecraft fired off some kind of relay signal that disrupted the lifeforms from moving and, quite possibly, sustaining their habitat. These creatures were able to somehow collectively reach the NASA spacecraft from the moon and cause damage to the hull. Records indicate the impact on the damage report showed no signs of any cause for losing control out there in space. However, the report stated that several of the lifeforms housed themselves inside the bodies of some of the astronauts sent out there, and throughout this were able to pilot their way back to Earth. The report indicated that these parasitic anomalies are only capable of feeding, reproducing, and, if housed inside another biological lifeform for a long enough period of time, can essentially rewire the human genome down to the very last cell within the unfortunate victim's body. They classified the size of the things to be about up to 6 or 7 feet long, and were considered as being somewhat similar to Taenia solium, or pork tapeworm. Scientists at the time of containing the initial outbreak were able to use cutting-edge technology to halt the organisms from causing any more harm, and only when the spacecraft came back to the NASA station did researchers find out that this parasite was able to perfectly take over and mimic the host it's able to feed on or infect with its offspring, which are the microscopic larva-like organisms that infect your organs from the inside and eventually take over by reaching the brain. The organs and limbs are digested and somehow reanimated from within using this substance the larvae collectively secrete that's similar to mucus, and the main parasite can trigger commands through its own cellular network like a hive mind. It can then even intake oxygen like any other human being after a full assimilation, steadily growing larger and larger from within as the feeding continues. How large they can grow isn't documented, but there was a patient zero that was supposed to help them determine that in humans. The scientists were, at one point, able to test these things on animals like dogs, monkeys, and even large reptiles, with results that would make your stomach churn. What was supposed to be a simple gather and collect data mission in space turned out to be something unimaginable, and the man we just saw toss a soldier like it was yesterday's trash? Yes, Patient Zero. Patient Zero had no record of any identity, at least not on this report. Just that he was an astronaut sent out to that planet, and the name was blocked out. He was actually being hauled to a top-secret government prison when TNDA intercepted the smaller military convoy and successfully took the shackled brute to this steel mill, tricking Sam into thinking this was official business somehow. The military tried to track down the group, but were unsuccessful. TNDA decided that this was a golden opportunity and began experiments on the subject immediately here, acquiring all the necessary fake documents to make everything seem legitimate. There was a side note typed out in this section that read, "Possible aid from double agent. Identity unknown." The file also indicated that any other abilities of this organism, while inside a biological life form, were yet to be determined, but thoroughly studied. After more research, they concluded that certain vibrations, frequencies, and sound waves were able to control the organism from within its host, putting it in some sort of stasis. They collected that data from the audio logs of the mission, determining the sound waves on that planet caused them to, in unison, vibrate on the planet's surface and are contained within the atmosphere that way. But the relay signal caused the piercing frequency to occur as they approached the unknown planet before the attack. Whoever figured that out had to be a damn genius. And that would explain the loudspeakers here, and it was recorded that the designated frequency would cause an amount of discomfort in human beings, yet the sound is somehow barely audible. It must have been amplified underground. When introduced to water or certain temperatures, it adapts to the environment without fail, as the cellular structure of these parasitic entities are not fully known to planet Earth. If housed and fed inside the invaded biological organism long enough, the human who fell victim to the parasite would appear the same as the person they were before, but only now all human emotion and empathy would have been devoured. You'd see a shell of the former person that they once were. The report also claims if the limbs are detached or removed, the cellular function within the reanimated body would cause a mutation to occur. Well, that was the only information I could gather from this report on Patient Zero, and these things they found. Anything else is either yet to be documented, or the government and TNDA know more. However now, since some assholes in the fuck-up doomsday cult disturb the natural order in the solar system, we now know that these things make contact with humans and can remain housed comfortably inside a life form and live like a twisted puppeteer sent from outer space. TNDA also had done their own studies, but I couldn't find any information in this building. How to exterminate these things has yet to be documented. With all this in mind, there was another attached file that explained how one of the underground hives and facilities under direct command of the United States government had, in fact, been compromised at one point as well, thus turning over a plethora of information, as well as access to a certain satellite unit's mainframe. This sole perpetrator had posed as a researcher and escaped with all of this classified intelligence. They made the connection that, since that top member gained access to certain satellites, they assumed that he or she used some kind of jammer to block them from tracking their location after the capture of Patient Zero and fooling the military. The man or woman in question is known to be a figurehead in this terrorist group, and their identity is yet to be verified. The only alias they've uncovered is a single name, Goldstein, and from what the military gathers, plans on using diseases and even create bioweapons to infiltrate certain military compounds and trigger an apocalyptic event to capitalize on. Surprisingly, over the years this group gained quite the following in the underground world of this country. Ex-Secret Service agents and even grunts for the Marines were blacklisted, and it stated that cults were being formed with agents spreading the influence all over the planet. All of these targets and enemies of the state. The report also mentioned a steel mill owner getting killed after speaking to a scientist over a radio transmission, informing the scientist of roof access. Sam is now dead because he tried to tell someone about TNDA. Ray really had overheard one of those assholes telling Sam about the dig, and probably more we didn't know about. Ray, that lucky bastard, was at home. Well, I'm glad. Wait until he gets a load of this, I thought to myself. What a merry frickin' Christmas this turned out to be. After reading through all of this, Jeff and I stood for a long moment and stared at the computer screen, displaying images of men that had no idea they were being photographed. Men in suits getting into luxurious vehicles with a security detail, what looked to be a team of researchers or astronauts at NASA, and these monstrous experiments the military conducted on animals, and I could clearly see what they did to Patient Zero. Yeah, they sliced him apart and reattached him time and time again to get their data. Jeff and I decided to get the hell out of Dodge. We found Sam's old company truck nearby with the keys still in his office. Thank God there was still enough gas in there to just get onto the main road and get out of there. We got in with me driving and took off down the road and past the burning helicopter. Once we made it onto the main road, there was a military Humvee on fire near a trail that snakes off by the main road as well. It was undoubtedly one of their checkpoints that got overrun in case the battle was in their favor and civilians came around. Knowing that this place was housed in the middle of nowhere, and people were rarely seen around here, I had to wonder if people could even hear the explosions and gunfire, or even if the world was listening at all, probably distracted by their phones and devices. If they had thermals watching us from above, they let us escape because I never got stopped, nor did I stop driving until we were far away from that nightmare. This just made me wonder even more. One thing that stuck out was when I took a glance in the rearview mirror. I almost stopped the vehicle. Before I even had the thought to even slow down, Jeff had said something that snapped me back to staying alive. "Keep driving." After he said this, I only nodded and sped up, because one of our soldiers was standing on the road watching us drive away from the steel mill, with his stomach entirely emptied. Part 6. This was over a month ago now. I haven't even watched the news or gone online. Just assumed the attack was completely covered up as an accident or something. This is the first time since the ordeal that I've been online. I haven't heard anything from Jeff or Ray. Jeff asked me to drop him off somewhere near his house after that, but I decided to keep moving from place to place. I doubted they'd just leave me alone, so I decided to keep running, and keep that US bought from the soldier with me, for the time being at least. Well, I'm being followed now. I know it. It was only a matter of time before I either slipped up or they were just able to find me. Unfortunately, like a paranoid moron, I slipped up by using that USB port on my laptop. I quickly grabbed it from home along with a few important items. Well, I just wanted to confirm again that what I was seeing wasn't just some hallucination. But, well, it triggered something, a failsafe or whatever. And in bold words, a message popped up. "This device has been compromised." I just panicked, smashing the thing and my laptop to pieces right there in my hotel room, and I quickly darted out of there. I'd already paid for 2 nights, but it was time to move on. I don't know who to trust. Maybe I should just let the military capture me. But I just panicked and destroyed the USB. Even if the military is trying to get to me, I don't know if I want that kind of involvement right now, after I just destroyed a piece of their equipment and ran from the facility. They've already shown me the carnage and lengths they go to seemingly to cover this up. Imagine what they might do to me. Well, I'm not only paranoid, but terrified beyond words, and I've considered just taking my own life after I post this story here. Maybe the military will help after all. Don't really know if I want to take any chances, though. Normally I wouldn't take such drastic measures, but I'm just a nobody anyway, and whatever they have in store for me might just be worse. Well, before I sign off, I said I was being followed, sure, but the TNDA or the military isn't the only force I'm worried about. That thing escaped from the steel mill, and there was another topic that went over my head throughout everything I'd taken in. These things are capable of infecting a host, and the soldier that was being gripped by Patient Zero had to have been completely taken over by now. I keep seeing these people randomly appear before me throughout my time of running. They'd be standing somewhere, eerily watching me from a distance. Be a different person every time. I'd notice them, and they wouldn't move a muscle. They'd just remain still with their eyes fixed on me no matter where I'd go. I'd walk through a crowd of people, drive somewhere, take a risk and grab a bite or a drink somewhere. Boom, there they would be. Faces fixed in a blank expression, focused on me and me only. Somewhere either outside a window or even close by, being mere feet away. If these things can somehow perfectly blend in with society, then we need to know. I can imagine you'd want to be kept in the dark about something like this, let alone fall victim to one of these things. And if the TNDA somehow captures this monstrosity again, who knows what might happen. Well, it's late in the morning. I'm currently held up in some shitty hotel room yet again, paying cash and not using my card or real name for anyone to track. I've taken to drinking again, and eat sleeping pills like candy every night to attempt at blocking out my night terrors. Wow. Didn't even realize how long this had gotten. Even so, when you go through something traumatic, reliving the experience can become easy. I honestly don't know where else to go. So to whoever actually takes the time and listens to this, just know one thing. Something beyond our wildest imagination exists out there, and there's nothing we can do about it. Let this be a warning to those who wonder about the secrets of the world. Lock your doors. Give your loved ones a hug and a kiss. And remember that danger could be closer to home than we may think. Hopefully, someone who can actually help listens to this and does something. The world may very well depend on it. Project B2560 by Luke Hemingway. It's been more than 3 years since the events of my story that I'm about to tell you. Months and months of therapy, counseling, and even a few stints in a psychiatric facility have pushed me to this point. The point where I can finally open up about the horrors that I discovered and endured. I have no doubt that there'll be people out there who don't want this story coming out. I have no idea how long I'll last. But people have to know. He is still out there. Somewhere. I'm going to hit you with a pinch of truth before I begin. The world of investigative journalism is a harsh one. There are no friends, no allies, just colleagues you feel worse for shitting on than others. It's a dog-eat-dog world, law of the jungle. If you're not on top in the game, it's game over. That's why when you're fighting these battles, nothing else seems important to you outside that world. Even things going on right under your nose. And sometimes it does cost you, as it did me. My name's Robin Cooper, an investigative journalist from Marietta. Did that job for the better part of 7 years. Well, I started off strong, I can't lie, covering a local homicide that ended saving 2 boys from spending the rest of their lives in prison. Well, we'll get to that later. The story was a smash hit. Paid for the house, car, kept my wife happy. We even conceived our child celebrating the success of that piece. Things were never quite the same after that, unfortunately. People at work cut me out of work. Stole contacts from my phone, just generally made it impossible for me to write about anything juicy. Before I knew it, my life was in the pan. I was in debt, divorced, and struggling to keep my head above water. I needed a story, something big. I was losing out to everyone else. I was becoming the next for the axe at work. A rival of mine got the scoop on the R. Kelly abuse victims, and the other uncovered the Theranos scandal. Thought my career was going to take a turn for the better at one point. After a hacker friend of mine helped me obtain deleted files from the Kremlin, I put together a piece on the Cold War and suspected underground experiments that were being tested on Russian soldiers, in preparation for a potential attack on the US, as well as potential interrogation tactics for the POWs, such as the notorious Russian sleep experiment. But it was one of the workplace rivals who got wind of what I was onto, hacked my laptop, sent the files to his computer, and deleted everything I had. Well, in the eyes of my employers, I was back at the bottom of the pile. If I didn't find something juicy soon, the only thing I'd be covering is the drive-through orders at my nearest McDonald's. I was sat at home, searching the web whilst pulling my hair out, wondering what story would help salvage my career. I honestly considered jumping before I was pushed and emailing in my resignation right there and then. And suddenly I got an email in my inbox. My eyes lit up when I saw the name. It's my hacker friend, who, yes, will be remaining nameless for his own safety. We occasionally shared information he'd acquired through questionable channels, I paid him well for such information, and as such, he only emailed me when he had something valuable. It's simply a shame that I was stupid enough to leave my laptop at work and have my password as my birthday. Well, not this time. This was my story. I work from home now, to prevent any leakages and file stealing. I began to get excited as I opened the email. Hey, Robin. Just giving a little tip from my guy who got me the inside track on the Cold War dirt I sent you. He's pointed me in the direction of something else that may be of interest to you. During my most recent fishing trip into this other scandal, I managed to accidentally, totally not on purpose, stumble into some archived research files belonging to good old Uncle Sam. The files I've sent you are from a facility not actually that far from you. It was located in a remote area near Vinings, around 10 miles from your town. Interestingly, his name or address isn't officially listed on any map or documents, none that I can find, but I have managed to find a satellite image of where it used to be on Google Earth. The location is actually listed as an old air base, but anyway, I've included a screenshot in the email. It's worth noting a large fire was reported in the same area, around the time these files were deleted. Maybe nothing, but if you ask me, there is no smoke without fire, LOL. Hope these can help you get back on your feet. Regards, your friend, Redacted. Well, I couldn't help but begin to wonder if this was going to be a waste of time. Was this the golden goose I was looking for? There was a single folder attached to the email named Project BT560. I downloaded it. God, it was a hefty file. It took around 18 minutes to download everything. By the time it had finished, I brewed a fresh cup of coffee, fetched my notepad and voice recorder, and was ready to get to work. As I began to open tabs on my computer, someone tugged on the bottom of my shirt. I shook from being caught off guard and turned to face the person. In my excitement, I completely forgot I was a father for a split second. "Daddy, I think there's a monster in the closet," my daughter claimed, a shuddering whimper to her tone. "Oh, come on, Kaylee. Been through this before. When Daddy's working, he needs his peace. It'll just be your imagination," I replied, dismissing her concern. But I saw it." I held my hand up. "Enough," I demanded. Her face dropped instantly, causing me to feel like a real piece of shit. I immediately placed my hands on her shoulders in a comforting way. "I'm sorry, honey. I shouldn't have snapped, but I'm really up against it with this work, and if I don't do it, Daddy's boss will be mad with him. And then he won't give him lots of money, meaning, well, we won't be able to take that trip to Disneyland. How about you be a brave girl, go get under the covers, get some of my work done, then I'll come check on you. How's that sound?" Kaylee didn't look too convinced. "But Dad, I really think there's something in my I interrupted her. "Kaylee," I warned her sternly. She complied, stared at the floor, and sulked off back to her room. All the while, she reluctantly climbed the stairs back to her room. I yelled to her, "I'll be up soon, honey. I promise." I then got back to work and opened the folder that was now fully downloaded. I was greeted with an array of more folders with labels. Subject information, donor information, subject post-op journal entries, dispensed medication, procedure information. These were just some of the labels on the folders. I decided to start with the procedure information folder, find out what I was dealing with. I didn't know where to start. They'd made hundreds of documents with mumbo-jumbo, medical stuff that frankly I couldn't make sense of. I shifted through the files until I decided to start with the procedure information folder. Now, this folder contained 3 items, 2 documents and a video file. The first document, proposal, dated 3rd of April 2013, caught my eye. I clicked on it. My eyes widened as I read the words. Whoever these people were wanted to perform an experimental brain transplant. In short, they would take a subject with a terminal brain defect, upload all their memories, values, and emotions using cyber interface equipment, and download them into a new healthy brain, and transplant that into the subject's body, thus trialing and potentially proving a new life-saving procedure. I had found my golden goose. This was incredible. Imagine being the journalist who covered the next major medical discovery. This would be bigger than penicillin. Louis Theroux would be writing me fan mail. I sent across a large gratuitous payment for his work, the last $2,000 of my savings, shamefully earmarked for a holiday with my daughter, agreeing to send him more when this took off. Actually, not if, when. I began to feel the burst of optimism, when suddenly I remembered that what my friend had said in his email, the fire. I pulled up the email again and scrolled down to the satellite images. It looked like a dirt road, roughly 1.5 miles, leading into some deep woodland area. The path reaches a clearing, roughly around 400 square meters. There's a lot of black ash residue and scorched earth, with remnants of burned steel and timber. The image is dated May 2019. In the email, there was a link to the fire department's report on this blaze. The fire was put out on the 13th of February 2019. The cause was inconclusive. Interesting enough, key points of the report, like items recovered and items lost, were all redacted. I smelled a cover-up. The thought dawned on me that this experiment likely took place due to the number of post-op files included in the email. And judging by the dates, it took place somewhere between 2013 and 2014. And clearly the results didn't go to plan, otherwise we'd hear about this being rolled out to the public. But what happened? It was so bad that, they'd had to burn everything to the ground. I began to dig in more to the project. The next folder I went to was the subject's details. I pulled his file. The subject's name was one Jason Myers. Now, at the time this was written, Jason Myers was 27 years old. He lived with his mother and sister in a small townhouse in Cherokee County, Georgia. His father prematurely died of a heart attack at the age of 64 in 2013. According to the file, Jason's mother suffered a mental breakdown, leaving Jason to provide for himself and his 1-year-old sister, Jessica. At the time this file was written, Mrs. Myers was back living with her children, but now it was Jason who wasn't doing too well. He was employed at a local grocery store in town, working maximum hours for minimum wage. He was the sole breadwinner for his remaining kin, and the walls were closing in on him in more ways than one. See, Jason was keeping a terrible secret from his family. His medical records show he attended a full body check in 2014 to determine if he'd inherited his father's fatal cardiac defect. And while he found to be clear of that particular burden, it was revealed he suffered from frontotemporal dementia, a rare brain disease that affects 1 in every 20,000 young males. It's a form of dementia that begins to attack the cells of the brain at a much younger age. There's no known cure for it, and thus it is, sadly, terminal. Most sufferers are dead within 2 to 10 years of their diagnosis, during which time they suffer memory loss and severe confusion, not to mention the behavior problems: aggression, violence, erratic and impulsive decision-making. Then comes the physical complications such as speech problems, loss of bladder control, and the breakdown of the central nervous system, vastly affecting the sufferer's motor skills. Poor guy, man. Now, according to the files, Jason was deteriorating badly. By the time these guys got to Jason, he'd already begun to have short and long-term memory loss. He'd had a number of blackouts and had been fired from his job as an accountant due to making too many mathematical errors. His symptoms weren't too bad at this point, but they unfortunately were just enough to cost him his well-paid job with comprehensive health benefits. So Jason was forced to take a job as a store assistant at a local hardware store. I assumed he refused to tell his employers about his illness, assuming they wouldn't hire or keep him, and it was sadly obvious he didn't tell his mother either, rightly assuming it wouldn't be news that would aid her newly found mental stability. Jason's file made references to the accident records of Tools and Trade discount store in Cherokee County. On the 23rd of March 2018, Jason had an incident in which he fell from a 12-foot scissor lift. The report details, and I quote, "Jason had no clue where he was, or that he even worked for TNT. We assumed he had a severe concussion and advised he go to hospital. Ambulance called at 11:32 a.m. I scrolled down the mountains of information these people had on this guy's life, looking for key information for my report. Didn't have to scroll much further before I found the hospital report from his admission that same day. According to the report, Jason was cleared of any serious injury. Few bruises to his hip, fractured tailbone, nothing major. However, it was here that the standard MRI showed the significant and aggressive progression of his FTD. They estimated he had around a year, if he was lucky, which he wasn't. And if he could afford the best treatment, which he couldn't. Well, Jason couldn't even afford his current stay at Union General. The file for the next 2 or 3 pages were mainly financial records and background checks. In a nutshell, Jason was screwed. 6 months behind on mortgage payments, bailiffs at the door, and hospital bills of over $5,000. All this with the living costs of himself, his 8-year-old sister, and his emotionally unstable mother. What came next? No one could blame him. The summary of the file described a meeting between one of the department's representatives and Jason Myers on the 24th of March 2018 as he lay in hospital. All the aforementioned information about his financial and medical situations were presented to him in an effort to scare him into signing himself over to their care. They essentially told him he had 2 choices. 1, over the last 6 to 12 months of his life, a dithering mess who couldn't remember his own name and pissed himself at least every 5 hours, watching his sister grow up on the streets as his mother lost her own mind as she was burdened with all his inherited debt. Or 2, sign himself over to Project Symptom. Once the form was signed, every single debt he and his family had would be settled. Their credit score would be given a boost of 500 points, and an untaxed sum of $50,000 would also be paid into a trust fund for Jessica when she turned 21. These terms will be met, whether the outcome of the experiment was successful or not. Seriously, what did the guy have to lose? I then returned to the file, which was labeled Procedure Information, and continued reading the 2-word documents. The first file was a comprehensive proposal about the aims and goals of the lab with this experiment, followed by an in-depth step-by-step instruction of the procedure that Jason Myers was about to be involved in. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the idea of uploading one's entire mind to a backup server, and then downloading it into a fresh new organ. The scientist who was behind this whole experiment, Professor Marvin Gladbach, used the same technology principles as Apple's The Cloud and re-engineered it in order to be able to store memories, opinions, values, and emotions. I'll be honest, most of the file was nothing but jargon and hieroglyphics, but nevertheless, I got the gist of it. So, in layman's terms, it was essentially like having an iPhone with all your photos, messages, songs, and contacts on. Now, let's say you break that iPhone and it's unfixable. You go to the shop, get a brand new factory fresh phone. You take everything from the broken iPhone, save it all to the cloud, then transfer those items from said cloud to the new phone, and voila, you get to go on with your digital life. Now, swap the words phone for brain, and messages, photos, and contacts for memories, thoughts, and emotions. And that's the procedure in a nutshell. Seems simple, right? Wrong. That 100-word summary of this highly complicated organ transplant cost me over an hour of rubbing my temples in migraine-inducing confusion, as I tried to desperately decipher this 15-page essay filled with words and terms even Google had a hard time defining. This was a crazy gig these guys were trying to pull off. But it would honestly be groundbreaking if they did, and I'm guessing by the files and folders about the medicine dispensed after the procedure that it worked. Why is this being covered up? I closed the file and checked the next 2 items. The other document was labeled Patient Vital Statistics and Discharge Information, but I was more interested in the video file. From the thumbnail, it was clear. This was the procedure. I clicked on it, maximized my screen, and hit play. The video took a few seconds to buffer. As I sat back in my chair, Anticipating what I was about to see, I heard a series of quiet noises from above my head. Subtle thuds, gentle creaks, and so on. It was likely, no doubt, Kaylee running around her room, doing everything other than getting herself into bed. I swear to God that kid never does what she's told. "Ah, Kaylee, I told you to go to bed," I yelled up at the ceiling. Her noise failed to disappear despite my stern warning. I had a good mind to go upstairs and do the whole angry dad act. But, if I'm being perfectly honest, her mother is better at the whole discipline thing than me anyway. I was always more of a, "I'm too busy, so go watch some TV. I've left some money for takeout" kind of dad. Right now wasn't much different either. I was about to watch a video of history in the fucking making. I didn't have time to yell at Kaylee in vain. I pulled a pair of headphones from my desk, plugged them into the laptop, and placed the buds into my ears. I relaxed in my chair and aimed my concentration towards the screen. The video depicted a dark yet extremely clean surgical theatre. A mass of chrome and medical gowns dominated the screen as 4 surgeons prepped for their individuals' duties. In the middle of the room sat a large computer interface system, 2 beds and a large selection of tools and lights. On the beds lay 2 white males of similar ages. I knew from studying his bio for the last 2 hours that the one on the left was Jason Myers. Even with the top half of his skull missing, I knew it was him. And the one on the right was, therefore, the donor. Something about his face caught my attention for a second. It's hard to tell with his eyebrows shaved and forehead upwards missing, but there was a twinge of my subconscious telling me I recognized that man. Didn't think too much of it for too long, as one of the scientists began to speak. "Professor Gladbach, it's 1100 hours on the 27th of March, 2018. I'm here with Dr. Weinstein, major in computer science, Dr. Adams, major in advanced neurosurgery, and Professor Williams, leading expert in organ transplants. Today we are performing the first human trial of Project BT-560. We've been preparing for this day for almost 5 years. We have our donor and our recipient. All parties present today have signed NDAs and waivers. We are good to go, gentlemen." The next few minutes were the surgeons prepping their tools and washing their hands. Dr. Weinstein inserted 2 metal rods into the brain of Jason Myers, and then repeated the process with the donor. He then began to press keys and tweak knobs on the machine. It was hard to see the screen from the POV of the camera, but it seemed like there was some sort of loading bar with a mass of file names and data lines flickering up and down the screen. Currently, Dr. Weinstein is loading all the stored information from the temporal lobes of both patients respectively. The contents of each upload will be stored in this computer interface system. The contents of the donor's TL will be deleted and replaced with the contents of the patient's. Dr. Adams and Professor Williams will then transplant the donor's brain into the patient. I sat there waiting for something to happen, but the minutes were just ticking by while these guys just watched the computer. Jeez, with government-grade Wi-Fi, downloading these guys' brains was dragging its frickin' feet. I skipped the video almost 3 hours before something significant began to happen. Weinstein removed the rods from the 2 men's respective brains, before Adams and Williams began removing the brains themselves from the 2 men's skulls. I watched in fascination as the 2 surgeons meticulously went about their profession and successfully removed the 2 organs. They took the donor's brain and placed it on a tray next to Jason Myers' body. As Williams and Adams began to transplant the organ into Myers' head, Professor Gladbach began to speak. "The next stage is to successfully reattach the donor's brain to the recipient's body. This has to be done in a time-efficient manner. The longer we keep the recipient alive on life support and epinephrine alone, the less effective his organs and central nervous system will be upon arrival. Once this has been completed, we move on to the penultimate stage. Dr. Weinstein will download the stored metadata of Jason Myers' temporal lobe into the new brain." As promised, the brain was reattached in an impressive amount of time. Once this was done, Weinstein reattached a fresh pair of iron rods into the lower front section of Jason Myers' brand new brain. He then went over to the computer once again and pressed a sequence of keys. He hit the enter button with a hint of apprehension as his body language screamed, "Here goes nothing." Once again, I was sat, staring at the screen, waiting for something to happen. But once again, I was treated to an almost hour of waiting for the computer to transfer all the stored information from Jason's old defective brain to his new, healthy brain. Well, I didn't skip on to the next stage this time. I used this period to write notes on what I'd learned so far. I checked my phone and noticed I'd had 2 missed calls from Kaylee, no doubt begging me for a story or more bullshit about the monster under her bed, in her closet, or whatever freaking imagined nightmare she'd conjured up. I took out my headphones. I could still hear movements that sounded like footsteps, as well as furniture knocking gently against the wall. I took my phone out and sent her a text, instructing her to go to bed, in capital letters. As soon as I sent the message, the noises stopped. I felt bad for being a little harsh, so I immediately sent another message that let her know I'd be up to check on her as soon as I'd finished my work. The iPhone chat screen indicated she was typing back. I watched the 3 dots appear, then disappear, then appear again. This went on for around 20 seconds before finally she messaged back. The message read, "Okay, take your time." I rolled my eyes. She could be really brash for a 7-year-old. She would no doubt grow into a very dry, sarcastic teenager with the attitude to boot. I couldn't wait. I know that many hearing this will no doubt judge my neglect of her fear, but the thing is with Kaylee, she's been very cry wolf ever since the fatal day her curiosity took her snooping into my office files. No doubt wanted to see what was so important that her daddy forgot to pick her up from school that day. I'd carelessly left photos and newspaper clippings on my desk in easy view, and what she saw and read was enough to scar her for life. You see, those images were from my report on the rape and murder of Timothy Wells, and my report was titled, "The Cherokee County Candyman." In short, the Cherokee Candyman, aka Dennis Weaver, was perhaps the most sinister child homicide case in the state of Georgia. The case started with 2 high school boys and a young child from Canton. On the afternoon of September 13th, 2010, 14-year-old Marcus Davis and 13-year-old Robert Venables finished Cherokee High School for the day and walked around 15 minutes down the street from the high school that they attended and visited a park that they attended regularly to smoke and drink, illegally. This park ran adjacent to a row of houses, with the backyards practically joining on to the park's edge. It was in one of those houses that 5-year-old Timothy Wells lived. And on that day, Timmy happened to be playing in his yard by himself. His mother was in the kitchen, on the phone to a potential employer. She was too busy with her telephone interview to notice that her son had disappeared. CCTV from local stores and businesses near to the park showed Timmy walking east. He was walking in between Davis and Venables, each of them holding one of Timmy's hands as they escorted him away from his home. 30 minutes later, after Vivian Wells finished her call and found her son to be missing, she called the authorities and a search was underway within the next 2 hours. But they never found Timmy. Not alive, anyway. 2 days later, a bunch of teenagers, who understandably wished to remain anonymous, were walking along some train lines around 3 miles from the spot where Timmy was last seen. It was here that they found an horrific sight. The ghastly remains of Timothy Wells lay in 2 separate pieces on either side of the tracks. Authorities were called by the group, who reported it as a child who'd been hit by a train. However, when seasoned detectives arrived on the scene, it was clear they were dealing with a highly sadistic homicide. After an extensive autopsy on Timmy's remains, it transpired that he'd suffered a heartbreaking fate. Not only had he been severely beaten, but following a violent assault, he'd been tortured, raped, and mutilated. Once the killer had finished with Timmy, he left his broken body on the tracks for the freight express from Atlanta to Virginia to annihilate his corpse, likely hoping for the police to wrongly assume it was a tragic accident. However, the most disturbing finding of the autopsy was that it was confirmed that the train running over his torso was what killed him. He was alive for all the horrible things that had been done to him. and the level of violence was like nothing the people of Cherokee County had ever seen before. And quickly there was a manhunt for the evil party responsible for this unspeakable act to this innocent young child. The GBI tested the tree branch used to sodomize the victim for fingerprints, as well as the brick repeatedly dropped on Timmy's face. Even the paint tin, which was emptied into his eyes, was tested for DNA. But unfortunately, despite all this, no leads were yielded. The only thing that the police learnt was that this fucker wore gloves. This is when the detectives began to track the movements of Timmy to try and find out where he went and who with. It was here the footage of Davies and Venables leading Timmy towards the tracks was uncovered. The two boys were quickly arrested for the murder of Timmy Wells. The lack of DNA evidence meant that the GBI needed a confession. Well, the boys initially blamed some mysterious stranger who told them that if they gave him a child, he'd give them money for booze and cigarettes. However, with no financial, visual, or physical record of this man even existing, their respective lawyers advised them to both turn on the other. Each boy told the story. They both took Timmy to the tracks to play with, but it was the other one who began to play rough and then started to do the horrible things that were done to Timmy. Neither boy, however, could say specifically what was done to Timmy. In the end, under pressure to ease the growing tension amongst the community, the authorities charged both boys with abduction, sexual act with a child, rape, and murder. Both boys were remanded in custody until their trial, which was set for 5 months' time. However, though neither of these boys would ever see the inside of a courtroom, for you see, it was only 3 months later that Riley Thompson, age 5, would also go missing. His mother was paying at the counter of Local on North, turning her back to her son for a mere matter of seconds. When she looked back, he was gone. Thankfully, this time the story had a more positive ending. Main Street had a patrolling cop car in the area, who immediately went looking for Riley. Given the memory of what had happened to Timmy Wells, the police kept in mind to look for young abductors, as opposed to the older ones. And within 20 minutes, they'd found Riley. He was being led towards the wooded area behind Cherokee High School once again by 2 14-year-old pupils of that very school. They were immediately arrested and asked where they were going with Riley Thompson. They completely caved, began crying uncontrollably, and they told the police a very familiar story of how they were going to meet an individual who had offered the two boys a generous amount of money if they were able to find a male child for a photo shoot, aged around 5 to 7. The boys pleaded their innocence, claiming they were never going to hurt Riley and didn't know the man was dangerous. The police, unfortunately, had no evidence to dispute this. Instead, the police liaised with the GBI, and more importantly, Riley's mother, who reluctantly agreed to a sting in order to catch the sick bastard who set this whole thing in motion. The police and Mrs. Thompson anxiously watched on from afar as the two boys led her son to the woods. They stopped outside an old abandoned church. A hooded figure could be seen peering out of one of the windows before a voice from within shouted out, "Send the boy in. Come back tonight for your money." The two boys walked away, and the police moved in. Riley was quickly escorted away and returned to his mother. The police stormed the church and moments later exited the structure with a man in handcuffs. The man was identified as Dennis Weaver, 41, registered sex offender, history of child abuse, sexual assault, and rape of a 6-year-old when he was 17. In his possession, police found a witch doctor mask, gloves, tie wraps, 3 knives, a rusty pipe, hammer and nails, and various other nefarious items. The problem was, Riley Thompson hadn't been harmed. He was abducted by the 2 teenage boys, not Weaver. The only thing they could charge him with was breaking his bail conditions of coming within 200 yards of a child under the age of 10. And given that could actually be classed as entrapment, the DA wouldn't touch the case with a 10-foot pole. Dennis Weaver walked free that day. There wasn't a damn thing anyone could do about it. Well, except me. That day I read about the Weaver arrest and couldn't help but remember the eerie similarities between the Weaver incident and the claims made by Davis and Venables before they were charged with the murder of Timmy Wells. I could sense a major scoop, so I called my sources and got everything I could on the 2 cases. I went and interviewed Davis and Venables, showing them images of Dennis Weaver. They both confirmed that he was the man who asked them to deliver Timmy Wells. I began to see what I could dig up from that day. I uncovered plenty of CCTV. While that didn't place Weaver at the scene of Timmy's murder, it was what you describe as extremely circumstantial evidence that he was in the area. I wrote up my findings for my editor, and the report was a smash. It made my career, and for a short while I was top dog. This was one of my first pieces, and it set the bar high to the bosses at work. People got jealous very fast. The report and every piece of evidence I gathered was forwarded on to the solicitors of Davis and Venables. Once the defense was able to name the two boys who abducted Riley Thompson as witnesses, in order to recount their encounter with Dennis Weaver and create strong, reasonable doubt, the prosecution decided to drop the murder charges and go for child abduction. They both pleaded guilty and served 6 months suspended sentence, given the circumstances. And people were out for Dennis Weaver's blood. They demanded he stand trial for the murder of Timmy Wells and the attempted murder of Riley Thompson. However, much like the Thompson case, there was no DNA or hard evidence linking Weaver to the crime. Davis and Venables walked, but Weaver also remained free. The Canton Major's brother, Frankie Edmonds, was the leader of a local far-right organization who, if there were any people that they hated any more than immigrants, it was child abusers. The Brothers of the White Knight, a somewhat cultish name to christen your racist movement, if I do say. They were continuously protesting outside the courts and the sheriff's office, demanding something be done about Weaver. Their cries fell on deaf ears, however. There was nothing but speculation and circumstantial evidence tying Weaver to the murder of Timmy Wells. There were huge rumors amongst the townfolk that the brothers were planning to take justice into their own hands. However, much to the dismay of the local police intervened and placed Dennis Weaver into protective custody. He was reportedly relocated to a new area and given a new identity for his own safety. The Candyman of Cherokee County was my pièce de résistance. After the success of other cases such as Making a Murderer, Netflix approached me to produce a docu-series based on my report. I could have sold the rights and never worked again. However, when the deal was about to be done, Netflix mysteriously pulled out, focused on making a documentary about the pizza bomber heist. I was never given an explanation beyond it not being something of interest anymore. After that, I concentrated on finding the next big story, and if what was sat in front of me right now wasn't a home run, I was finished. But as I brought my attention back to the video, I had very little fear of that being the case. As the video grew to its conclusion, Jason Myers was now having the iron rods removed from his brain matter by Dr. Weinstein. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation. We've now completed all stages of the procedure. The brain transplant has been completed. The contents of Myers' temporal lobe have been transferred into his new organ. Now the only thing left to do is wake him up. We will let the patient heal for 18 hours in his induced coma. So, at 13:58 tomorrow, we'll cease the administration of midazolam and administer a small amount of epinephrine, around 500 micrograms, alongside 30 milligrams of buprenorphine for the pain. Good work, gentlemen. Tomorrow, we find out if we've made history. The camera was switched off by Gladbach then. After around 5 seconds of a blank black screen, the camera was turned back on. The image was Jason Myers. He was alive, awake, and alert. He was sat upright in his bed speaking with Professor Gladbach. So, Jason, can you tell me what the capital of Spain is? Madrid. Very good. Now, what's the square root of 36? 6. Excellent. Cognitive functions seem intact. Let's test the memory. Can you tell me your first family pet's name? Elsie. She was a Bicon Friese. Remarkable. What's your mother's maiden name? You trying to hack my bank account? It's Peters. Jenny Peters. Well, This is amazing. Your sense of humor and wit shows no signs of deterioration, and your personal memories are easily recalled with no difficulty. Mr. Myers, I am happy to discharge you from our care, and you'll be allowed to return home. Now, while everything looks good right now, we need to monitor you for 6 months to determine the true success of the operation. Okay? Sounds good to me, Doc. Okay, you'll be sent home with 2 3-month supplies of OxyContin. 80 milligrams sustained release and 10 milligrams sustained release. Please only take if you feel you need them, but if that is the case, then take the 80s for the first 12 weeks, maximum 1 tablet in any 24-hour period. You should have healed fully by this point, but simply stopping the painkillers can be quite uncomfortable. So use the 10 milligram tablets to slowly taper your dosage down over the next 12 weeks or whatever you are comfortable with. Fair enough. Anything else? And I'll also need you to do an audio journal. Please make a voice recording at least once a week, or after any significant events such as seizures, side effects, blackouts, so on. We want to know everything you can feel, emotionally, mentally, and physically. Tell us about your dreams, your thoughts, your emotions, and your reactions to everyday social situations. This is to determine the long-term sustainability of this transplant. Well, anyway, this does not affect your agreement with us. As promised, we have been in contact with all your debtors and settled every one of your financial obligations. Car, mortgage, medical, all cleared. And as promised, we've also increased your credit score from -376 to 124, meaning you'll be accepted for loans and vehicle finance once again, should it be required in the future. Oh, and finally, we promise to deposit $50,000 into a trust fund for Jessica. She'll receive this at the age of 18, when she goes to college. This has also been taken care of. Oh, and one more thing. If you complete the audio journals and monthly checkups, in 6 months, we'll deposit a further payment of $10,000 into your bank account. How's that sound? Well, amazing. My professor, I can't thank you guys enough. You've saved my life today, in more ways than one. I'll do whatever you need me to. The 2 men shake hands, and the video ends. I couldn't help feel a surge of happiness for Jason Myers and his family. These rumored underground government experiments had such a notorious reputation, yet here I was, witnessing the moment a young man's life was completely changed for the better. Jason Myers was terminally ill, broke, and was carrying the weight of his family's stability on his shoulders. He was essentially Walter White, but instead of cooking meth, he took a chance on the government. God damn, it had paid off. All of a sudden, a loud, sharp sound came from above my head. It startled me. I took the earphones out of my ears and called upstairs to Kaylee. "Kaylee, what on earth was that?" I yelled. I waited for her response, but no sound came back. My phone pinged, alerting me I had a message. It was from Kaylee. It read, "Sorry, Dad. I was just playing. I'm done now. Night." I shook my head, texting back the words, "You should have been bed an hour ago. Be up soon to check on you." I placed the phone back on my desk and took some notes on what I just learned from this video. I came out of the video, decided to next document Jason Myers' first month after his operation. I opened up the folder titled Subject Post-Op Journal Entries. I was a little disheartened when I scrolled down to the bottom of the files and discovered there were only 4 months' worth of journal entries and check-ins. I can't imagine Jason turned down another injection of much-needed cash into his bank account for simply making a few recordings. Yeah, something must have happened. As I began to examine the individual files, something crept into my mind. Fuck. No way. Couldn't be. Could it? My heart began to pound and my palms sweat as a wave of emotion rushed over me. A mixture of déjà vu, recollection, and nostalgia. Something deep in my subconscious came to the surface of my mind and presented me with the missing piece of the puzzle. I now realized why I recognized the donor. I went back to the list of folders and found the one labeled Donor Information. I opened the file, and there was one document, of which the title over it blew me out of my chair. Dennis Weaver. I didn't know what to think. This story just kept getting bigger and bigger. The more I discovered about this whole thing, the more I worried that my life would be in danger if I ever brought this to light. I'd have to be very careful. Lawyer up, receive anonymity, sell the rights to a TV producer, and start afresh somewhere new. I made sure to check all my doors were locked and the curtains were drawn. Don't call me paranoid, but I really didn't want anyone else spying on what I was about to look at. I double-clicked on the file, and my computer loaded the information. Well, the first few pages of information were things that I already knew about Dennis Weaver from my earlier research into him. His family history, criminal behavior, both committed and suspected, and most importantly, his medical records. Well, mentally, Weaver was a sadistic rapist and a violent paedophile. However, when it came to his physical health, he was in good shape. No heart problems, no history of depression or addiction, no tumors on his brain. A perfect candidate for a brain transplant. I read down into the section about how he came to be on the operating table. Jason Myers was brought here by crippling debt and terminal illness. What brought the Candyman here? What I read was nothing that I could have ever imagined. According to the file, the alleged story about Dennis Weaver being given a new identity and relocated out of state, well, it was a total lie. As I mentioned earlier, the leader of the Brothers of the White Knight, Frankie Edmonds, was the brother of Canton Major and Georgia Senator-elect Richard Edmonds, a man who was very well connected. He has deep ties to the local government, strong foothold in the financial world, and also influences over organized crime, allegedly. The file told the story that on 21st of January 2011, the brothers paid a couple of teenage boys to approach Weaver. They asked him if he knew anyone who'd be willing to give them some odd jobs to do for a bit of cash. Well, Weaver took the bait. He offered them $200 each if they could bring him a small boy, aged between 5 and 7. He told them that he needed a child for a photo shoot. Oh, the brothers knew what that was code for. They were told to bring the child to an abandoned warehouse just outside the county limits at 5 p.m. However, when 5 p.m. rolled around, instead of 2 teenagers and a child turning up at that point, it was 10 white supremacist thugs armed with baseball bats and 9mm handguns. What actually happened that day at the warehouse wasn't described in the file, but in short, they murdered Dennis Weaver, and Frankie Edmonds' political powerhouse of a brother covered it up for them. Frankie came to Richard, informing him of the murder. Richard, knowing that the brothers would be the obvious culprits and none of them would have solid alibis, eventually it would be assumed that the brother of the next senator of Georgia called for the torture and murder of a technically innocent man. I imagine his voters wouldn't find that too desirable in their prospective candidate. Richard called his fixer, Robert Munson, a high-class solicitor with direct ties to the special project sector of the government who were sanctioning Project BT 560. And for everyone's mutual benefit, the special project sector of the government, Robert Munson and the Edmond brothers, well, they all conspired to make Weaver disappear. The way they saw it, the Edmonds get away with murder, no more children die because of Weaver, and Project BT 560 gets a donor with no strings attached. Should the procedure fail, that is. It was a win-win-win. I skimmed through the rest of the file, noting that Munson had informed the SPS where to find Weaver's body. They cleaned up the scene and transferred some funds to the right accounts. People in the DOJ and the local media in order to forge the idea of Weaver's change of identity, when in fact he was in the morgue of the SPS laboratory undergoing an autopsy. I read the post-mortem report, which was conducted by the Special Projects Lab. I truly couldn't help but wince. Those neo-Nazis had really done a number on him. Broken ribs, arms and legs, kneecaps blown off, genitals too. He'd also been sodomized with a rusty pipe. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the heart. Well, after the horror of what had happened to this man wore off, I remembered who he was, and that he likely deserved every bit of what he got. Painful, yet poetic justice. Despite the horrendous violence, luckily for the brothers, there was no critical damage inflicted on Weaver's brain. I can only assume they refrained from hitting him in the head because they wanted to make sure he was conscious for the entirety of what they did to him. Either way, it made him a suitable donor for Project BT-560. The summary made by Professor Gladbach on Weaver's medical report read, "Multiple CAT scans and MRIs have been conducted on Mr. Weaver's brain. We see no signs of medical, physical, or psychological defect, and we're confident this organ poses no risk to its intended recipient. We've also taken into account Mr. Weaver's pedophilia, sociopathy, and his sadism. This, along with his urges in regards to his alleged criminal actions, will all be erased from his frontal and temporal lobe in stage 1. I'm happy to sign off on this subject being our official donor." I sat back in my chair, ran my hand through my hair, and tried to compartmentalize this information. Revolutionary brain treatment was a groundbreaking story in of itself. However, at a grisly murder, conspiracy and cover-up, and the government using a psychopathic child rapist as an organ donor, you've got the biggest story, other than naming Jack the Ripper, and what happened during the Dyatlov Pass incident combined. My hands were shaking. Didn't know what to think. Well, I'd finally found it. This was big, bigger than big. If I played this right, then I was freaking back. No more welfare checks, no more being the laughingstock at the agency. No more seeing that smug prick James Bennett's name on all those big scoops. But this was too big to just publish. If the wrong people found out I had this information, my very life could be in danger. I pulled out my phone and dialed my lawyer's number. It was late, so it went straight to voicemail. "Clive, it's Robin Cooper. Listen, sorry to call you so late, but I really need some advice from you. I've got a pretty juicy story in the works, and it could upset a lot of people who may be willing to do whatever it takes to keep that from happening. It could be really helpful to get your guidance on anonymity. Please call me back when you get this." I placed the phone back on the desk and took a minute to smile to myself. This was special, but I needed to press on. I needed to find out what happened to Jason Myers. So then I scrolled down the original folder and found the folder labeled Post-Operation. There were 2 folders within. One labeled Medical Notes, and the other was Subject Post-Op Audio Journals. I opened up the first folder to be greeted by a couple of folders detailing the medication dispensed to Jason Myers after his discharge from their care. More interesting, however, were the numerous audio files labeled Medical Update, with the various dates spread roughly 2 weeks apart over the course of 4 months, before they just, stopped. I decided to shelf this folder for the minute and focus on Jason himself. I opened the other file, and this time, in similar fashion, was greeted by an array of audio files. The date of submission spaced roughly 2 weeks apart over the course of 4 months. Upon further comparison of the dates, it appeared Jason would record his thoughts, feelings, side effects, and general mood each fortnight. The following week, Professor Gladbach would submit his opinions upon review of each journal entry by Jason. I pulled all the files into one big playlist, arranging them in chronological order, got my pen and pad ready, and then hit play. Hello? Don't really know what I'm supposed to do here, but here goes. Well, my name is Jason Adam Myers. Recently I was diagnosed with a degenerative and life-threatening brain disease. However, I consented to an experimental procedure in order to save my life. I'm here today, a cured man, with his whole future ahead of him. I have Professor Gladbach and his team to thank for that. I must admit, despite the pain in and around my skull, I feel great. Hey, maybe it's the painkillers, but over the past 10 days, I've suffered little dysfunction in my grip, my movement, and my speech. The first few days, though, it took a few moments for me to think of what I wanted to say. Or even times when I called my mom mother. Well, I must admit, we found it odd. It's not something I tended to do prior to the op. My mum actually commented on how old-fashioned it sounded. Well, however, other than that, I'm healing really well. My cognitive functions are improving every day. My ability to recall some of my distant memories is becoming easier and easier, and my vocab and arithmetic continues to show improvement back to its previous level. Well, I'll check in again in 14 days. I made a small note on my pad. It was the word mother with a question mark next to it. I wasn't sure why, but it seemed significant to Jason and his mum, so I thought it could be significant to the story. Next up, Professor Gladbach's audio file dated a week later. Hello, my name's Professor Ivan Gladbach. The date is 19th April 2018. I'm conducting the first bi-monthly review of our test subject, Jason Myers. I'll be conducting these over the next 6 months, monitoring the progress of Jason and his implant. Upon reviewing Jason's inaugural entry, I'm pleased to hear that he's doing well, cognitively as well as physically. It appears, however, that there was to be some sort of adjustment period as the implant synced up with Jason's mind. We as scientists, and humans too really, only understand about 25% of the brain. While the liver has physical regeneration abilities, it's possible perhaps that the brain has mental regeneration potential. Based on our research, our donor for this project had a very strict upbringing. It's extremely likely he would have been forced to call his parents mother and father. Was this the organ trying to revert back to its default? It'll be interesting to see how this develops in the coming weeks. The next entry came in from Jason. I must admit, I was eager to hear it. Hi, it's 26th of April 2018. Jason Myers here, checking in. A mostly good week. Pain's now pretty much non-existent. Down to about 5 milligrams of oxy a day. Mental and cognitive functions are now well into swing. I can work out complex mathematical equations. My vocabulary's now gotten back to its original standard. Well, the glitches, however, they're getting a little more frequent. So call my mother on occasions. However, more alarming, just last week I found myself in Jessica's room. Jessica's my 8-year-old sister. Don't know why I went in. I just did. Middle of the night. She slept. Is this normal? I quickly realized where I was and made a swift exit before she woke up. What was I doing? Is this confusion normal in transplant subjects? I was beginning to get a bad feeling about where this is going. The date is 4th May 2018. Professor Ivan Gladbach conducting the second review of Jason Myers' audio journal. The positives are shown early on, with Jason easily reducing off his pain medication. The previous owner of the brain had zero mental issues such as depression or addiction. The CT scan patterns of a patient with a drug addiction and depression looks exactly the same. No such patterns were found on the donor's brain, whereas the organ removed from Jason had a pattern consistent with someone who would have issues with drug dependencies. However, what is alarming is that clearly along with adopting the new brain's ability to resist hard drugs, is it possible he's also inherited the donor's penchant for, how shall I say, young meat? Are the blackouts the brain fighting to reset itself to its previous default? The background check on the donor certainly makes what is happening to Mr. Myers quite alarming. Well, only time will tell. I paused the playlist and began sifting through all the files that I hadn't read. I entered donor background search into the search bar, but nothing came up. I kept looking and looking until I found a folder named X. I double-clicked it and was greeted with a document and an audio file. The document was titled DWBC, and the audio file was titled 21219. Didn't take my brain long to realize that DWBC stood for Dennis Weaver Background Check, and the video file was dated the day of the fire that torched the laboratory. No doubt the video was Gladbach's summary of the project before he torched the evidence. I added it to the end of the playlist and opened up the background check. What I read sickened me. In short, Dennis Weaver came from a very strict childhood. His father, a former Marine, and mother a teacher. He had a younger sibling named Joey. Now, from what I gathered, Dennis was beaten heavily on a daily basis by his father. His mother ignored the abuse and instead criticized Dennis if he used improper vocab or addressed them as anything other than mother and father. Given he was dyslexic and that was always going to be hard. Oh, Joey came along. It was a different story, it would seem. Joey was lavish with love. He was highly intelligent and wasn't an embarrassment to his family, like Dennis was seen to be. He was the golden boy. Got the nicest toys, the hottest meals, and the warmest affection. One night, at the tender age of 15, Dennis eventually snapped. He walked into his little brother's room in the middle of the night as he slept soundly. When neither child turned up for school and the mother for work the next day, people were worried. A welfare check was performed. The officers on scene found Dennis's mother and father still asleep, unaware of the horror in the next room, where they found Dennis, covered in his brother's blood, sat in the middle of the room, playing with his brother's favorite toys. The police found large traces of Mrs. Weaver's prescription temazepam in the father's whiskey and in the mother's mineral water. Toxicologists commented they were lucky to wake up again. Most people claimed Dennis tried to kill them, but when asked if this was the case, he replied, "No, I wanted them to wake up and see what I'd done." Well, what he'd done was rape, mutilate, and murder his little brother, in the worst possible way, and in that order, too. They even found Joey's bedpost snapped off and forced inside him. The cop first on the scene was quoted saying the blood-soaked bedsheets were pitched like a tent. Oh, Dennis spent his next few years in a psychiatric facility for minors convicted of violent crimes. A record of the abuse from his father and torment of his mother went into consideration. When he was 21, he was released into society. His psychiatric reports were included in the document. They were all glowing recommendations that he was cured. It appears Dennis knew all the right things to say to people in order to be released. As we knew from his profile, however, he went on to commit a number of further violent crimes against women and children. Oh, they knew all this had happened. They're hearing from Jason after just a month talk about behaviors mimicking the donor right before he savagely murdered his own flesh and blood. Yet, well, they're not pulling the plug. They aren't calling Jason in and addressing the issue. They're just letting things run their course, logging the results like some sick research project. I checked my phone and saw it was nearly 1 a.m. Oh, I really should go and check on Kaylee, but this was too important. She could wait. She's probably asleep already anyway. So I hit play once again on the playlist. Don't know what's happened. I need help. I've lost some time, a lot of time in fact. I did something bad, I know it. There was blood and dirt. I've showered, but it won't come off. I keep scrubbing, but all I see is the blood. I have scratches on my neck, and they feel fresh. Too big to be a cat, and I think they're human. I found some underwear in my pocket. It's not mine. They don't even belong to an adult. God, are they my sisters? Are they Jessica's? I also have a light bulb. It's not from my house. I don't know where it came from. Please. I don't know what's going on. Can anyone help me? Please. Please, call me. I'm so scared. Something's very, very wrong. What the hell? This had taken a dark turn. Jason was so rattled. He didn't quote the date or introduce himself as he'd done on the other entries. This wasn't a man updating his doctors on how he was doing. This was someone crying for help. I made a note of the date the file was uploaded before the next recording began to play. It's 19th of May, 2018. Professor Gladbach here, reviewing the latest journal entry of Jason Myers. I feel it's best to make it known at this stage. We didn't provide Jason with any contact details for us, and he was blindfolded during his transport to and from this facility. This is because we anticipated some alarming side effects and we wanted to avoid our subject having a panic attack, blowing up our phone, paying us unauthorized visits, drawing unwanted attention to us. We need to have organic and natural findings to report to the higher levels of our organization, so we need to let this 6 months play out no matter what. No contact or response will be given to Jason until this period is over. We need to see how the implant deals with extreme pressure and stress. However, I must say, Jason's recent entry is disturbing. Whether he's hallucinating or he's actually committed a violent act, it's hard to say. He says he's blacked out and come to discover he's got blood and dirt on him. However, he also comments that he washes it off and it's still present and visible. He's in possession of children's underwear, potentially belonging to his sister. I've consulted with our neurologist, Dr. Adams, and our computer scientist, Professor Weinstein. They believe what is likely happening is that the cells of the organ are somewhat regenerating. These cells appear to contain what we could almost call a backup drive of the previous host's memories and emotions. They're now overlapping, fighting for the limelight, for the new host's memories and awareness, that is. Much like we see in multiple personality disorder. That's what is causing these disturbing images and thoughts. Jason, perhaps, is seeing what Weaver saw the first time he killed a child. Fascinating stuff. What, were they seriously going to ignore that? What part about this man having violent hallucinations and disturbing thoughts is fascinating stuff? This wasn't some groundbreaking miracle by benevolent pioneers. This was the devil himself playing God. This bunch of sociopaths didn't care what happened to Jason Myers. They got confirmation the operation worked, with some bugs to work out, of course. Or, alternatively, Jason Myers becomes a violent case of trial and error for these guys, and they accept no accountability for anything that happens to him. Before Jason's next entry, I typed the date I'd written down into Google, adding a few keywords such as murder-assault and Cherokee County. It's honestly alarming how many violent crimes occurred in my local area in any given day. I decided to do a new search to narrow it down. I added child abduction to the keywords. A few examples came up, but after a bit of surfing, one finally resonated with me. The title was Child's Body Finally Found in Church of Horror. I clicked the link and read the article. It was dated 2 days after Jason's last journal entry. According to the story, on the 12th of May 2018, a young girl, aged 8, was abducted from her bedroom as she slept during the night. Her parents weren't even aware that she was missing until the next morning, when they went to wake her up for school. They found a few subtle signs of a struggle, such as disturbed items on her bedside, and her covers were thrown on the floor. The parents immediately called the authorities, and a search went out for her. Well, that's horrifying enough. Thinking about David and Karen Matthews waking up one morning, blissfully unaware that their only daughter, Sarah, had been abducted during the night. She wasn't much younger than Kaylee. I couldn't imagine going through that. But what I read next sickened me. 2 days later, Sarah Matthews was found. Not alive and well, like most people had hoped. Instead, beaten, raped, and murdered. On the morning of May 14th at 9:32 a.m., saddleback German Shepherd Bear began barking and led his owner, Mr. Lucas, to an old abandoned steeple church situated in a dense woodland area on the outskirts of Cherokee County. Mr. Lucas entered the building to see what was causing his dog so much distress, and here he was greeted with the gruesome sight of Sarah's mangled and horribly abused corpse. The article went on to mention the horrific injuries inflicted on Sarah both before her death and after. A few details from the story rung significant. These being when the report mentioned Sarah had flesh, presumably that of her killer, lodged under her fingernails, as well as the fact that her underwear was missing from the scene. But most significant of all, the part that got me and really made me sit up and take notes, was when they mentioned the killer took the light bulb from the bedroom of his victim, like some sort of trophy. They couldn't match the DNA or prints left at the scene to anyone in the police database, and the killer was never caught. Could this be just extremely coincidental? Or, the more likely scenario, did Jason Myers abduct and kill Sarah Matthews? Well, speak of the devil, Jason's next journal entry began to play. I held my breath. I did something bad. I know this now because I've seen it in my dreams. Saw a window open as I walked the streets late at night. Something in me just made me look inside. Before I knew it, I was climbing in. Bless her, she barely managed to whimper before I knocked her out. So frail, so easy, only took one good shot. I carried her to the woods and threw her to the dirt. She begs, she cries, but I'm not even listening. I'm just staring at her, wondering which item of clothing to rip off first. Wondering what unspeakable acts to commit on her innocent flesh. I felt like an animal. I've never felt anything like it. The power, the intensity, the savagery. I've been expecting the police to kick down my door every day since it happened. But no such thing. Getting away with it just makes it even more of a rush. Beginning to see my sister Jessica in a much different light now. She used to be something I wanted to protect and nurture. But no, not now. I see her in other ways. Other things I want to do to her. And the feeling is growing. I see these young girls walking, playing, laughing. I want them to scream and cry and beg me for mercy. I want to feel the power again. Soon. Very, very soon. Please, while I have a shred of my humanity left, please, stop me. He did it. He actually did it. It's here on this tape. Was this why the project was wiped? Revolutionary brain transplant. Possible side effects, rape and murder of innocent children. It doesn't exactly sell well. But I double-checked the playlist. The audio journals continued for another 2 months. The next audio began to play. It appears we underestimated the brain's capability for mental regeneration. Not only are the cells of its previous host regenerating, they seem to be taking over. Jason comments he feels like he's losing his control. The violent thoughts and urges are no longer occurring during a blackout. They're now taking place during his states of consciousness. This indicates to me that the initial host's personality is beginning to take full control of the organ. This is truly fascinating. Well, the outcome of this procedure hasn't met our desired expectations. The results give us an idea of what bugs to work out for next time. It also provides amazing findings when it comes to potential treatment for degenerative brain diseases such as Alzheimer's and dementia. I propose we continue with this for another month. Log what findings we can, then bring him in and clean this mess up. Clean this mess up? Has it met their desired expectations? Who the fuck are these people? Jason Myers is, once again, slowly dying, and the worst parts of Dennis Weaver are growing in his place. It sounded like they were going to kill him once they got what they needed out of it. God, these people. When I started this, I saw them as angels, saving this young man's life and helping out his father after the tragedy that's already been bestowed upon them. But I was wrong. They were pure psychopaths. They threw money at some poor and vulnerable individual who had no other option than to sign his life over to them. Not to mention being in bed with neo-Nazis and conspiring to cover up capital murder. They had 2 guinea pigs with no strings attached for their sick and twisted experiments. And now, here we are. Frankenstein. He lives. The next tape started to play. Oh, hi, Dr. Gladback. Still not heard from you. Guess you must be really busy. Well, I've been pretty busy too. I'm sure that'll all become obvious in the coming days. But now I find myself at somewhat of a loose end. So I think it's time to do something that will finally get your attention. You people all took something from me, and now I'm going to take something from all of you. You really shouldn't have given me this body. My hands were shaking. The words and tone of Jason's voice told me this wasn't Jason anymore. The darkness was palpable when he said he'd been pretty busy too. Was this the incident with Sarah Matthews? Or was this something else? What did he mean by loose end? What was he going to take from them? Then all of a sudden I got a brainwave. I typed Jason Myers into Google. And when the results came up, I nearly fainted from shock. House of Horrors makes detectives vomit. Brother and son butchers kin. Now me. The hunt for Jason Myers continues. I read all of the articles and found out that Jason Myers, or should I say Dennis Weaver, had given in to his urges regarding his little sister Jessica. After neighbors had noticed the house looked undisturbed for a long period of time, they called the authorities and a welfare check was carried out. On 30th May 2018, Cherokee County sheriffs found the bodies of Jenny and Jessica Myers. Apparently some of the deputies and homicide detectives began retching uncontrollably upon seeing the gruesome sight. One of the most harrowing scenes anyone could ever have imagined. Crime scene experts pieced together the events of the two murders and reported that, at some point during the night, Jason Myers made his way into his sister's bedroom and, for what seemed like no reason at all, viciously assaulted her and butchered her. Jenny, the mother, tried to intervene, but Jason, armed with a Louisville slugger, hit what the coroner estimated to be around 13 home runs with her head and face. They found blood, hair, and shards of teeth still lodged in the wood of the bat. With his mother now dead, Jason had no one to stop him taking his sick time with his defenseless little sister. They found Jessica displayed on the bed. She'd been mutilated and defiled with over 5 foreign objects, including her bedpost and her mother's curling iron. It was also clear that parts of her flesh had been torn off with human teeth, in what criminologists called a sadistic frenzy. At first, law enforcement presumed Jason was a victim who'd been abducted by the perpetrator. However, once the DNA found inside Jessica was compared to the DNA of the other 2 victims, it was clear it was Jason who'd committed this awful crime. As I read the story, it clicked for me. I'd heard about this. Now, this happened no more than 45 minutes from my house. I'd never known the names, though. I simply knew details. And it's crazy how you hear about something, think, oh my God, that's so terrible, and then just get on with your life, not paying it another thought. And now here it is, with all the significance in the world. I sat back in my chair, pinching my nose and rubbing my temples. I didn't even know where to go with this. If I published this and I was dead, not only covering up Dennis Weaver's murder, but a botched experiment costing the lives of 2 young kids and an innocent woman. It didn't take a genius to work out that once this happened, the SPS likely had Jason Myers cleaned up and let him take the rap for it all. No one ever knowing what really happened. Well, they will. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll make sure people know that Jason Myers is innocent in all this, and Dennis Weaver and the government are to blame. Once I have a safe place for me and Kaylee to go while it all unfolds, then I'll send all this to my editor via my solicitor. As I sat there, imagining what life was going to be like for me and my daughter after tonight, something caught my eye at the bottom of the article I was reading. I rolled my chair back to my desk and focused on the closing paragraph of the Myers murder article. DNA comparison was carried out by the authorities and have confirmed that Jason Myers is now considered the prime suspect in the high-profile kidnapping, rape, and murder of Sarah Matthews on 12th of May this year. Another interesting piece to this ever-growing puzzle landed this week when authorities confirmed that they also compared Jason Myers' DNA to the DNA recovered from the scene of a brutal home invasion that occurred this week at the home of the Edmonds family that took the lives of husband and father Frankie, wife and mother Michelle, and the 2 children, Ryan and Beth. For more, as we follow this unfolding gruesome tale, follow us at agc.com/Cherokee News. No way. Oh, could this shit get any worse? Most likely, yes. This was literally the scabbiest story I'd ever looked into. Every time that I scratch the scabby surface, the bloodier and bloodier it gets. I typed in the name Frankie Edmonds and read the article, Cherokee County Major's brother found dead in violent home invasion. Well, on the night of 2nd June 2018, roughly between 1 and 5 a.m., an unknown assailant broke into the home of Frankie Edmonds and his family as they slept in their beds. The adults were tied up in the master bedroom and made to watch as the assailant raped and murdered the 2 children in front of them. Mrs. Edmonds was also sexually assaulted before her death. Frankie Edmonds died from repeated blunt force trauma to the head and face. The killer removed the light bulbs from the bedrooms of the victims. It's unknown why, but the article made references to the similarities in regards to the murders of Jenny Myers, given the same cause of death as Frankie Edmonds, and also Sarah Matthews, who also had her light bulb removed from her room after the abduction. The article went on to add that police confirm they have a suspect but have yet to make any arrests. That suspect was, more than likely, Jason Myers. Now, nothing more than a shell for all intents and purposes. Jason Myers was now being controlled by Dennis Weaver. He seemed to be completely aware of what had happened up to and during the experiment. He knew who killed him, he knew who covered it up, and he also knew who carved him open and gave his organs away. And Jesus, this guy was out for blood. It was time to see what Dr. Gladbach's reaction was to this, now that a sadistic rapist was potentially on his trail. The next recording played. I noticed that the dates of the remaining recordings were spread much further apart. It's 1946, on 16th June 2018. Professor Gladbach updating. It's become evidently clear that we've lost control of our research asset. I've spent the last 2 weeks desperately trying to contain this situation. We have our best guys out looking for Mr. Myers as we speak. Well, I'm deeply saddened that this oversight has affected the lives of Sarah Matthews, Jenny and Jessica Myers, and also the entire Edmonds family. This is my oversight, and my oversight alone. I'm going on record saying I should have pulled the plug as soon as the first signs of brain regeneration occurred. Been trying to contact our legal liaison, Robert Munson, for the past few hours, hoping to have a motion filed so we can get a press injunction. These articles are becoming a big problem for us. It's only a matter of time before some keyboard detective on Reddit connects the dots between Jason Myers and Dennis Weaver. That'll quickly lead to us. This needs to be dealt with. First the press, and then Jason. In the positive column, however, now we've learned the potential cell regeneration abilities that the brain possesses. We have a new project to work on. We could potentially find the answer to curing brain cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia. I've already begun scouting for potential subjects. No fucking way. Was this guy for real? How many lives had just been ruined in the matter of weeks because of this madman and his experiments? Has he learned nothing? Well, it was at this point I decided that nothing was going to change my mind. I was exposing these guys and everything that they'd caused. They needed to be stopped, unequivocally. Judging by the dates of the final recordings, these events occurred just last month. It took nearly 3 years for them to find their subjects, Jason Myers and Dennis Weaver, and our agency could have this report published in the next 12 months. And they'll burn for what they did. I'll make sure of it. My moment of intense internal fury was interrupted by the next audio recording playing. This one was dated the same date as Gladbach's recent entry. Well, he was submitted at 13 minutes past midnight. And it was from Jason. Good evening, Professor. Hope you're well. See, you've still yet to contact me back. Well, it's a shame because I have plenty of questions for you. I'd really like to meet you. Well, I spotted some government-looking types scouting my house yesterday. I also saw them on the news at the Edmonds home. I'm guessing what I'm doing is making you look bad, or making you nervous. Probably both. So I doubt these men are your chauffeurs, ready to bring me straight to you for a cup of tea and a catch-up. And I reckon they're most likely tasked with putting a bullet in me like the rabid dog that I am. Am I right, Professor? Anyway, this seems to feel like a game of chess, does it not? You sending those men for me is like moving your bishop and knights close to my king. You've put me in check, haven't you, Professor? Well, tonight I played my piece. Listen carefully. Why are you doing this? She did nothing to you, you bastard, you fucking bastard. You son of a bitch. I'll kill you for this. I'll fucking kill you, do you hear me? Do you know who I am? The people I know? Oh, I know exactly who you are, Mr. Munson. What is this, Robert? What did you do? What did you do? Oh, I fucking knew it. I knew this day would come. You son of a bitch, this is on you. No, Barbara. You got this all wrong. I don't know this man. Oh, you don't, do you? Well, you should. You covered up my murder, after all. What's he talking about, Robert? I honestly don't know. I never met this guy. Dennis fucking Weaver. Well, yeah, now you know. Now it's all making sense to you. The reason I look like this is because I'm the kid they put my brain into, after those Nazi assholes tortured and killed me. And you helped cover it up. Well, tonight I even the score. Mommy, what's going on? Why are you and Daddy on the floor? Oh, my. What do we have here? Robert, I didn't know you were a father. No, Susie, run! Get away from her, you sick fuck. I swear to God I'll kill you if you touch her. Well, we'll be right back, guys. No. The click of the tape recorder indicated that the recording had ended. Checkmate, Professor. Checkmate. My heart clenched. I began scrambling for the keyboard. I typed in Robert Munson into Google and hit search. Once again, I was met with headlines. Horrible, harrowing headlines. I clicked on the top link, which read, Cherokee Ripper strikes again in another home invasion bloodbath. I'd heard of these violent home invasions happening nearby, but reading the Cherokee Ripper, that was another hit of déjà vu striking me. I'd heard whispers among my fellow journalists wanting to do a piece on this violent killer. Maybe I'd heard the name, but I didn't take it in enough to remember it at the time. But I didn't realize that all along, it was Jason Myers. Dennis Weaver's disappearance, Jason Myers murdering his family, these brutal home invasions, the Cherokee Ripper. All these stories seemed like isolated mysteries, yet who knew? They were all linked. And who the hell would have guessed that it would end up with all the answers right in front of me? I read the horrific details about what went on in the home of Robert Munson that fateful night. Well, here's a snippet from the article. Once again, the assailant bound and gagged the adults of the home before committing the unspeakable and brutal murder of the 6-year-old daughter in her own bedroom. Once the assailant had finished with the child, he proceeded to torture both adults in what the cops described as ruthless and sadistic manner, likely to obtain information, probably PIN codes for bank accounts, safety deposit boxes, and other financial gains. As well as a trail of bodies, blood, and carnage, the Cherokee Ripper also left a now all-too-familiar calling card behind. The main light bulb from the child's bedroom being removed from the scene, as was the case with a number of home invasions and child murders in the past 4 months, including the Edmonds family murder, the Myers double homicide, and the abduction of Sarah Matthews. Police have confirmed DNA evidence, and this choice of souvenir confirms they are looking for the same man. For legal reasons, he cannot be named in this article. I doubted money was on the mind of Dennis Weaver. He wanted Gladbach. I checked the playlist and saw there were only 3 more files to go. 2 more audio recordings and the final video recording. At this point, nothing could have really shocked me any more than I'd already been. And so, I decided to see where this horrible tale went. And I hit play. Don't know what to say. When I designed Project BT560, I envisaged a revolutionary breakthrough in modern medical science. People will call me a monster for the things that I've caused, but I'm not. I'm a scientist. We live by trial and error. Some of the greatest discoveries ever made were total fuck-ups. Penicillin, for example. I wanted to change the world. In some indirect way, I believe I did. Well, it's unfortunate that what has happened this last 3 months, well, the discoveries made through this tragedy will help us get it right next time. As for Jason Myers, or Dennis Weaver, should I say, well, he needs to be cleaned up. Thankfully, I anticipated that he'd make Robert Munson talk and gain location to this site. So I've retreated to the safety of my office at my family home. I've left all my operatives at the warehouse, ready to apprehend Myers when he arrives. this should all be over soon. Oh, in summary, it's definitely been an experience. A learning one, however. The initial experiment was a failure, but what we learned from that failure could lead to a massive success in the future. I hope whichever scientist reviews this case file for research in the near future gains the insights and the knowledge he needs to make it a success, and not make the same mistakes we did. This is Professor Ivan Gladbach, signing off. I was, a little confused. Amongst me thinking how deluded this guy sounded talking about his mistake that got 5 children murdered, all in the same breath as the mistake that caused the discovery of penicillin, I couldn't help but be puzzled. I had long assumed that the video file was some sort of wrap-up summary of the experiment by the doctors involved. But yet, here I was, listening to that. The video must have been something entirely different. Curiosity got the better of me, and I skipped the final audio file in favor of finding out what the video clip was. After checking the upload dates, there was no more than a couple of hours between them. I opened up the video in a new window and hit play. Well, the images began to unfold, presented me with an image of Professor Gladbach, who sat in a chair, headphones placed over his ears, intently looking at the camera. Behind him, you could see the door to his office over his left shoulder. The door was slightly ajar, showing a glimpse of this guy's huge palace of a house. The mortgage fully paid off, with the government blood money, no doubt. He began to speak. This is Professor Ivan Gladbach. I feel it's only right that I do this, now that the Jason Myers situation is almost under control. Science is all about mistakes and learning from them. However, due to the number of deaths that have resulted from my mistake, it's only right that Ivan, can you get that? Martha, I'm a little busy. Can't you handle it, please? Honestly. Gladbach then reset himself and faced the camera. In the background, I could make out the outline of a female passing down the hallway, likely to answer the door. Okay, I feel like it's only right that I resign. I'm formally stepping down from my position as the head of Applied Sciences, Special Projects Sector 4. I believe it's the right time. I'm at an age now where my brain isn't as sharp as it was 10 years ago. I have a family who I never see, and there isn't much I haven't accomplished in my respective field. This recent stress and bloodshed has been the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. In the background, it's clear to hear a series of firm yet subtle thuds. This went totally unnoticed by Gladbach, who continued with his speech. I want to say a special thanks to Richard Weidman, who gave me this position 32 years ago, and all the scientists I've had the pleasure of working with over the last 3 decades. I hope whichever professor takes over my position finds these files useful in helping to get the best possible outcome from the next project. In the background now, it's clear to see a dark male figure standing at the end of the hallway, staring down at the slightly ajar office door of Professor Gladbach. He began to slowly make his way towards the office in a menacing fashion. This is Professor Ivan Gladbach, signing off. At this point, Professor Gladbach unplugged the earphones and put them away in his desk. All the while, the figure was now standing just behind him, just watching him. As Gladbach was just about to turn off the video feed, the figure pulled a cell phone out of his pocket, pressed a button on it, and placed it back into the pocket. Professor Gladbach's attention turned to the computer monitor with a disturbed look on his face. He moved the mouse around and double-clicked the button. An audio began to play. Hello once again, Professor. I know by now you've likely listened to the recording of my conversation with Mr. Munson and his wonderful family. I spent a good few hours working him over, asking him for a certain address, which he provided me with. Now, I know you probably already guessed that and made certain arrangements for your men to wait for me there. But here's where you were going wrong. I didn't ask where the lab was. I asked for the home addresses of you and your esteemed colleagues. Now, Mr. Munson didn't know where you lived, but what do you know? He and Edward Weinstein are golf buddies. few hours ago, when I paid him a visit, he was quick to give me the location of your humble abode, especially when I took a corkscrew to his beautiful little princess, Ellie. Professor Gladbach stared wide open at the screen, completely and utterly horrified. He could barely react after registering the words he'd just heard. He began scrambling for the cell phone next to his computer, no doubt to call for assistance. But this next sentence stopped him, dead in his tracks. That was just over an hour ago, Professor. So you're wondering, likely, why I'm a little out of breath. Well, let's just say Martha put up a bit of a fight in the hallway a few minutes ago. Gladbach listened, processed, and soon came to realize the gravity of what Jason had said. He turned around and came face to face with Jason Myers, who launched at Professor Gladbach, and violence ensued. For the next 57 minutes, I watched Jason Myers brutalize Gladbach. He viciously beat him, tortured him, and violated him, all on video. I sat frozen in horror, myself now unable to move and forced to sit and watch this man's terrible ordeal. Jason Myers was there in a physical sense, but this was all Dennis Weaver. His methods of violently taking apart Gladbach spoke volumes to his creativity when it came to sadism and torture. Gladbach gave Myers the addresses of the remaining scientists, Adams and Williams. He got a glint in his eye when he found out they both had young daughters. The only positive to come out of this video was Gladbach's kids had already grown up and left that house, so thankfully I didn't have to witness what he'd have done to them as well. Please, just do it. Just kill me. Oh, in good time, don't worry. I need a few more things. I need the location of the setup where you did the operation. Bottom drawer. Blue file. Please, kill me. Request granted. Jason Myers brought his knee to his chest before driving his boot down hard on Gladbach's head. A horrible wet thud rang through my speakers. Thankfully, Gladbach was on the floor, out of view, so I didn't have to watch. Myers then pulled his foot back up and slammed it back down. Back up, back down. Back up, back down. That just about did it. Myers turned his sinister smile to the camera and simply said, "Show's over, guy." With a spine-tinkling wink for good measure, he shut off the camera and the video ended. I'd always assumed that the government destroyed the lab and deleted the files in an attempt to cover up what they did. And I was completely wrong. It was Jason Myers who torched the lab and deleted the files, to cover up who he now was. Once he'd gained revenge on all those who cost him his life and body, he could start a new life with his new identity with no reference to who he is. Until now, though. With this info in my lap, I can make sure all this catches up with that son of a bitch. I quickly Googled Dr. Williams and Dr. Adams, and once again was greeted with articles detailing violent home invasions resulting in the rape and murders of the victims. The papers were now beginning to dub this serial killer the light bulb ripper, after once again authorities found the grim calling card of the killer. The light bulb from the children's bedroom had been taken, with many criminologists speculating he uses the bulbs as souvenirs, so as to relive the pleasure of his crimes at a later date. I finished typing up my notes and saved my work. In the morning, when I heard back from my lawyer, I'd send this in and get my advance. Use that money to set me and Kaylee up in a safe house until it's written and published, and bust this case wide open. I turned off my computer and allowed myself a smile. Not only was I about to bring down one of America's most wanted, but I was about to send my career into the stratosphere. Check my phone. Holy shit, it was 4 a.m. I left my office and began walking upstairs in a bit of a tired daze. The buzz from the adrenaline and the 43 cups of instant coffee was now wearing off. I decided to actually keep my promise and check in on Kaylee. Make sure she was tucked in, kiss her head, dad stuff. But as I came up to her room, something wasn't right. Her door was closed. Sometimes it's the small details that give off the biggest vibes. Kaylee, ever since she'd seen those photos on my desk, has been terrified of the dark. She always leaves her door half open to let the light from the hallway into her room. I approached the door, turned the handle, and opened it. I whispered into the room. Kaylee? Kaylee, are you awake? There was no answer. I hit the light switch. Nothing. The power was on in the house, though. The hallway lamp was on. I took out my iPhone and turned on the torch. I shone the light at Kaylee's bed. Someone was clearly under the sheets, but again, something was off. The sheets were pitched like a pole was holding it up. I turned the torch a little to the left, noticing the snap bedpost on the left-hand side of the headboard. I began to tremble, my hands shaking with so much terror as I noticed the puddle of blood collecting around the sides of the bed. I dropped the phone in a panic, landed face down on the ground, pointing the torch up in the air. And that's when I see it. With the cold air blowing in through the open window, I see it. The empty socket in the ceiling, where her light bulb used to be. The Side Tunnel by Eric Dodd. I hated that town. Sprawled across the rotting foothills of a dead mountain chain, the city was a mass of old South racism and corruption, filled with inhabitants too poor or too sentimental to leave for someplace better. The city sweltered in the midsummer heat, smog from traffic mixing with lethal amounts of pollen and dust to form a soup that killed asthmatics as effectively as a whiff of mustard gas. I had acquired a sum of money from a job a few months back, and my needs were modest, so I had nothing better to do than hang out at the fountain downtown or at the coffee shop nearby. I met Charlie first, when I noticed some truly phenomenal photographs on his laptop. They were all of old, beautiful, decayed structures, some of which I'd seen around town. Charlie never made eye contact as he explained, in his mild, halting speech, that he didn't take the photos. Those were Jack's, but he handled setting up Jack's website. A few evenings later, I was sitting on the floor of Jack's tiny apartment, drinking beer and talking with a small group of kids that were mostly excited by abandoned and condemned buildings, fire hazards, and other signs of urban decay. They called themselves urbexes, or urban explorers. The leader of the group was Jack. He was passionate about his photography and was working his art into his college thesis. Jack was tall, with a surfer's build that could have landed him a contract to model for Abercrombie & Fitch, if it weren't for his shock of unruly blonde hair. Jack's girlfriend Annie at first seemed to perform no function aside from looking very good and hanging on to Jack. I asked Charlie about her once, and he said that Annie was a very good listener, which is what Jack seemed to want. Shane was huge. He topped 400 pounds, standing well over 6 feet tall, with thick slabs of muscle overlaid by thicker slabs of fat. He was from some no-name community in the forested hills of middle Alabama, and he dressed as if he was prepping for a deer hunt. For all of his size and massive presence, he was calm and very quiet, perhaps in response to Jack's constant diatribe about the architectural methodologies of whatever. The last member of the group was Petya. She was a transplant from some formerly Soviet bloc country, uprooted from all that she knew, and rudely shoved into the semi-rural Alabama soil, watered a bit and told to deal with it. Lucky for her, Petya was tough as a weed and thrived here. She was short and hard, looking more like a 13-year-old boy than a 19-year-old woman. She discovered country music early after her move, and took to it with a passion that verged on neurotic. to a point that her speech was a heavy southern drawl punctuated with weird Slavic inflections. Jack's obsession with photography, specifically taking pictures of decaying urban structures, well, if given a chance, he'd talk at great and exhausting length about the moral imperative of photographing ruins, as we owed the original labourers and craftsmen some of our attention to the artisanship of their hard work. Jack had met Charlie in high school. Over the next few years, the pair developed their infiltration skills and expanded their group to encompass others with similar interests. Jack seemed to be the idea man and had an uncanny talent for finding unexplored sites all over the area. Once Jack had located a site, Charlie would come up with a way to get in. Not only was Charlie an expert locksmith, he'd made friends with many of the librarians and city records keepers in the area. He was often able to provide historical maps and records for the sites. We bounced along a poorly maintained road in Shane's van, listening to Jack crow about our target for the night. Shane didn't appear to be a very smart person, given his size and usual closed-mouthedness. However, it was his idea to buy a white panel van and affix official-looking State Department of Infrastructure decals to it. He'd mounted yellow bubble lights to the top, black and yellow caution tape around the bottom. When we stopped, he pulled a few orange traffic cones off of a metal mount on the front of the van and placed them in front and behind it. "Isn't that kind of conspicuous?" I asked. Shane smiled. "Yeah, ain't no damn hooligan kids want to be conspicuous, so the van must be here on official business." "Ah, here it is, man." Jack clapped me on the back. "Holy of holies, the waterworks tunnel. Half a mile straight through a mountain. Charlie can get us in." I turned and looked at the small metal door set into the side of a hill. Doesn't look like much. I don't think it was that hard to get into. "It's not," Charlie said. "But we're going into the side tunnel." Charlie walked around to the rear of the van and pulled out a pickaxe. I wouldn't have been more shocked if he'd pulled out a severed head. As a rule, urbexes greatly disapprove of any actions that change a site. They don't litter, don't do graffiti. On some message boards, there are long-running arguments about even using chalk to mark for wayfinding. What's the side tunnel?" I asked. "You'll see soon enough," Petya said, handing me a head-mounted flashlight. I grabbed my backpack, which was heavy with gear, snacks, extra flashlights and water bottles. Jack grabbed a shovel from the back of the van, and Shane another pickaxe. Moments later, the van was closed and locked, orange cones glowing in the dim light. Charlie produced an actual key to the lock on the metal door and hauled it open. He caught my look and said, "Helps to have friends at City Hall." One by one, we walked single file through the door into the waterworks tunnel. Petya closed the metal door with a grunt, and the boom echoed through the darkness. The waterworks tunnel was much like every other tunnel, low, cramped and moist, with an unpleasant smell. Dirt caked the exposed brickwork, and in some places iron piping lay exposed. Like back 100 years ago when the Don brothers built this thing, there wasn't any good way to get water from the Cahaba River into town, Jack said. So they bored this tunnel right through the mountain, out the other side to where the river is. The side tunnel, though. "Oh, please, be quiet," Charlie said. "I'm trying to count." We'd been steadily making our way down the tunnel. The darkness before and behind was absolute. I'd been in darker places, but the close confines were beginning to make me anxious. Jack moved away from Charlie, back to me. "Anyway, like about halfway through the mountain, the Dunn brothers got to a spot they really couldn't get through. And they had to bring in heavier machinery, some kind of steam drill rig. You see how tight it is here, man? They dug a tunnel off to the side, then they expanded it. They were under a deadline, like about to lose their contract, so they made the miners work day and night. They actually set up a small camp in the side tunnel. There were sleeping areas with beds built right into the walls. Even had a small camp store. Eventually, the miners got through the tough spot. The Dunn brothers just walled up the side tunnel. Nobody's been in there since. Jack's words echoed sibilantly down the tunnel. Well, nobody until us. Shane laughed. It's bullshit, Petya said. There's no such thing as side tunnel. Is Jack being full of the shits again, like with that room under the fountain downtown? Hey, that was real, Annie said. He couldn't get the... Please be quiet, guys, Charlie said again, playing his flashlight around the floor and sides of the tunnel. Hey, help me look for an iron valve or gear or something. We all stopped talking then and began looking around the tunnel. I followed the large iron pipe for a few feet and then said, Hey, is this it? Charlie shone his light on the valve, then on a folded black photocopy of his map. Yeah, that's it. Now, Shane, try that wall right there. Right across from here. You see if it's brick behind that dirt. The pickaxe was incredibly loud in the tunnel. Yeah, good thing there's a mountain between us and anyone that might hear that, I said, holding my hands over my ears. Petya smirked and handed out ear covers from her backpack. Shane bashed the wall with a pickaxe a few times more, then scraped at it with the side of the axe. Yeah, there's concrete over brick right here, Shane said, pulling a crumbling red brick loose with his pick. Jack eagerly grabbed the sledgehammer. He and I took up positions on either side of Shane. We began to hammer away at small spots on the wall. Several minutes later, Jack's sledge punched through the wall a few feet farther down the tunnel. Hey, I'm through, Jack yelled. Come here, help me. Shane and I moved near him, breaking the 100-year-old brickwork. And he made a few feeble attempts at moving bricks out of the way until Petya shoved her aside. You might break a nail, Petya growled, and began stacking the rubble into 2 careful piles on either side of the widening hole in the wall. Charlie donned gloves and helped. And soon we stood before a small hole that appeared to open into a larger chamber. Charlie handed Jack the large spotlight. Yeah, after you, sir, Charlie said, bowing slightly and extending his arm towards the hole in the wall. Jack grinned and ducked into the hole, followed by Annie, Charlie, Shane, Petya, and finally me. From the other side, the bricked-over section was much larger than the small opening we'd made, nearly 6 yards across. There were a few wooden crates stacked on the sides of the tunnel, covered by dirt and dust-covered tarpaulins. The tunnel was narrow at first. It seemed to widen at some distance away. Its walls receded into the gloom, out of the reach of the small bright beam of light cast by Jack's spotlight. Jack moved the light around slowly, illuminating the side tunnel for the first time in over 100 years. How big was this tunnel supposed to be? I asked. According to the map, maybe 30 feet wide and 200 feet long, Charlie said. It's a hell of a lot bigger than that, said Shane, staring off into the darkness. I think it gets a lot wider down there. Okay, guys, let's get what we came for, Jack said. Annie, hand me my camera bag. We need to document this as we go through it, so we can have photos of the tunnel in its pristine state. As Jack set up his photography gear, we dispersed, each of us shining lights around the first part of the tunnel. I noted to myself that none of the group seemed particularly willing to go farther down the tunnel. Jack began snapping photos, the flash flaring like lightning. Hey, guys, look at this, Shane called from farther down the tunnel. The light from his flashlight made him seem small in the darkness, and his voice echoed strangely. Charlie, Petya, and I walked down the tunnel to where Shane stood. Hey, this isn't supposed to be here, Charlie whispered. I'd heard that line before. Hell, I've said it before. Suddenly I was gripped with a panicky certainty that I should leave. Drop my pack, ditch these fools, and run all the way to the doorway in the mountainside. Open it and keep running. Hey, maybe all the way to the ocean even. I shuddered once, swallowed, and pushed this thought down. I had a job to do. Shane was standing in front of the first building of what seemed to be an abandoned town. I counted over 8 buildings on either side of a smooth dirt street extending down the tunnel. The buildings were rudely finished, with unpainted grey boards cracked and warped with age, but mostly whole. The cavern in which they stood was quite large, but the roof was low enough to see by flashlight. "Jeez," Jack said, startling all of us. "Quit that, asshole," Petya growled, punching Jack in the arm. "You scared the shit out of me, standing in scary tunnel with Ghost down." She got closer to him, with a finger in his face. "You are full of shit again, Jack. You set this up to pull prank on this new guy, yes? You all knew this was down here." Jack backed up a step then. "Hey man, back off. We had no idea this was down here. I mean, seriously? We had to break through a damn wall. How could we have known this place was even down here?" "Oh, the news articles I found did say they built a camp for the miners," Charlie said. "This whole area was sealed up till we knocked a hole in the wall. Seems pretty dry down here, so the buildings are basically mummified." Petya rolled her eyes. It's exactly what we need, mummy buildings." She slugged Jack on the arm again, and then stomped off. "Yeah, camp, Charlie," Shane said. "This ain't a camp, this is a whole town. There's what, a dozen old buildings down here?" "I want to get out of here, Jack. Take me back to the van," Annie said, and then leaned on Jack in such a way as to press many exciting parts against him. Petya rolled her eyes. "We are not going back now, Annie. We just got here. If Jack is right, we are first. We are never first at anything." That seemed to steel Jack's resolve. "Yeah, she's right, Annie. This is the type of thing that lands me a National Geographic deal." Charlie then glanced back at Jack. "Us, Jack. All of us." "Yeah, of course, man. We'll all be famous. Now, let's get a shot at that building there," Jack said, with a distracted look that indicated he was no longer thinking about the current conversation. Annie and Shane cautiously investigated the shack on the opposite side of the tunnel. Petya and I walked down the tunnel, past the first few buildings, to a larger clearing. The center of the clearing had a large stack of ancient, mostly burned wood in a circular fire pit. A few rusted metal cans lay scattered around the pit. To the left and right of this pit, tunnels extended and disappeared into the darkness. I'd done my research for months, looking in the basements of dusty college libraries and used bookstores, scouring thrift stores, yard sales, and once I got to Birmingham, reading the papers, looking for reports of the missing. I had more doubts than clues, with only the scars upon my face as evidence that the thing that I sought was real, and not a paranoid fantasy of my own making. I knew I was in the right place when I saw what lay in front of her. Part 2. At the end of the side tunnel, carved into the raw rock wall like some hillbilly Petra, rose the face of a large building that could only be a church. The carvings had a crude look to them, columns and lintels hammered out of the stone with miners' chisels by men who might have seen a drawing of a Roman column in a newsprint. Crosses decorated the facing at various points, but my eyes were immediately drawn to the symbol above the only door. I recognized the symbol's loops and angles, but only in reverse, as I have only seen it on one other place, my own mirror. There's a faint white tracery only visible now under the bright glare of the light reflecting off the scarred skin of my forehead. At that moment of recognition, as if in sympathy, my scars began to itch. Faintly, but the itch was there. Subtle warning. Get out. I knew I should listen, but it had taken so long to catch the faintest trace of this trail that... Oh. Hey, look, a cave. I wonder what's inside, Petya said with a knowing smirk. She shouldered her pack and walked into the doorway. I had no choice but to follow her. The doorway opened into a small, low tunnel, carved out of solid rock. After a few feet, the tunnel turned sharply left, and turned again to the right, then opened into a larger room with a downward-sloping floor. The remnants of wooden pews sat rotting silently on either side of the narrow aisle leading down to the front of the room. At the front, a few large leather sacks leaned against a round structure that appeared to be an altar. As we moved closer, Petya let out a stifled squeak and stopped. She glanced at me, but I already knew. The leather sacks were in fact the desiccated remains of 3 people, hunched, headless, and kneeling at the altar. I stepped closer. What I'd originally thought of as an altar was in fact a pit or a deep well, its bottom hidden far below. Bodies, Petya said. A sidelong glance at her face showed me the shocked, bruised look about her eyes. She grimaced, then shouldered her pack. Jack will not be happy about this. Indeed, urbexes hate finding bodies. At the least, bodies are creepy and unpleasant. And at the worst, they can entangle a crew in months of police investigations, red tape, and possible trespassing charges. Yeah, let's try to steer Jack away from this for now, I said. In fact, let's head back. Petya nodded when we left the church, Petya glancing over her shoulder at that well. When we arrived back at the clearing, Jack was missing. Well, Annie was furious, eyes rubbed red and raw, berating Charlie and Shane. That's rule number 1, Shane. Stick with your buddy. You guys act like I'm just eye candy. Treat me like I'm Jack's Barbie doll who can't do anything. But I've been on more crawls than either of you 2 in the last year. Where were you, Shane? What were you doing? Shane stared at the ground, scuffing the dirt floor of the tunnel with his work boots. We were making out, Charlie said. It happened. Annie whirled on Charlie. Oh, for Christ's sake, Charlie. Couldn't you have kept your hands in your pants for an hour? Both have jobs to do. Well, same goes for you, Annie. Where were you and what were you doing? You've been stuck up Jack's ass all night, so we figured he'd be fine, Charlie said. In the glow of the flashlights, Charlie glanced at Petya and I and blushed. Oh, look, this isn't helping. We need to find Jack. Couldn't have gotten far. Probably down the tunnel, taking pictures. Yeah, you know how he gets when he's found a good subject. We then spread out. Annie ran to the entrance, but saw no sign of Jack. I checked a few of the wooden structures, but found nothing. When we reached the end of the side tunnel, in front of the church, Charlie wanted to check inside. Boy, Petya and I just came from inside there, I said. I glanced over at Petya, who shook her head. She knew as well as I that the revelation of the 3 mummified corpses in the church would send the rest of the crew into a panic. If you want, I'll run in and check. You go and look in these other buildings. I'll be right back. Charlie rounded up the others and walked down the tunnel to the right, calling Jack's name as they went. I turned and walked back into the church. As I followed the tunnel's turns, I noticed lights shining from the well room. Dreading what I'd find, I walked into the small room and found it as Petya and I had left it. Empty, save for the 3 mummified bodies clustered around the well, and Jack's large spotlight positioned at the top of the well. Well, shit, Jane said, in that peculiarly southern way that splits a single-syllable word into 7 or 8 more syllables. He peered into the well, but his flashlight was unable to pierce the gloom at the bottom. Looks like Jack is exploring without us, I said. We should probably go down after him. Don't think that's a good idea, man, Charlie said. He was visibly shaken. Well, the whole group was. The 3 headless, mummified corpses squatting near the well did not help ease the tension in the room, and the group was decidedly angry at Petra and I for not mentioning them before. You're going to go in there after him, Charlie, Annie said. You owe it to him. If you're too pussy to go in, then I'll go. Oh, we all go, Petya said. I have seen the scary movies. We don't split up. Splitting up is when monsters get us. She shoved Shane out of the way, adjusted her headlamp, and began the descent. Annie followed, then Shane, and then Charlie. I climbed down the shaft after all the others, leaving that strange church in near darkness, illuminated only by the cold green glow of a few long-duration chem lights left at the top of the well. I've been lost in the dark before. A little extra light can make all the difference. The tunnel at the bottom of the well smelled like blood. The others noticed it, and so Charlie began some tentative explanation about the amount of iron ore in the walls, then trailed off. They could sense the wrongness of this place. Under the pervasive smell of rust and blood there was another, fouler stink. Not so much a scent, but the memory of a scent, a recollection of the odour of something horrible that once passed this way and might yet come again. When we reached the first intersection, Charlie asked us to stop. He fished around in his backpack and pulled out a can of highly reflective spray paint. Charlie, Jane said, urbexes don't leave traces. Worst case, they use chalk, because it washes away with water. They don't spray paint anything. Fuck this place, man. Charlie popped the top, shook the can, and sprayed a large arrow on the tunnel wall, pointing back to the well. Yeah, fuck it in the rear. Petya startled us all with her cackled laughter. In ear, good one, Charlie. That set the rest of the group off, and for a time eased the growing sense of fear. We turned to the right and followed the new tunnel, periodically calling for Jack. The tunnel forked, split, then forked again. There's miles of tunnels down here, Shane said. How are we going to find Jack in all of this? He's not leaving any markers, and the floor's too hard to see his footprint. We'll find him, Charlie said. These tunnels have to go somewhere. What I'd like to know is why they're here. And at first I thought this was a coal mine. There's no bracing like I expected, so I thought maybe it was a saltpeter mine. That'd explain the lack of bracing and the crazy tunnels. But I haven't seen neither on these walls. None of this makes any sense. Annie, who'd been quiet for a while, stopped. Guys, I saw someone up ahead. Jack, she yelled and ran forward. We followed, running in a stooped half-run so as not to hit our heads on the low tunnel ceilings. Annie called for Jack as she ran, gradually outdistancing us with her frantic pace. Up ahead in the gloom, we saw her pause, turn her head to the left, then lunge down a tunnel branch. Annie, slow down, Shane yelled. Even though the air was cool in the tunnels, sweat beaded his face. We heard a thin shriek then, followed by sobs. Annie, Shane yelled again. We found Annie sitting on the floor of a room, the first of its size that we'd encountered. The floor was hard-packed earth, like the rest of the tunnels. There were a few old wooden boards scattered around. Her pack was open in front of her, and she was muttering a quiet stream of obscenities. She'd removed a boot and was wrapping her foot in gauze from her first aid kit. "Sorry, guys. Tripped over a damn board. Guess I was going too fast and wasn't watching where I was going." Shane and Charlie hurried over to her, clucking like upset hens. Charlie pronounced Annie's ankle to be sprained. "I guess we should, take a rest break," Shane said. "What time is it?" "About 3 in the morning," Charlie replied, looking at his watch. "Feels like we've been down here for hours." "We should go back," Petya said. But Annie shook her head firmly. "No, I'm not leaving without Jack." "Look, Annie, I know you thought you saw him," Shane said. "But we don't even know if he's down here," Charlie replied. Yeah, he is. We saw a spotlight at the top of the well," Annie said. "I know, but that's just it," pointed out Charlie, taking a bite of a protein bar. "Jack's a pro. He wouldn't come down here without us. I've been thinking, what if we have it all wrong? What if he left the spotlight behind while he went to fight us? We maybe somehow missed him." "Oh my God," said Annie. "I bet he's terrified. Well, someone needs to go back and leave a note or something." As she climbed to her feet, her ankle turned, and Shane and Charlie both caught her. "Oh, you're definitely done exploring," said Shane. "Okay, I'll take Annie back to the van. We'll leave notes for Jack along the way. And Charlie?" Shane looked down. "I think it's time to call the cops." Charlie blew out a compressed breath. "Jack is gonna be pissed." "Yeah, he will, but he shouldn't have run off like this. And his body's down here, and we have an injury. You want to keep going on these field trips, we better play by the rules." "Give us 3 more hours, Shane," I said. "If we can't find Jack by dawn, no problem. We'll pack up and head to the entrance, and we'll call the cops. But I think we'll find him before then." "And call Roberto," Charlie said. Shane tightened his jaw at this. Roberto was Shane's ex, and they'd had a bad breakup. But Roberto was a long-term detective on the city's police force and could smooth things over for the group. "I know you're still pissed at him, but we need his help." Shane helped Annie up and leaned on him as they staggered out of the room. I could tell from the set of Shane's jaw that he was pissed, but I knew Annie would make him call the cops. So, I had 3 hours, maybe less. I hoped it would be enough time. I knew I might be able to break back into the side tunnel in another month or so, but my guess was that the site was about to become very popular with a lot of different people. Oh, I clenched my fists. I was very close, closer than I'd ever really been. I wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. I stood up, dusted off my jeans, and gathered the few items I'd pulled from my pack. Right, time to go find Jack. There's a lot of branching tunnels down here, so remember to mark them, Charlie. I think we missed a few when we were running after Annie. I turned to Petya. "You're the best mapper we have. You have any idea of where we are?" "Yep," Petya said. "We're about half a kilometer from the well. Pretty much straight line from there. Plenty of places for Jack to be. I say we do maze logic. Pick right-hand wall and follow it until it ends or loops back. We go for 90 minutes. If no Jack, we head back to well." "Surely we'll find him before then," Charlie said. "After 3 in the morning, he's got to be tired. Couldn't possibly be anything that interesting." Charlie stopped, turned his head, and then I heard the scream. Part 3. Mentally, I was prepared for this. I knew that I had made a conscious decision to lead these kids into a trap and to use them as bait. I rationalized that by putting a few people at risk, I would ultimately be protecting many more. I knew that was just rationalization, though. In truth, I didn't feel guilty about putting my friends in danger. No, I felt guilty about not caring about them at all, when endangering them put me closer to my goal. "Annie," Charlie yelled. We ran out of the room and down a tunnel towards the sound of her voice. I saw her first, lurching against the tunnel wall, dragging her injured foot, eyes deep-socketed and huge in the bleached white mask of her face. Her shirt was splattered with a spray of blood. "Shane," she said. It got Shane." "What got Shane?" Petya asked. "Don't know. We're close to the well. Shane kept saying he heard something walking behind us. When we looked, there was nothing there, so we kept walking. And then there was something there, and it took him." Her face crumpled in grief. "Just pulled him right out of my hands. I don't know if he knew what happened. His face, he just looked so confused." Petya took Annie's hand, and Annie clung to her, sobbing. I knelt with my pack on the tunnel floor and rummaged through it. When Charlie saw the gun, he stepped back a pace. "Jeez, fuck, what the hell is that thing?" "The shotgun revolver, 6 chambers, all loaded. If you have to use it, be really careful. It's got no safety to speak of." Well, the gun scared the shit out of me. It was huge, making Dirty Harry's Magnum look like a squirt gun. It was heavy and unwieldy, and hurt like a bastard to fire. But it was shorter than a shotgun and took shot shells, which was useful, as I'd hand-loaded every shell. I had no idea what might kill, or even hurt the thing that I hunted. But I had my hopes. Buckshot mixed with the rock salt, silver shot, gold shot, mercury, garlic, or, finally, communion wafers and holy water. And if that didn't work, I had some hollow point solid rounds that I could use on myself if it came to it. I pulled out 2 long hunting knives that I had hand-silvered. "Why would I have to use it?" Charlie asked, pushing his glasses up and blinking rapidly. "In case the thing down here, with us, gets me before it gets you." I handed the 2 knives to Charlie and Petya. "Be careful with those 2, they're sharp. I electroplated them myself." "Will they work?" Petya asked. "I have no idea," I replied. "I picked most of this stuff up by watching Supernatural reruns. I'm making the rest up as I go along." "We are so fucked," Petya said, and shook her head. "Look, I think they'll work. Worst case, it'll drive the thing off for long enough that we can get away." Annie, who'd been very quiet, looked up at me. "You knew." She lunged forward and punched me hard in the side of my face. I fell back and cracked my head on the tunnel wall. You knew something was down here, you bastard. You let us all down here." "Bait," Petya said, and sighed. She looked up from her near crouch and eyed me with contempt. I got up, rubbing my throbbing head. "Look, I've been hunting this thing for a long time. It's killed people and it's my fault. I let it out. So it's my responsibility to take it down." "And you're the one with the gun," Charlie said. "Right. I'm the best chance any of you have of living through this. And I think that if there's anyone with a chance of hurting this thing, it's me." I stood up, put the gun into a holster, put 2 moon clips each into my jacket pocket. I shouldered my pack. "Let's go. Annie, take us back to where it got Shane. Everyone, stay behind me." Pulled out the gun again, we started walking back down the tunnel toward the well. Well, the trek back was far worse. Charlie's markers glittered like cat's eyes in the distant gloom, and we all kept seeing shadows at the corners of our vision. Twice I nearly wasted ammo on a slight imperfection in the tunnel wall. The weight and bulk of the shotgun pistol made it extremely uncomfortable to carry for any length of time, so I eventually settled for keeping it in the holster, pulling it out any time I thought I saw something. We could see the handholds of the wall when we reached the area where Shane was taken. There was a great deal of blood splashed on the wall, and more trailed off down a tunnel that forked off from the main one. "There's the well," I said. "You three take the knives, climb up and get out of here. Call for help. I'm going after the thing that got Shane." "I'm not leaving without Jack," Petya said. She looked at Annie, and then looked away. Then I remembered the way Petya looked at Jack, when she thought nobody was looking at her. Fair enough. "I think we all know that Jack didn't make it," Charlie said, wiping his eyes. "But I'm not going without Shane, or at least finding out what happened to him." He turned away then, weeping silently. "We're coming with you," Annie said. "I'm not leaving without Jack either, or at least without knowing what happened to him. Like Petya said, we don't split up. You saw what happened to me and Shane when we went off on our own." I looked at all of the blood on the ground. "Nobody knows we're down here. They might find the van, but they won't find the entrance to the side tunnel. I've been in this type of situation before. Things change when the cops show up. There'll be a cave-in or a flood. All the cops will walk all the way down the length of the waterworks tunnel, and they simply won't see the hole we made. Because they can't. Or because they really don't want to. If you follow me, well, I'm probably not going to survive this. So you won't either." Annie took a step closer to me and shook a fist in my face. "You can't get off your white knight hero horse now, asshole." She grabbed my collar and began to punctuate her sentences by shaking my head. "Find my boyfriend now." I stepped back against the wall and pushed her away. "Okay, fine. So be it." We followed the spatters and smears of blood down a long tunnel that snaked and twisted and sloped downwards, gently at first, and then more steeply. My scars had been itching faintly since I climbed down the well, but the itching had increased to a shrill, insistent whine against the nerve endings of my skin. I could feel the looping scrawl of each scar, so faint as to be invisible in daylight, etched into my face as if held in place by a net of white-hot wires. The air in the tunnel began to thicken with moisture, the walls shining wetly in the reflected beams of our lights. I stopped, holding up a hand to warn the others. "I see light from up ahead," I whispered. Somewhere down the tunnel, a pale golden light flickered. I pulled the revolver from its holster, cursing its weight for the 100th time. We continued down the corridor, cautiously and slowly, partly due to fear and partly due to the floor, which was very steep and slick with moisture. The tunnel ended abruptly at a thin ledge that bordered a space, wide and open and chaotic with shapes. First, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing, the lines and forms overlapping and merging, like looking skyward at the moon through an ancient tree. We all stood on that ledge for a moment, gasping, maybe making some small sounds, as our minds fought to process that view. Gradually my eyes traced the subtle lines and edges of structures, clustered against the walls in claustrophobic clots and knots, like a type of architectural tumor. The walls of the cavern receded out and away, plunging down into mist-shrouded depths, fading from my view. The structures were lit from indeterminate light sources, lined in a dim gold light that did more to cast shadow than to reveal. As I stared, I began to notice the crumbled ledges, the blank and open entryways, the empty areas on distant walls where whole sections of the buildings had sloughed off and fallen to the pit far below. I noticed the stillness, the silence of the place. "It's a city," Charlie said. "A dead city," I replied. "How can it be a city?" Annie asked. "There's no streets. Those doors open out onto thin air. That makes no sense." "Well, it makes perfect sense if you have wings," I said. I gestured at a brighter area down the ledge to our right. "That's where we're going." The ledge was smooth, its surface glassy but not slick. It seemed to emit a faint gold light that was only visible from the corner of my vision. We crept down the ledge for a few hundred yards, reaching a wide platform. Against one low wall was a large seat of sorts, and in front of that seat was a long, rounded metallic table. Shane's corpse glistened wetly on the table. Chest cracked open, ribs splayed wide like two open skeletal hands. The top of his skull had been removed, and a mass of black tubes snaked from the opening down to the table. "No!" Charlie wailed, and ran to the table. "Charlie, don't!" I yelled. Charlie reached the table and stopped. He reached out an arm and gently touched Shane's bloody face. Shane's eyes snapped open. I could see his lungs flutter in the raw cavity of his chest. His mouth worked silently, lips pulled back in a rictus grin, tongue thrusting against his teeth. His body began to twitch and spasm, and then the black tubes penetrating his skull writhed and pulled taut, and the spasm ceased. Shane's eyes rolled up in its sockets, and his eyelids closed, almost peacefully. Charlie whirled to face me, face contorted with rage and grief, silver hunting knife held in a murderous grip in his hand. What did this? What the fuck did this to him? Part 4. As if in answer to his question, the thing hit him so fast it was a blur. Charlie let out a brief scream as he was hooked high up into the air, then screamed again in rage. I saw Charlie plunge the knife deep into the thing's abdomen, pull it out, and plunge it in again. The thing let out an ear-splitting shriek and let Charlie go. Annie, Petya, and I watched as Charlie fell, tumbling over and over into the depths. The thing crashed to the floor and skidded to a stop against the cavern wall. "Shoot it!" Annie yelled. "Kill it now!" The creature stood as I raised the gun with two shaking hands. Oh, the thing was huge, standing over 12 feet high. It took a staggering step forward on curiously back-bent legs, and then another. It shuddered. I could see a milky, iridescent fluid seeping out of a wound in its belly. Its head snapped up and forward, and its eyes, oh, there were so many, were focused on me. I felt a disorienting tilt in my perspective, as if I was seeing myself and the room, and Petya and Annie, and the creature all at once. I felt a curiously mechanical ticking. I felt that the size of the thing was a mistake. It was much, much larger than it actually appeared. The creature spread its wings, 2 or 4 or 6, feathered and broad and black and leathery, tipped with hooks and talons, and flapped them all at once. Scent billowed over us all, the scent we'd smelled in the tunnels, acrid and dry like oranges rotting in the desert sun. It came closer to us, and I felt it outside my mind, a pressure that was immense and cold and horribly, inhumanly logical. I waited, even though I could still hear Annie and Petya screaming behind me, screaming for me to shoot this thing. My scars were now twisting and rippling on my skin, white-hot and reaching a point so far beyond pain I could not name it. I focused on that sensation and steadied my aim. The gunshot thundered deafeningly loud in the silence of this dead city. The shotgun revolver kicked viciously in my fist, and I nearly dropped it. The creature had closed nearly half the distance between us. It stopped, and some of its eyes seemed to blink. One of its wings seemed to droop, and I saw that my first round of rock salt and buckshot had punctured a small, ragged hole through its leathery membrane. I braced myself and fired again. The creature recoiled with a scream as the silver shot ripped open a jagged swath across its chest. I fired once more and was rewarded with another scream. It was so close that its stink was suffocating now. I fired again and again, the thing reaching out for me with so many arms, its wings fluttering so fast they were a blur. And then it had me. Two of its arms clutched me around the waist and pulled me up close. Two more arms reached up with taloned hands, black and scaly, crusted with impossible jewelry, and clasped both sides of my face. I turned my head from side to side, almost gently, and then looked deeply into my eyes. Of the many things I saw in those huge golden orbs, with their rings within whirling and spinning rings, the worst was recognition. The pressure outside my mind intensified, and I felt a snap, like a green stick fracture from a short, sharp fall, and it came flooding through. It spoke to me then, not in words, but in a purer, an older form of communication. It thanked me for bringing it more meals, and thanked me even for bringing it information about the world from which it had been away for so very long. It promised that I was its favorite, and I'd be rewarded in some incomprehensible, impossible way. I felt a deep and loathsome love welling up in me for this thing, as a dog would unconditionally love its master. Then the creature screamed, shrieking in real pain, and it was gone from my mind. I felt it recede like a tide, and missed that presence, hating myself for feeling so. I fell to the ground in a heap as the creature stepped back, arms raised to its head. Petya had leaped upon the creature's back and was stabbing her long, silvered knife deep into the creature's eyes. The thing scrabbled its many taloned hands at her, leaving deep scratches on her arms, but she dodged and kept plunging the knife into the thing's eyes. Finally, with a deep guttural bellow, she slammed the knife with both fists deep into the center of the creature's skull. The wings stopped fluttering, and the thing toppled forward to the floor. Petya untangled herself from the thing's bulk and half stumbled to where I was sitting. Her face was ashen, and she held one arm with the other, blood oozing from long scratches on both. Annie shook herself and ran to Petya, dropped her backpack and pulled out the first aid kit. Neither of them looked at Shane. Once Annie had bound the worst of Petya's wounds, Petya stood up and walked over to the still form of the fallen creature. She kicked it, savagely, once in the head. She stooped to remove the knife. "Leave it," I said. She turned to look at me. "I think it's better off where it is." "It's dead. I killed it," she said. "Well, for now. But it might not be later. And that knife might postpone later for long enough. It's time to go." Annie gestured at Shane's body. "What about him? We can't leave him here." "I know we can't," I said. "But none of us have the strength to carry him out. And we don't know if that thing is going to wake back up, or if there's more of them." Well, that seemed to motivate Annie and Petya. Annie packed up her first aid kit, and we left the dead city by way of the tunnel from which we'd entered. I thought I saw the dim golden light growing fainter as we left. That made me feel a slight bit of hope. The walk back to the well was long, far longer than I'd remembered. The lower tunnel floors were sloped upwards, and they were slick. Annie and I both fell at least twice, which did nothing to improve my headache or Annie's sprained ankle. Petya had lost a shoe in the fight, and had kicked off the other one before leaving the cavern. I thought about that shoe a lot while walking out of those tunnels. I wondered what some future explorer would think upon discovering that platform in a dead city of angels, and on that platform, the creature's corpse and a single shoe. When we reached the well, I realized something had changed. I could see light at the top, much brighter than the few chem lights I'd left behind. Annie saw the light and began to shout for help. A familiar voice sounded down from the top of the well, and a silhouette of a head blocked the light. "Annie, what are you doing down there?" Jack yelled. After much hugging and crying and kissing and a fair amount of punching, we got out of the well and back to the entrance of the side tunnel. Petya was unable to climb due to her injured arm. Jack and I helped to get her out of the well using a Swiss seat that he'd fashioned out of grappling. Annie was able to climb out of the well on her own, putting minimal weight on her injured foot. According to Jack, he left his spotlight at the edge of the well as a light source for some incredibly amazing photographs. Midway through, the cheap Zeiss lens somehow fell off of his camera and shattered on the stone floor. In a panic, he ran to the tunnel entrance to find a replacement, only to realize he'd left his case of spares back at the van. Thinking it wouldn't be long, he ducked out into the waterworks tunnel and ran back to the van. "Yeah, man," Jack said. "That was totally stupid, guys. It was dark and I was in a hurry to get back. So I got my spare case and shut the back doors and locked the van. Then I ran around the side of the van. You know those big mirrors on that thing? Well, they stuck out 3 or 4 feet either side. Yeah, I clocked myself big time on one of those. I think it tore off the mount. Anyway, it knocked me completely unconscious. Woke up maybe a half hour ago with a killer headache. My body was all bloody. It was light outside. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I got my shit together and came back down here, but I couldn't find you guys. Jeez, it's spooky as shit down here when you're alone. I was about to freak out until I heard some noises coming from the well. Then I was really going to freak out." He paused to take a breath and a sip of water from a bottle. "Oh man, Shane's going to be pissed when he sees what I did to the van. Hey, where is Shane? Where's Charlie?" Jack wanted to go back immediately. Neither Annie nor Petya would allow it. He swore he was going to get a group of people together to find Shane and Charlie, or at least their bodies. He said he'd call in every favor he was owed, do whatever it took. His first call would be to Shane's brothers, both of whom were even larger than Shane, and both of whom owned enough firepower to take over a small country. Well, I agreed and promised to help, but I was already planning to slip away as soon as I could. Jack's search party might find the side tunnel, but the entrance would be collapsed. Or the tunnel would be there, and even the building inside, but the well would be full of dirt, or simply missing. No amount of drilling, or explosives, or ground-penetrating radar would ever uncover that dead city. Annie and Petya both hugged me, to my surprise, as we stood in the parking lot across from Jack's apartment. I shook Jack's hand and promised to call him after I got some rest. Put my gear into the trunk of my old, battered blue Toyota Corolla. As I was driving away, Annie embraced Jack again. His eyes caught mine over her shoulder. Then one lid drooped in a slow, lurid wink. And in that moment, in the late morning light, the other eye flashed gold, like gold rings spinning inside gold rings. And then it was gone. Well, it could have just been the trick of the light, I suppose. I discovered an alien relic on a Texan prison farm by Joseph Rubus. Part 1. In 2020, I began doing video editing work for a man named Dr. Larry. Now, Dr. Larry had spent 42 years in Texas prisons before finally making payroll in 2017. Well, he was full of stories from his time in the system and wanted to share them with people. He did several interviews with prison-related YouTube channels and created his own page where he'd speak on his experiences and his views of society in general. He built up a small but dedicated fan base and was in talks to turn his life story into a movie. Sadly, he passed away in January 2022 from COVID. In the short time he was active, he posted 309 videos. Well, 310 counting the one that was banned by YouTube. He mentioned in a prior video that he'd seen things I can't explain in prison. Someone asked him about it in the comments section, and he made a video on an incident that occurred in September 1979 while he was incarcerated at the Anderson unit. The video was instantly struck down and his account limited. I think it was on the order of the government. Now for the first time, the video of Dr. Larry's strange tale can be related. His story followed. I came to the Anderson unit in 1977 when I was 22. I'd been at Easton but got transferred out for beating an inmate guard over the head with a pipe. Back then, Texas didn't have guards like they do now. Most of the guards were inmates. We had building tenders and turnkeys. Building tenders were the guards. I use inmate guards and building tenders interchangeably here, and the turnkeys worked in the halls. They controlled the riot gates and the cell blocks. If it had a lock, they had the key. We all wore white uniforms, but you could tell a building tender because they had green stripes up the side of their pants and on their shoulders. The building tenders were brutal. If you think regular guards are bad, imagine having a man who killed 3 people in charge of a cell block. They didn't put up with no bull, and their first resort was violence. If you stepped out of line, they had an ass whipping for you. And don't expect no fair fight. They'd rat pack you until your ass was graveyard dead. Yeah, I saw a lot of guys get the shit beat out of them. I saw a lot of guys wind up underground. I got lucky at Easton because the building tender I hit was so sorry that even the others didn't care. They dragged me to solitary, stuck me in, and left me. The next day I went out on the chain bus to Anderson. Anderson was a plantation before the Civil War and was turned into a prison in the 1900s. It had 14,000 acres and grew mainly cotton, potatoes, corn, and turnips. Any kind of crop you could think of, they had it. The warden there was named J.T. Turner. Everyone called him Wildcat. With him, you didn't have to do that yes sir, no sir shit. You could talk to him like he was a normal guy. He was the only warden in the Texas prison system you could do that with. He interacted with inmates like he was one of them. He'd come on the block, play table games, get himself a cup of homemade wine, and work out with the inmates. Anderson was wide open. As long as you went to work, you could always do anything you wanted. The cat was right there with you. Well, Cat had a policy that said inmates could defend themselves. You didn't have to let someone mess you over. He'd tell you to defend yourself, and he'd give you the least amount of punishment possible. If someone tried to mess you over, you could handle your business, but you had to keep your head up about it. You couldn't come back and kill someone 3 weeks later. If you did it right then and there, you wouldn't get in trouble. He'd give you a week in solitary or stand you on a soda water crate for 6 hours. And he respected a man who stood up for himself. In fact, he expected you to stand up for yourself. He'd say, "You're a gangster out there. Be a gangster in here." He didn't respect guys who constantly complained. He had no sympathy for inmates, because the way he saw it, you didn't have sympathy for the crime victim. "You didn't care about that old lady you robbed and put in the hospital," he'd say. "Why the hell am I supposed to care about you?" Well, before he became a warden, Cat was a psychiatrist, and he could instantly smell bullshit. You couldn't get one over on this man, so don't even try. Just be honest and tell him the truth. And it was lying that pissed him off. If you did something and told him, "Yeah, I did it," he'd go easy on you. If you tried some bullshit game, he'd max out your punishment. You had a lot of punishment waiting for you at Anderson. Their favorite thing was putting you on a soda water crate. They'd cuff your hands over your head and leave you there. If you weren't in top physical shape and couldn't stand on your toes, all your weight would be on your shoulders. For every hour on, you got 15 minutes off. Another thing they did was have you stand on the wall. You'd have to squat down and hold your arms out in front of you. If you fell down or moved, the building tenders would whip your ass and throw you in solitary. Solitary in those days was one of the worst punishments you could get at Anderson. First, the building tenders and turnkeys would whip your ass all the way there. And you had a beatdown coming right out of the gate, and if you didn't get stomped down, you were lucky. Well, next, they threw you in this dark little cell with no light. You didn't get any books, any paper, none of your personal property. They didn't even feed you right. You got a tablespoon of beets, a tablespoon of corn, and a tablespoon of meat. Depending on what you did to get there, the building tenders would come in and beat your ass once or twice a day. Now, you did not want to end up in solitary. Yeah, solitary now ain't shit. Back then, it actually meant something. But then Anderson was still segregated. There were 2 black cell blocks, 2 white cell blocks, and 2 Hispanic cell blocks. I was on F-line, which was an all-black unit. Worked in the field at first. Our work squads were segregated too, but that didn't mean anything. In Texas prison, an inmate was an inmate. White boys didn't get treated any better. No one worried about that race shit. Out in the field, we drank from the same cups, shared cigarettes, and bullshitted together. The building tenders didn't do it either. If you were black and you attacked a white inmate guard, the black and Hispanic inmate guards would beat your ass down like nothing. If you were white and you attacked an inmate guard, the whites would come for your ass. We figured, well, we're all in this together. No one's any better than anyone else. Maybe in the free world you can think that, but not on the inside. The field work was hard, but if you were in shape, you got used to it. Every inmate at Anderson had a job. There was no laying up in your cell. No matter who you were or what you had going on, they had a job for you. Some guys worked in the furniture factory, others worked in the stables, but most of us worked in the fields. Cotton was Anderson's biggest crop, and during the cotton season, we worked from can to can't. From when you can see to when you can't. I was young and in good shape, so the field work didn't bother me. Other guys couldn't handle it, and they tried to get out of it by going to sickbay. If you tried saying you had a headache and couldn't work, the inmate guards in the infirmary would beat your ass, give you an aspirin, and tell you, be careful out in that hot sun. Out in the fields, my job was striking. That meant I didn't have an assignment. I went around helping other guys catch up if they fell behind. You didn't talk out there, didn't look around, you didn't have any breaks. If you had to piss, you told the field boss. Pouring it down, boss. He'd say, go ahead. You had to walk behind him, you'd say, coming behind you, boss. If you didn't say that and came up behind him, he'd shoot your ass. We worked with machetes, hammers, and all sorts of weapons, so you could attack someone easy. Field boss of my squad was an old-ass man named Cooper. Everyone called him Old Lord. He dipped snuff, smoked cigarettes, and puffed cigars all at the same time. He'd sit up on his horse and talk shit the whole time, not talking to anyone in particular. I can't say most of what he did because YouTube might strike me, but this man was on another level. I'm the god of all black men, he'd say. Only he used a different term than black men. My Father in heaven sent me to save you black men. That's what I'm going to do. Now, get to work. You better move. I'll shoot you all in the ass if you don't get to stepping. One time he told the field major, who we called High Rider, got me an idea. I'm going to take a boat, get some octopus, breed them with all these black men. That way we'll have 8 armed black men picking cotton, and we're going to be rich. High Rider just looked at him, crazier than hell. Oh, you were not prepared for Old Lord. I don't care where you've been or who you met. Not only was he out of his damn mind, he was violent as hell. He'd shoot you if you talked back to him, and he loved violence. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't stop it. He'd just sit there and watch. When he'd had enough, he'd send the water boys in with axe handles to clear it up. But he wouldn't just dry fuck you up. If you kept your head down and worked, you wouldn't have a problem with him. And our squad was the best. We worked rings around the other squads, and sometimes Old Lord would just make us stop and sit down. My black men work harder than the rest of them put together, he'd tell High Rider. You ain't doing no damn more until the other squads catch up. He'd tell us to smoke our cigarettes and drink our water because we'd earned it. Old Lord was violent as hell, but he had some good in him. One Christmas he came in, took our whole squad to commissary, gave each one of us $30. So there was some good in it. Anyway, I was at Anderson for 2 years when the madness happened. That's what those of us who survived called it. September 1975, and cotton season was over, so the field bosses had us doing busy work until the harvest. One morning, as we were waiting to be taken out for work, a building tender came up to me and said, "Hey man, warden wants to see you." "See me?" I asked, confused. "Why?" He shrugged. "I don't know." Well, Cat had an open door policy. All you had to do was knock. I never took advantage of it because what was he going to do for me? If he had a problem, I took care of it on my own, and if I couldn't, I just sucked it up. I didn't need anything from Cat. I didn't know what he wanted from me, so I followed the building tender to his office to find out. Inside, Cat was leaning over his desk and talking to a white guy across from him. A big, burly man in a white uniform with green stripes up the side loomed over the white guy from behind, his shoulders bunched. He was tense and coiled, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Big Bear, which is what we called him, was Cat's right-hand man and practically ran the prison. He had more power than any other building tender in the Texas prison system, and Cat trusted him enough to send him home on the weekends. Bear would leave Anderson on Friday night, wearing free world clothes and driving Cat's personal car, then come back on Sunday evening. No one knew where he went or what he did, and no one asked. Bear was the most violent man at Anderson, and one of the biggest, at 6'6" and 300 pounds. He intimidated almost everyone. Like the others, he'd leave you alone unless you gave him a reason to mess with you. Whatever this white man was here for, it gave Bear all the reason he needed. "I had to let him do it, Cat," the white guy said. "He was going to kill me." "Why didn't you kill him?" Cat asked. "You can defend yourself here, you know that. I think you wanted to do it." Bear smacked the white guy upside his head. "You like that, huh, punk?" he asked. The white guy turned around. Bear slapped him again. "Look at the warden when he talks to you." "I don't know what you want me to do about it," Cat continued. "I don't have any evidence, just your word, and your word doesn't mean anything to me. Next time someone messes with you, stab him. If you can't do that, you might as well just get yourself a husband." Cat looked at Bear then. Bear grabbed the back of the white guy's shirt, dragged him to his feet, and shoved him at the door. "Get your ass out of here." I stepped aside, and the white guy hurried out, not daring to look back. The turnkeys stared him down as he passed. Oh, they were itching to do something. You could see it in their eyes. I turned back to Cat, and he donned a big, friendly grin. "Ah, Larry, it's good to see you. Sit down." He gestured to the chair in front of the desk, and I sat. Bear went over to his desk, sat down, and started going through a stack of papers. "How you doing, Larry?" Cat asked. "I'm doing okay, Cat," I said. "You?" Cat spread his big hands. He was as big as most inmates and could handle himself in a fight. I'd seen it happen. Not many men had the nuts to attack Cat, but every so often one bucked up. Black, white, didn't matter. They all ended up committing suicide in solitary. Every last one of them. "I can't complain," Cat said. He sat back in his chair and it creaked under his weight. "Well, much. You know my last count boy went home the other day, so I'm short-staffed." The count boy worked in the warden's office, typing up documents, pulling files, and doing general clerical and gopher work. "Yeah, heard something about that," I said. When I talked to Cat, I kept my cards close to my chest. He was unpredictable, and you never quite knew what his angle was. "I need a new one, and I was thinking about you." "Me?" I asked. "You're good at typing and such," Cat said. "You're in that college program and always on your typewriter." Anderson had a college course that the state paid for. You got student loan money on your books every month and used it for class. I went every evening after work and then did my homework in my cell until lights out. I was also always in the library, looking up laws and codes that might help my case, and I stayed on top of my appeals. When I first got to the retrieve unit in 1975, I filed a lawsuit against the prison system. The cat knew I was on point. Well, there were only two types of inmates that they were scared of back then. Ones they thought were crazy, and ones that filed lawsuits. I had the outside support from my mother. If you had someone on the outside pulling for you, they tended to tread softly. Well, I was young, but I wasn't stupid. I knew Cat wanted to co-opt me so I wouldn't cause him trouble. Camp boys also count as inmate guards, and I was young and in good shape, and they knew I had a hell of a fight game. If I needed to whip someone's ass, I could. I didn't cause trouble, though. I was too busy trying to get out. Someone started something with me, I ended it. That was all. I didn't throw my weight around, and I didn't bother anyone. Well, the last thing I wanted to do was be an inmate guard and have to jump in beating someone's ass. On the other hand, working in the warden's air-conditioned office beat the hell out of working in that hot sun. Yeah, don't know, Cat, I said. I glanced at Bear. He wasn't paying me any mind. I appreciate the offer, but that's a big decision. If I took that position, the other guys on the block might look at me different. They might call me a sellout or an Uncle Tom, the way they call Bear an Uncle Tom behind his back. Hell, I did it my own self. Once I got older, I realized that Bear and Cat were genuinely cool with each other. Cat felt some kind of camaraderie with Bear, and Bear felt it with Cat. At the time, though, I thought Bear was a sellout. All the other damn building tenders, too. Couldn't blame them too much, though. They got hella privileges and lived good. Still sellouts, though. I'm not gonna lie. The more I thought about the privileges I get working for Cat, the more I warmed up to the idea. Well, Cat said, take a day or two to think about it and get back to me. You don't have to take it if you don't want it, but you're my first choice and I'll hold it for you. Yeah, thank you, Cat, I said. Then we shook hands and I left. I went back to my unit, and a few minutes later the building tenders led us outside. The day was already hot and dusty. The occasional breeze felt like sandpaper against my skin. Old Lord walked up to his horse, stepped into the stirrup, swung his leg over the horse. His face was wrinkled and his lips puckered. Oh, looking at him, you'd think he was a hard 60 or 65. He was actually 81. All right, you black man, load up and get to stepping. Breaking into smaller groups, we climbed into the back of the trucks and set off for our day's assignment along a rutted dirt road. I sat between Johnny Armstrong and Lion Willie. The former was the strongest man in the whole prison, and part of the Anderson boxing team. In those days, each prison had its own basketball team, football team, and boxing team, and they'd all travel around to other prisons for matchups. Johnny Armstrong was undefeated and had a fearsome reputation. He'd killed 3 men since coming to prison. It was well known that he didn't mind killing more. He never studied anything and didn't swirl around like a badass. He was kind, quiet, and stood up for smaller inmates who couldn't defend themselves. The former, Lion Willie, was the biggest bullshitter you've ever met. He did nothing but make up stories. That morning, Lion Willie was claiming he saw a meteor or something crash into the fields. I'm telling you, man, he said, I saw it come out of the sky last night. It looked like a missile. I think them Russians got us, man. They're just not telling us so we can still go to work. Johnny Armstrong chuckled. He was rolling a cigarette, the sleeves of his cotton t-shirt rolled up his massive arms. Hey, funny how only you see this wild shit. How come no one else saw it? I was looking out my window, man. There it was. We got nuked and we're all gonna grow tentacles if we go in them fields. Everyone laughed. We reached the worksite 10 minutes later. A wall of dead brown brush stretched away from the road. We all jumped off the trucks and lined up. The water boy handed out machetes, and Old Lord looked down at his from his horse like a Confederate statue. You black man, don't work too hard. You know the squads keep getting over on us, and I'm tired of it. We're gonna take it nice and easy today. This is where I saw it, Lion Willie whispered into my ear. Just over there in the brush. Oh man, shut the fuck up, I snapped. There was no talking in the fields, and if old Lord heard Willie with his bullshit, well, Willie was gonna have a bad day, and me too. When we had our machetes, we waded into the brush. Johnny Armstrong was the leader and set the pace for everyone else. He was a hard worker and could keep a fast pace, but he went slow for everyone else's sake. I hung back near Old Lord and helped out where needed. Old Lord sat on his horse and spat chewing tobacco onto the ground, and a water boy brought him a cup of ice water. We field hands didn't get ice water. We got it lukewarm. Working out in that sun, ice water would have killed us. Johnny Armstrong chopped him a wide path into the undergrowth and disappeared. Everyone else cleared out of the deadwood on either side. One guy, Ben Jackson, sat on the ground and rolled up his pants cuff. I walked over to him. "Hey, you all right?" I asked. "Oh, twisted my ankle," he said. "You best get up and fight through it. If old Law sees you sitting down." And as if on cue, old Law called out, "Black man Jackson, why are you sitting down?" "I twisted my ankle, old Lord," Ben said. Old Law kicked the sides of his horse and steered it over. I walked away, wanting no part of whatever was about to happen. "You say you twisted your ankle?" the old man asked. "Yes, sir. I'm real sorry to be sitting down, sir. I just need a minute's rest." Old Law seemed to consider him for a moment. Let's see your ankle, black man." Ben thrust his ankle out. It was swollen and red. Old Lord took a drink of water and spat it onto Ben's ankle. "By the power of my father, you is healed. Now, go forth and chop that brush before I shoot your ass." "Yes, sir," Ben said. "Thank you, sir." He jammed his machete into the ground, used it to push himself up, and hobbled off. Knowing Ben would need help, I stuck by him and picked up his slack. About half an hour later, I was cutting down a cluster of tall weeds when I heard excited talking up ahead. I went over to see what it was, and a group of men standing around in a circle. Johnny Armstrong rubbed the back of his neck, and Lion Willie was talking a mile a minute. "See, man, I told you, man. It came out of the sky." What's going on?" I asked. The men parted, and I saw what they were looking at. It took me a minute to process what I was seeing. A curved stone disc jutted out of the ground. The grass around it was charred and burned, and a long scar marked the topsoil, lending the impression that the disc had slashed across the earth before reaching its current position. There was strange writing engraved around the disc's rim, and when I knelt down, I noticed a crude drawing of an elongated face. Without warning, it began to glow a sickly shade of green, and I scrambled back with a shocked cry. Everyone else backed away, and Lion Willie tripped over his own feet, landing hard on his butt before scuttling backward like a crab. I can't explain it, but as soon as the disc began to glow, a strange and powerful energy filled the clearing. If you ever put two magnets together and felt the pressure between them, it was like that. My fillings ached in my jaw and my eardrums began to vibrate. Just as soon as it started, it was over. The thing continued to glow, but the tension was gone as surely as if it had never been there at all. "Hey, why aren't you all working?" Old Lord called. "Get to moving. This brush ain't gonna clear itself." No one spoke. No one could speak. Finding my voice eventually, I yelled over my shoulder. We found something." "What is it?" "I don't know," I said, and fixed the thing with a wary glare. Old Lord moseyed over and jumped off of his horse. Shotgun in hand, he bullied his way through the crowd, which had grown, and walked up. "You black man better found some in gold to be jerking off like this. You're about as bad as them other squads now." He looked around, saw the disc, and narrowed his eyes. "What's that?" "I don't know," I said and got to my feet. "But I don't like it." Old Lord knelt stiffly down and examined the disc. He reached out gingerly and touched it, and then whipped his hand back with a hiss. "God damn," he said. "Son of a bitch shocked me." An eerie silence settled over the clearing, and an inexplicable chill raced up my spine. "What is it, old Lord?" one of the men asked. Old Lord got to his feet. "I don't know," he said. A sly grin spread across his face. "But we all gonna be rich." But I had a bad feeling. A bad feeling. Part 2. Old Lord called Cat on the walkie-talkie, and Cat came out in his personal car. The other field bosses and some of their co-workers had gathered around to see what all of the fuss was about. The guys in my squad talked among themselves, trying to figure out what the disc was and where it had come from. Suddenly, guys who waved Lion Willie off were listening to him, and everyone was starting to share my unease. Cat put his hands on his hips and stood over the thing with a critical look. Old Lord told him what had happened, and Cat listened intently. "Well, dig it up," he finally said. One of the water boys fetched a couple of shovels and brought them back. Me, Johnny Armstrong, and a big country boy from one of the white squads dug the disc out of the ground, being careful not to damage it. Maybe it was my imagination, but I could feel waves of dark energy rising from it like heat from a fevered body. Halfway through, the white boy started to go grey. Sweat poured from him, slimy rivulets, and he had to stop and catch his breath. My heart was slamming wildly against my ribs, and Johnny Armstrong's face had settled into an uncharacteristically angry scowl. It took 5 of us to drag the disc out of its hole and lay it on the ground. Roughly 2 feet by 2 feet with a red orb in its center. The orb caught and refracted the sunlight. I made the mistake of looking into it, and it stung my eyes. "Hey, careful," Cat warned. We set it down, and Cat touched it with his bare foot. A piece came off and crumbled into a dozen chunks. "Shit," he said. "I barely touched it." "What do we want to do with it?" Captain Ferris asked. "Load it in one of the trucks," Cat said after a minute. "We'll send a piece of it to the college and find out what it is, I guess." "It's Martians," Lion Willie said. "I seen them myself, Cat. They came out of the sky. I thought we were getting nuked by the Russians." "Does this look like Martians to you, Willie?" Cat asked and nodded to the disc. "You're right that it came from space, though. Hell, maybe it does have something to do with aliens." He jerked his chin toward where the trucks that had brought us out to the fields were parked. "Load her up and be careful. This damn thing might be worth millions." Me, Johnny Armstrong, the white boy, and 3 others picked the disc up and shuffled toward the trucks. It was far heavier than it had any right to be, and our hands tingled. We loaded it into the bed of one of the trucks, and I instantly blotted my palms on my legs and my pants. "I don't like that thing," I said as the truck drove off in a cloud of dust. "Yeah, it felt slimy," Johnny Armstrong said. He shook his head and rubbed the back of his neck. "What is it?" Hell if I knew. It looked like one of those ancient Mayan statues in a book on early civilizations I once read. But I don't know enough about that kind of thing to say one way or another. The writing on it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The face. There was something about it, something monstrous. Otherworldly, even. "All right," Old Lord called. "You lazy son of bitches, get to moving." And for once I was grateful for the distraction of hard manual labor. With the disc out of sight and out of mind, I turned my thoughts to Cat's offer. I was pretty sure he had ulterior motives for me, making me a cowboy. And so what? I'd already begun to figure out that standing on your principles wasn't always the right thing to do. And in prison it's do or die. And the biggest rule is, look out for yourself. What would be best for me? Working in these fields or working for Cat? I once told myself I'd never give in to the man, but sometimes the man is the better option. Why else do you think so many people cave in and work for him? I'd never be an inmate guard, as I didn't have it in me to just dry fuck someone over. But I didn't have to do all that as a count boy. And if Cat asked me to, well, I'd just say no. Still turning this proposition over in my mind when we quit for the day. The field bosses loaded us up in the trucks and sent us back to the building. And as soon as I'd been patted down, I went back to my cell. Grabbed my books and hurried to my class, still wearing my dirty clothes. There were 3 other men in there, and we were silent as the instructor guided us through the day's workload. An inmate guard was positioned outside the door in case something went down. But no one was willing to break the no-talking rule and earn himself an ass whipping. After class, I showered and went into the day room of the main hall. A bunch of guys sat around watching a football game on TV. Someone had made a spread, a combination of different things from the commissary, like roast beef and canned chilies. Everyone had a cup of homemade wine. Didn't have any homework that day, so I planned to hang out for a little while. That wound up not happening. No sooner had my butt touched the chair than 2 guys went to fighting. Don't know what it was about, but they punched and stomped each other like mortal enemies. The inmate guards gathered around to watch. The rest of us tried to ignore them. In prison, if you look at a fight, you must want to be involved in it. The building tenders laughed and joked like it was a game. But the moment one guy speared the other into the wall, putting a large crack in it, things changed. They rushed in, pulled them apart, and started beating their asses. "Look what you did," one of the building tenders said, and forced one of the guys to look at his handiwork. "Can't have shit with you all broke asses around." After beating the guys to a pulp, the building tenders sat them back to their cells like some naughty kids, and I decided to go ahead and turn in myself. At that point, I had a cell by myself so I could go right to sleep without worrying about someone waking me up. Stretched out in my bunk and dropped off in less than 2 minutes. In my dream, I was standing in the clearing where we'd found the disc, only it was different. The brush was black and charred like old bones, and the sky was the color of blood. A hollow, eerie wind swept the sheets of reddish topsoil over me in waves, and the back of my neck tingled as if in expectation of a blow. I turned around, but there was nothing, no one. I was totally alone. Don't know how I knew this, but I was the only person for 1,000 miles, maybe more. Suddenly the brush began to shake and stir with unseen life. Blood pounded in my temples, and sharp fear squeezed my chest. Beneath the wind I could make out a faint but persistent chattering, and I was crazily convinced that if I listened carefully enough, I'd be able to make out words. I tried to wrench myself free of the dark spell that had descended over me, but my feet were rooted in place. It was then that I saw the eye. They watched me from the brush, first 1 set, then 2, and then 10, all green and black with elongated pupils like those of a snake. The strongest sense of dread I'd ever known came over me then. It's like pins and needles. When the ice started to come from me, I screamed. I jerked up in bed, covered in cold sweat, and sucked in great gulps of air. The cell block was dark and silent, and for a minute danger was all around me. I pressed my hand to my fevered forehead and took a series of deep, calming breaths. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I got up and paced around, finally ending up at the window. Beyond the towers and razor wire, beyond the flat, endless expanse of fields, the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, the sky around it a stirring shade of pink. Not long thereafter, the lights went on and a building tender came around to wake everyone up. I dressed in a fresh uniform and put my boots on. I left my cell, which the building tender had unlocked, and went into the day room. What I saw froze my blood. On a table beneath a window, placed like a trophy in a position of honor, was a chunk of glowing stone. It emanated a sickly green light that pulsed and throbbed like a beating heart, and the air around it seemed to crackle with electricity. A few convicts stood around it, scratching the backs of their heads and talking in low, subdued voices. Johnny Armstrong sat in a chair across the room, staring at it with the same angry expression I'd seen in the fields. Tony Jackson, a hell of a card player in for robbery, sat beside him and talked about the game of knock he'd won the night before. But Johnny made no sign that he'd heard, or that he was even aware of his friend's presence. "What's that thing doing in here?" I asked. My voice trembled slightly as I swallowed hard, as if by doing so I could take back my evident unease. One of the building tenders told me that the stone fell apart when they tried to unload it from the truck. Cat, thinking they'd found something monumentous, ordered that each cell block get a piece. Well, how generous of him. I know it sounds crazy, but I had the strangest feeling that the stone was watching me, like it knew I was there. "I've never seen anything like it," Mr. Forbes said. An older man with clusters of grey hair at the temples, Mr. Forbes had been at Anderson since 1956. He was a college professor before killing his wife, and the wisest man I knew. He could speak 3 languages, solved complicated mathematical problems without using paper, and knew everything there was to know about prison life. A lot of guys called him Pops, because he was like a father to us younger inmates, but I called him Mr. Forbes out of respect. "What do you think it is?" I asked. "Well, I'm not sure," he said. "Suppose it could have been imbued with a natural phosphorescent chemical, but I've never heard of that." "I'm telling you, man," Lion Willie said. "Came from space." Mr. Forbes pursed his lips thoughtfully and considered. "Maybe," he said. "Just maybe." Before we went out for the day, I asked a building tender if I could see Cat. I made up my mind during the morning and wanted to give him an answer as soon as possible. The turnkey brought me to Cat's office and I went in. Cat was sitting at his desk with an open beer. Bear sat in a chair beside him, a beer thrust between his fat thighs. They were laughing when I entered. "I'm gonna miss the hell out of you when you leave next year, Bear," Cat said. "I might just have to frame you for murder so you can stay." Bear chuckled nervously. "What do you say, Larry?" Cat asked. "Want a beer?" "No, sir, I don't drink," I said. "Thank you for the offer, though." "All right, then," Cat said. Did you think about what I asked you?" I opened my mouth to speak, but my eyes fell on a chunk of glowing rock perched on the edge of Cat's desk. A stack of papers was in the way, and I hadn't seen it before. All at once, I could feel the energy in the air, like waves of heat. Cat followed my line of sight and grinned. Pretty nifty, huh? I wanted it in one piece, but it came apart." He picked it up, and I winced. I almost wanted to tell him not to touch it. He tossed it up in the air and caught it like a baseball. "Oh, I bet it's valuable as hell." He set it down again, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Anyway, you made up your mind?" "I have," I said. "I want the job." Cat broke out in a big grin. "Ah, good. Hear that, Bear? One day he's going to take over your position." "Not likely." "Well, better him than me," Bear said, and he and Cat laughed. Cat told me I could start the next day, and I thanked him. Out on the truck to the fields, I gazed off into the distance and wondered if I'd made the right choice. I didn't say anything about it, figuring everyone would know soon enough anyway. Across from me, Johnny Armstrong went on with that 1,000-yard stare, and Lion Willie made a mile a minute with a guy named Andrew Johnson. The only time Johnny showed any signs of life was when he turned to Lion Willie and fixed him with an evil stare. He spoke. His flat, dead tone chilled me. "I'm getting real sick of your voice." "Hey, man, I'm just..." "Shut up, or I'm going to throw you off this truck." Everyone looked at Johnny crazy. He wasn't a very smart man, but he was kind. The last thing Johnny Armstrong would do is bully someone. He was the kind of gentle giant who knew his strength and used it sparingly. The only time you ever heard him talk about throwing people off of trucks was, well, if it was over a serious problem, not a minor annoyance. Fact is, I don't think he ever got annoyed before. It's not over something so trivial. Lion Willie, realizing he was playing with fire, held up his hands and shut his mouth. We reached the clearing and jumped off the truck. The water boys passed out our tools for the day, pickaxes, shovels, and hoes, and old Lord chewed a wad of tobacco up on his horse. We're digging to China today, boys, he said. Don't stop moving until you see the slant of their eyes. We're bringing us back a couple of them commie women. He made a few other statements, each more crude than the last, and we laughed. Once he got going, that man really could go. Tools in hand, we spread out. I hung back and helped guys where they needed it, and then carried armloads of brush back to the road, where I dropped them into a pile. Once it was big enough, one of the water boys doused it in gasoline and set it alight. With a soft whoomph, the heap caught, the crackle of flames hungry and sharp. We'd been out for maybe an hour when I heard commotion from up ahead. Old Lord kicked the sides of his horse and moseyed on over to see what was happening, and I followed. A group of men stood around in a circle. I had a flashback to the previous day, but this was worse. Lion Willie lay stretched out on the ground, the side of his head caved open and leaking blood like a busted melon. Johnny Armstrong was on top of him, his big hands wrapped around Lion Willie's throat. He gritted his teeth and stared out of a sweat-sheen face with bulging eyes. A fat vein pulsed on the side of his neck, and his arm muscles strained. "Say, man, the dude's dead," one of the guys said. Johnny Armstrong jerked his head up, and I fell back. God, his pupils. They looked like the eyes from my dream, diamond-shaped, the cold, hateful gaze of a snake. He unhanded Lion Willie's neck and got to his feet, panting and hissing through his teeth. "God damn," old Lord said when he saw Lion Willie. "What'd he ever do to you?" Johnny spun around and fixed old Lord with a mad gaze. Old Lord recognized it at once and raised his shotgun. I expected a warning, an insult, something, but before I knew what was happening, old Lord was pulling the trigger. Fire leapt from the barrel, and Johnny flew back, landing on the ground with a heavy thud. Bright red blood stained his lips and the front of his t-shirt. His eyes were open, and when I looked into them, they were back to normal, as if they'd never been wrong at all. No one spoke. No one moved. We were used to death and violence, but something about this got to us. Lion Willie was harmless and well-liked on the block. Johnny Armstrong was the kind of man who'd give the shirt off his back. None of it made any sense. Seeing both of them lying there dead, one killed by the other, it hurt. Hurt us deeply, and I, for one, felt like I was going to puke. Instead, I helped a few of the other guys carry Willie and Johnny's lifeless bodies to one of the trucks. The other field bosses had come over to see what was happening, and old Lord told them straight up. As much as I didn't like the man, I could hardly blame him for what he did. He should have called out a warning instead of shooting first. But the look in Johnny Armstrong's eyes told me that he wouldn't have heeded it anyway. Maybe it was the heat. Maybe he'd gotten bad news from home. But the man had gone insane. Maybe something else was responsible. Maybe it was that damn stone. I pushed that thought out of my mind as soon as it came in. That was ridiculous. I mean, no piece of rock, no matter how strange or eerie, can drive a man into a murderous frenzy. It had to be something else. What, I didn't know. And to be honest, I didn't want to find out. Part 3. At lunch, they brought us back to the prison. One thing about Anderson, food was good. It's up to the warden how good you eat. They might blame the state or the governor if the chow is lousy, but they're lying to you. Now, the food at Anderson was restaurant quality. It was so good that Cat would sometimes bring his family into the inmate chow hall and eat with the rest of us. In my 42 years in the Texas prison system, Anderson was the best. It was brutal and you had to work harder than hell, but you got good food and almost unlimited privileges. As long as you went to work, you could make it there. Anyway, the cafeteria was buzzing with the news of what had happened in the field. When I sat across from Mr. Forbes, he leaned over the table. "Is it true what they're saying?" he asked. Mr. Forbes didn't work in the field, and he ran the prison library. "What are they saying?" I asked. On the ride back, no one had said a word. It was so quiet you could hear a church mouse fart into satin. "They say that Johnny Armstrong killed Willie," Mr. Forbes said. "That old Lord shot Johnny for it." Stabbed my fork into my corn and crinkled my nose. Well, earlier, I was hungry, but after what had happened, the smell of baked chicken turned my stomach. "Yeah, that's what happened," I said. Mr. Forbes sat heavily back, an expression of bafflement stamped on his face. "Why?" he asked. "Why did Johnny do it? What could Willie have done to provoke that?" "I don't know," I said. "I was in the back row and didn't see anything. He was acting funny, though." "Willie?" I shook my head. "No, Johnny." "How so?" For a moment I collected my thoughts. He just wasn't himself. He was pissed off the moment I saw him this morning. Mr. Forbes shook his head. "He and Willie were friends. I don't understand it." A shadow fell over us, and we both looked up. Cat stood there with his lips tightly pursed. It looked like he had to take a shit, but couldn't quite get it out. "Mr. Forbes, how are you doing?" he asked. Mr. Forbes was so well respected that even Cat called him Mister. "Well, not good, Cat," Mr. Forbes said. "They're saying Johnny killed Willie." Cat nodded grimly. Yeah, he did." "Do you know why? That's not like Johnny Armstrong. He made mistakes like all of us, but he wasn't a bad man." "I know," Cat said. "Well, best I can figure, Johnny lost it and brained the first person he saw. Probably would have killed someone else if he wasn't shot." And he looked at me. "Yeah, when you're finished, come to my office. I'll go ahead and start you today." And since my appetite was gone, I started to get up. "No hurry," Cat said. "Take your time." "Oh, I'm done anyway," I said. "Something wrong with the chicken?" Cat asked. "No, I just lost my appetite." I offered my tray to Mr. Forbes, but he shook his head no. Some dude I didn't know leaned over the table and snatched my chicken up like he was starving. Well, at Anderson, you could eat as much as you wanted. You never went hungry. Yep, you'd work like hell, but you wouldn't go hungry. I would have busted his ass any other time, but this wasn't any other time. So I put my tray in the window and followed Cat back to his office. My first job as cowboy was to type up an incident report on what had happened. High Rider, the highest-ranking field boss, took statements from a couple of men who'd seen Johnny attack Willie, and I had to put it all together. I sat before the typewriter and pecked at the keys, the constant clack-clack-clack drowning out my thoughts. My second job was to plan Willie and Johnny's funerals. Went out to the prison cemetery with a building tender and a clipboard. All of the plots, used and otherwise, were marked off, and all of the empty ones were denoted by a checkmark. Rows of simple stone crosses stabbed with names and dates clustered among the mangrove trees like ghosts huddled in mourning, and something about that sight disturbed me. I picked out where Johnny and Willie would be buried, then walked over to the furniture factory to order 2 coffins. Well, they were expecting me, but they wouldn't start work until they had an order slip signed by Cat, which I gave them. I was buddies with the foreman at the factory, a white inmate for embezzlement, and we kicked it for a little while. "It's my first day, so I don't want to make a bad impression," I told him in parting. "Hey man, I'll see you later." The rest of the afternoon kept me busy with little tasks. At 6, right before Cat left, he sent me down to the infirmary with the medical files of an inmate who was in sickbay. When I got there, he was lying on a cot with his hands pressed to his stomach. His face was slick and grey, and his eyes were pools of misery. I recognized him at once. The white guy who'd helped us load the stone into the back of the truck. An inmate guard took the file, opened it, and lazily paged through it, his face a perfect mask of apathy. He didn't care if this man lived or died, or even if he was here at all. "Say, man, what's wrong with him?" I asked. "Probably gas," the guard said. "People always come in here with stupid shit." He looked over his shoulder when the white guy groaned. "Fight it out, or we gotta beat it out." As I walked back to Cat's office, a chill settled over me. Didn't say why at the time. Bad feeling I'd had earlier was back with a vengeance. Inmates were always getting sick or hurt, but something about this felt off. Later I'd put 2 and 2 together. Johnny and that white guy both loaded that stone onto the truck. Now one was dead after going full psychopath, and the other was laid up in sickbay puking his guts out. Coincidence? Well, it had to be, but there was this little nagging in the back of my head. Sitting at the typewriter once more, I glanced at the glowing rock on Cat's desk. When I was out and about, I felt fine. But now, after sitting for 15 or 20 minutes, my fillings were starting to ache and the beginnings of a headache pinched my temples. The room steadily got stuffier and stuffier until it was hard to breathe. Cat pored over paperwork like nothing, and Bear came and went, never once saying anything. Now I'm a rational and educated man, now as I was then. I knew it had to be me, but couldn't help looking at that damn stone. Think maybe that thing's dangerous? I asked. Didn't realize I was going to speak until the words were out. Cat looked at me. Dangerous? I chafed under his scrutiny. The way it glows reminds me of radiation. He grinned. No, we checked it for that. It's 100% safe. He laid his hand on it, and his smile seemed to sharpen at the corners. I could have sworn I saw a green glimmer in his eyes. That was crazy talk. I went back to work and tried to put it out of my mind. Little did I know, this was only the beginning. Part 4. Friday, September 28th, 1979, was the day old Lord fell off his horse dead. About 10 a.m., I'd been going back and forth between Cat's office and the infirmary, where half a dozen inmates of assorted races were laid up complaining of cramps, puking, and nightmares. It had been a week since I started working for Cat, and in that time, things at Anderson had gotten strange. On Saturday, a white guy attacked a white inmate guard with a metal dustpan and split his head open. He was panting and wide-eyed, white foam spilling from his mouth. A group of building tenders, most of them black, stomped him into the ground and dragged him to solitary, where he ripped out his own wrists with his teeth and bled out. On Sunday, a man on my cell block put a can of beans in a sock and beat his cellmate with it. The building tenders dragged him off, and the whole way to solitary, he kicked and screamed. A lot of guys were feeling queasy and having bad dreams. I was one of them. Every night I dreamed of the clearing. Only now, instead of just eyes, Johnny Armstrong and Lion Willie were there. They stood side by side and watched me, their faces slack and blue in death. They'd always throw back their heads and open their mouths as one, and every time they did, blinding green light shot out, whereupon I would wake in a cold sweat. Cat was worried because people they kept going loony. I was also concerned about the epidemic sweeping the prison. The white guy who helped us load the disc into the truck, the first one to show symptoms, had been sent to a free world hospital. The last report I got, he was rapidly improving. Whatever it wasn't that serious. But Cat was scared of getting sick himself. He made me and Bear wear medical masks when we were around him. He barely left his office. A few times I knocked and he didn't answer. I went in and found him staring blankly at the stone, his hand resting on its surface like he was communing with it. As for Bear, he was losing weight. I don't know exactly how much the man weighed, but he wasn't small, and every day his uniform seemed a little looser on him. I mentioned in passing that he looked good, and he favored me with an incredulous expression. "Well, I'm not doing anything different," he said. With sickness spreading through the prison, fear and paranoia was beginning to set in. A lot of the guys on my block didn't sit in the day room anymore, just stayed in their cells. You didn't see people kicking it much anymore, and everyone gave each other wide passage in the halls. That day I just sat down to type when the walkie-talkie on Cat's desk crackled. "Warden?" It was High Rider, and he sounded alarmed. Cat was gazing into the pulsating stone like a gypsy into a crystal ball, his hand absently stroking it along the top. Like a man in a dream, he picked the radio up and depressed the talk button. "Yeah?" "It's old Lord." High Rider came back. "He's dead." Well, that seemed to snap Cat out of it. "Dead?" he asked. "I was riding by and saw him on the ground. Checked his pulse, and he's dead all right." "All right, I'll be there," Cat said. He got up and motioned to me. "Come on, Larry. Let's go see who finally got him." Oh, no one, as it turned out. As per the men in his squad, he'd been acting funny all morning, more subdued than usual, constantly looking down at his palm and wiping buckets of sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Finally, just before 9:50, he started to sway back and forth on his horse, then toppled face first into the dust. Well, the men were too scared to approach him, so they left him where he was. Said they thought it was a trick, and he'd shoot the first one to touch him, or that he'd come awake in a panic and start firing, thinking his helpers were actually trying to hurt him. Yeah, best just to keep working. When Cat and I showed up in Cat's personal car, old Lord was lying in the dirt with one leg bent and his shotgun lying next to him. No one had touched it, probably hadn't even thought of touching it. One of his gnarled hands was open, but the other was clenched in a tight fist. Cat knelt down beside the dead man and pried his fingers open. In his palm, he held a small, glowing piece of stone. A murmur went through the crowd of convicts who'd gathered round, and Cat wiped sweat from his face. "Looks like a heart attack to me," he said. He plucked the stone from old Lord's hand and shoved it greedily into his pocket. "Someone help Larry put him in the truck." Me and a guy named Quincy loaded old Lord into the back of one of the trucks like a pile of brush. After that, his squad combined with High Riders, and they went back to work like nothing had happened. "He was too damn old," Cat said in the car. "I should have retired him. You know he had a weak heart, right? That's all it was. Nobody's fault." He sounded like he was trying to convince me of a lie. It took a few days for the coroner to issue his official report, and until then all of the guys in the squad were in lockdown, just in case. I knew the moment I saw that damn stone that it wasn't a man who killed old Lord, or even a heart attack. It did something to him, and that was why he was acting funny. He wasn't the only one. Mr. Forbes wouldn't go near the day room, and a few of the other guys looked nervous when they passed it. That stone still sat in its place of honor, and whenever anyone got close, it started to flash, like it was excited to see us. Mr. Forbes and a few of the others were always tired and slept most of the day in their cells. Maybe paranoia was getting to me, but every time I walked onto the block, a strange feeling washed over me. You ever gone into a place and instantly felt pressure, like the air itself was hostile and trying to strangle you? Well, that's how the cell block felt. Too much of it made me claustrophobic. Did everything I could to avoid going there during the day, and as Cat's countboy, I had, almost, free run of the prison. I could go pretty much anywhere and do just about anything, so I only went back to my cell to sleep. Saying out loud like this sounds crazy even now. But some way, somehow, that disc we dug out of the ground was responsible. I knew it. I knew it like I knew my own name, even though I couldn't explain or even rationalize it. I didn't think it was radiation, but I figured it worked on the same principle. I don't know much about radiation, but I did know that it attacked you if you got too close to it, like a virus. Whatever that disc was, it was emitting some kind of energy that was affecting everyone around it. Not all in the same way. I tried bringing up the subject with Kat, but he laughed me off. A few days after old Lord died, a man in the Hispanic cell block went apeshit in his cell. Ripped his shirt off and jumped around like a monkey, banging on the bars and screaming that he couldn't breathe. The building tenders told him to shut up and threatened him with a beatdown, but he only got worse. Finally, he started slamming his head against the wall and begging to be let out. The building tenders went in to get him, and he managed to slip away. He ran down the cell block, lowered his head like a charging bull, and rammed the hard cinder block wall skull first. An old white guy who'd been working in the furniture factory for 30 years calmly doused himself with paint thinner and struck a match. Flames engulfed him in seconds. He just stood there as he burned. Finally, he fell to his knees, then to his face. I knew things were getting bad when the Free World Guards, of which there were only a handful, started calling in sick and outright quitting. High Rider, who'd been at Anderson for going on 20 years, came into Kat's office one day while I was typing a transfer slip for an inmate who'd gone insane and was being sent to the state hospital. Kat was staring fixedly into the glowing depths of his beloved stone, a sickly grin on his face. Like Bear, he looked like he'd lost weight, and his sandy blonde hair was beginning to go thin and grey. I told myself it had been doing that for a long time, but it hadn't. There's something going on here, High Rider said. People keep getting sick, going crazy, burning themselves up. It's a madhouse, Kat. I just had a water boy jump in the river and try to drown himself. I want to know what's happening. Kat turned his head slowly, his fevered expression never changing, his grin never faltering. High Rider blinked in surprise and grasped a moment for a reply. Kat looked crazy. Nothing, Kat said at last. Nothing's wrong. These things happen. He laid his hand on the stone and stroked it like an evil villain, petting his favorite lap cat. We're in a prison, after all. You have to expect a certain amount of death and insanity. Me and High Rider both looked at Kat like he'd lost his mind. By now it was obvious that all wasn't well at Anderson. Even Ray Charles could see that. Everyone could, except for Kat. If you're not man enough to work here, Kat went on, just say so. Give me a badge and I'll put someone in your place. If you don't want that to happen, you can just shut your mouth and get on with it. High Rider's eyes flashed with indignation. He quickly unbuckled his gun belt and dropped it on Kat's desk with a thunk. He plucked the badge from over his heart and dropped that too. I quit. To my surprise, Kat just laughed. A long, loud roar that sent High Rider storming out. Kat threw back his head, gripped the edge of the desk, and shrieked until tears rolled down his cheeks. Why do they always look that sunken? Or was it only the lighting? He turned to me, and I flashed a wan smile. Oh, I sure told him, Kat said. You sure did, I replied. As soon as I was done with the transfer slip, I got out of there and walked around the halls, thinking. The infirmary was packed with sick men, and there weren't as many turnkeys in the corridor as usual. They were either sick or in hiding. Or maybe they just walked off like High Rider. Escape from Anderson was virtually impossible, but there was something in the air. It felt like order had broken down and anything could happen. Well, order hadn't broken down, of course. That would come later. And it would come hard. For a night now, things were just flaky, as they typically are right before civilization's collapse. Reluctantly, I made my way back to the cell block. 2 turnkeys flanked the door, their white hats low on their heads and rifles in their hands. I missed a beat. No one carried a gun inside the prison except for the field bosses, and even then they were only passing through, not engaging with inmates. Say, man, what's with the guns? I asked. Yeah, it's orders, one of the turnkeys said. Orders? I knew nothing about those orders. A man knocked at the door from the inside, and one of the turnkeys opened it. What? Got a problem with a white boy on our line. I'm gonna go call on him. The turnkey glared at him. You want to get it? All right. Before they let him pass, they patted him down. From the way they worked, they were looking for something specific. Not a shank or drugs, but something. They didn't pat me down. So that told me they were worried about something leaving, not coming in. I found Mr. Forbes sitting in his cell. He looked up at me when I came in, and my stomach sank. God, his expression was blank, void, his eyes sating and glazed. He shook his head, and suddenly it was his old self again, his eyes crisp and sharp, his features warm and brotherly. Yeah, I've got to talk to you, I said. About what, youngster? I sat beside him on the bunk and rested my face in my hands. He turned to me, and a look of father-like concern crossed his face. Hey, what's wrong, Larry? He asked. So I told him. Told him about Cat and Bear, about High Rider and the Hispanic who headbutted the wall. I even told him what I thought was causing all of it. It's that thing we found. It's putting off negative energy or something. I tried to tell Cat, but it's getting to his mind. Mr. Forbes listened, and when I was done, he sighed. I'll talk to him. Don't know if that'll even help. I've known Cat for years, Mr. Forbes assured me. We have a mutual respect. If he'll listen to anyone, it'll be me. I was grateful for his help and realized only then how alone I'd felt keeping all of this to myself. Sometimes you can get too good at holding your cards too close to your chest. Since it was late and Cat had probably already left, Mr. Forbes decided to talk to him in the morning. About 6, I woke up and took a shower. The cell block was eerily quiet and I didn't see a single inmate guard. I knew they had to be around somewhere, but where? The day room. 4 of them stood around the chip of stone in a semicircle, staring into its pulsing core with the same glazed eyes I'd seen on Mr. Forbes the day before. I called out to them, but they didn't reply. Didn't return, made no sign that they'd heard me at all. The green glow bathed their black faces in a sickly pallor. When I moved my hand in front of one's eyes, nothing happened. He didn't even blink. It was at that point that I first felt scared. Later on, when I came out of the shower, the guards were gone and everything seemed normal. I dressed in my cell and was just lacing up my boots when one of the building tenders poked his head in. Yeah, Cat needs you, he said. Right now. I nodded, finished with my boots, and hurried down the hall. Ahead, the door to Cat's office opened and 2 building tenders, one white and one black, carried something out between them. When I saw what it was, my bowels turned to ice water. Mr. Forbes. His head was slumped to one side and the front of his white uniform was splattered with bright red blood. One hand dragged along the ground as the building tenders hustled by me. I gasped in a mixture of shock and horror. I turned just as Cat came out of his office. Overnight his skin had begun to crack and wrinkle, and the color had drained almost entirely from his sparse hair. Dark spots swirled across his neck and forehead, and his eyes were a faded hue that suggested many years in the sun. He saw me, and his brow angled down in an angry V. Clean that blood off of my floor and wall. With that, he brushed past me. Well, that, I later decided, was the tipping point. Anderson had jumped from the frying pan and landed smack dab in the middle of the fire. Part 5. Over the next 2 days, darkness settled over the Anderson unit. Sickness and insanity spread through the cell blocks and the infirmary became overwhelmed. Cat ordered that no man was to be sent to an outside hospital. No exceptions. And every time someone went stark raving mad, Cat had them locked in solitary. Those men never lasted long. They would sometimes beat their heads against the wall until they died or sweat themselves to death. Some probably did make it, but I suspected a lot were killed by building tenders on Cat's orders. The ranks of the cemetery swelled like a fat tick. Sometimes they'd bury 5 or 6 men in a single day. By the weekend, all of the Free World Guards had quit, except for one who jumped from one of the guard towers and then went down on his revolver when the fall didn't kill him. There was precious little oversight of prisons by the Texas Department of Corrections in those days. But Huntsville, the beating heart of TDC, received the count every night and was beginning to make noise about so many inmates dying. On Tuesday morning, they sent us a teletype to say that they were sending an inspector out to see what was going on. Cat coughed wetly into his fist as I read it to him, and Bear dozed at his desk. He'd dropped so much weight that he was beginning to look pale and sickly. When he wasn't sleeping, he'd scurry off and be gone for hours on end, nowhere to be found. That wasn't like him. He took his position as honorary deputy warden very seriously. No one was very much like themselves anymore. Even me. Nightmares plagued my sleep and fear gnawed at me every day. I'd planned to call the college Cat had sent the rest of the stone to, but he'd had the switchboard operator kill half the phones and route every outgoing call through his office. Yeah, he was the only one with access to the outside world now. Not much access, though. He'd taken to sleeping in his office and oftentimes wouldn't dress until well after noon. Paperwork piled up on his desk and he skipped important meetings. All he did was stare at that damn rock and waste away as he did so. Because all the Free World Guards had left, Cat didn't have anyone to man the towers. He put a couple of building tenders in each and gave them rifles, telling them, "Shoot anything that moves. No one comes in or out." And they were only too happy to oblige. As things spiraled out of control, the fields were left untended. And to that point, Cat's main concern, his only concern, was the crop. Anderson lived and died by its crops, and watching Cat let it all go to seed so he could keep caught with that chunk of space junk was as surreal as seeing Jesus Christ strangling a hooker. Got to where he hunched over the rock like a dog protecting its dinner. And any time you got near him, he'd give you a mean look. One time I came into the office and he was talking to me. Not a one-sided conversation like you'd have with an animal. He was talking to that thing the way he'd talk to me or Bear. When he was finished, he'd cock his ear and listen. When he did that, the stone pulsed faster, like it was talking back. On Wednesday, a group of convicts on the White Cell block beat down a couple of the building tenders and chased them off the unit. From what I heard, they ran wild and destroyed everything they could touch. They flooded toilets, broke sinks off of the walls, and started fires. A mixed-race team of building tenders went in with steel pipes, axe handles, and brass knuckles, and the gangs proceeded to beat the hell out of each other. When it was all said and done, 5 men were dead and 10 more were seriously wounded. That night, Cat told me to fudge the count to Huntsville. "Just count the dead ones," Cat said into his stone. "Yeah, that's a good idea. Count the dead ones." And he giggled like a little girl. By this point, his hair was beginning to fall out and his lips were split. The skin on his face, neck, and forearms had turned a light pink color, and I could count a dozen open sores across his withering body. I did as he told me. Then I went back to my cell to think. I had no doubts anymore. That piece of stone we'd found in the fields was causing all of this somehow, and I was alone in a sea of madness. Cat was insane. Most of the building tenders were insane, or going insane, and the inmates were insane. Aside from the nightmares, I was no worse for wear, and I deduced that there had to be others like me. They were probably hiding in their cells or plotting to escape in the confusion. if they hadn't done so already. Should I try and round them up? And if so, what would we do? No, I decided. My best course of action was waiting for the inspector from Huntsville to show up. I'd get him alone and tell him what was going on. Then they could bring in doctors, scientists, or whoever handles aliens from outer space. I didn't have to wait for long. Kat told me the next morning that the inspector was due around noon. "You gonna let him in?" I asked. The warden favored me with a nasty grin. His once perfect teeth were now yellow and crooked. They looked longer, as though they were starting to slide out of his grey gums. "Well, I'm gonna let him in, all right," he said. I didn't like that gleam in his eye. If I knew anything about Kat, it was that meant danger. And it did. There were 2 towers flanking the front gate of Anderson. A group of building tenders had set up shop in one of them and, per Kat's orders, hadn't come down in days. A turnkey brought them their meals, and every so often they would shout deranged threats at anybody walking from one building to the other. I heard a rumor that one of them sniped a white building tender and that they cheered and danced around like lunatics. Didn't know if that was true or not, but I had a sinking feeling that it was. Like I said, the building tenders were tight. They were the closest thing Texas prisons had to a gang back then, and they stuck by each other. All for one, one for all. Now, if these guys were picking off their own kind, you knew they were crazy. Every time I had to leave the building to go somewhere, to the furniture factory or the graveyard, I ducked and scurried. They never fired at me. They did hurl abuse. That Friday, whether on word from Kat or not, they were waiting for the inspector to show up. Just before noon, a silvery blue Chevy station wagon appeared in the distance, its glinting body wrapped in dust. The head building tender, Pokey Adams, a half-black, half-Cree pimp and conman, alerted the others to his presence and jutted his chin towards the approaching vehicle. "Wait till they get close, then we'll take them." The car drew closer, closer, closer. Finally, Pokey jammed the butt of his rifle into the crook where his arm met his shoulders, lined up his shot, and jerked the trigger. The front passenger tire exploded, and the car fishtailed. The driver overcorrected, and the station wagon ran off the road into a ditch. 10 points, Lester Holmes cried. Insane laughter swept the tower. Ordering the gates opened, Pokey led his man down the road. The driver's side door swung open, and a man in a tweed jacket got out. He held up his hands. "We're from Huntsville," he said quickly. Pokey raised the rifle and fired. The shot tore out the man's throat in a spurt of blood and spun him around. He fell to the ground, and the building tenders laughed. The passenger door popped open, and a woman in a skirt and blouse spilled out. She darted away and ran as fast as her heels would allow her, which wasn't very fast at all. The building tenders gave chase. They caught up with her, and Pokey flung her to the ground. Well, you'd expect a group of men who'd been in prison, away from women, to have one thing on their mind. But they didn't. Now they beat the ever-loving shit out of her instead of doing anything else. They kicked and stomped her. They battered the back of her head with their fists, and they slammed the butts of their rifles into her face. Her nose burst, her eye socket shattered, and her jaw broke in 3 different places. By the time they were done, she was a bloody pulp. Then they brought her into the infirmary, like that was going to do anything for her. 15 minutes later, she died. Well, if shit wasn't real before, it sure got real then. Went to the infirmary on business from Kat, and when I saw that woman lying there, the skull crushed and blood oozing from her ruined cranium, I knew I had to do something. For the rest of the day, I sat at the typewriter and turned the problem over in my head. Kat stroked and serenaded that damn rock. Then an idea came to me. Could I do it on my own? I didn't know. I might need another set of hands. Who could I trust? Only one name came to mind. After Cat left for the day, taking that horrible stone with him, I went through a stack of papers and found a number. I called it on Cat's phone and it rang. On the third ring, a voice answered, sounding annoyed. Hello? Hi, Ryder? I asked. Silence filled the line. Who is this? High Ryder asked suspiciously. It's Larry, I said, from the prison. Then I hesitated. Look, I need your help. Part 6. The day I called High Ryder, all order finally broke down at Anderson. The inmate guards remaining in the prison banded together and rode on the Hispanic cell block with hammers, machetes, and steel pipes. They beat and hacked up 10 men and drove the rest out into the halls, where they wandered aimlessly around, beating their heads against the wall and muttering incoherent nonsense. The building tenders painted themselves with the blood of their fallen enemies, cut chunks of flesh from their bodies, and had themselves one hell of a meal. On the white cell block, a couple of booty bandits went on a mass spree before one of them went crazy and ripped his own eyeballs out. They hung from long pink stalks and slapped against his cheeks as he ran around ass naked screaming about Jesus coming back. A few of the white guys started a fire, and the building tenders came to put it out wearing only loincloths and bloody paint. They hooped and hollered like Indians and beat the shit out of the arsonists. They wound up kidnapping one of them and taking them back to their cell block, where they had their way with him. Another white guy, one of the few who hadn't gone insane, hanged himself with a bedsheet to escape the madness. His friends cut off his head and played kickball with him. Scenes like this unfolded all over the prison as darkness fell. Orgies of rape, violence, and murder swept from one end to the other, and the few inmates in their right mind hid themselves as best they could. My unit was largely quiet. The building tenders had gone, and the dozen or so convicts that were left were all sick, dead, or laying low. The guy in the cell next to mine lay in his rack, coughing and shivering. Down the hall, someone screamed for mother, and on the other side of the hall, the guy stood at his cell door and furiously masturbated with a piece of steel wool. Blood dribbled down his inner thighs and pooled at his feet, flecks of quivering skin littering the floor. And every time someone appeared, he'd fix them with a hateful glare and smile. I stayed in my cell with the light off and listened to the muffled sounds coming from the other cell blocks. The sun gradually sank behind the cotton fields, and its amber light drained from the cell. In the cool afterglow, I checked my watch. Soon, I would put my plan into action. I'm not going to lie, I was nervous as hell. Going into prison, I was already in top physical shape and had a hell of a fight game. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I handled my business when I had to. And this was different, though. I wasn't going up against one guy here, or even 3. I was going up against insanity personified. Might as well be up against the entire population of Anderson. And even with the sick, dead, and hopelessly insane, that was a tall order. At 8 p.m., I switched my lamp on, got up, went to my cell door. In those days, you could come and go as you wanted, and at the end of the day, you closed and locked your own cell door. Usually, once you did that, you were in until an inmate guard came around to let you out. But before leaving Cat's office that afternoon, I took a ring of keys so that I could lock my cell and then unlock it again when I wanted. I slipped my hand through the bars, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it. Across the hall, the guy stood in the shadows, grinning and jacking it for all he was worth. I ignored him and went to the big steel door leading off of the pod. I pressed my face to the glass and scanned the corridor. No turnkeys were at their posts. They'd been just a few hours ago when I came back from work. They patted me down like they were looking for something in particular. I had no way of knowing this, call it a feeling, but I was sure they were looking for bits of stone. What they'd do if they caught you trying to smuggle some out, I couldn't say. Let's just say, it'd be a wrap for you. I unlocked the door, poked my head out. The sounds of battle, cries of pain and mad cackling drifted from different cell blocks. But aside from a dead man lying on his side like a wounded animal, the hall was empty. Shutting the door behind me, I hurried toward Kat's office. Someone threw themselves against one of the cell block doors as I passed, and I jumped. A dozen naked men, their mouths crusted in blood and their dicks standing proud, beat and banged at the door in an attempt to get to me. I stared at them in horror, then went on, my steps quickening. Near Kat's office, I found a turnkey sitting up against the wall. His neck was swollen and his black skin had taken an ashy color that made me think he was dead, until he opened his muddled eyes. Sweat sheened his face, and when he took a breath, I could hear phlegm in his throat. My first instinct was to help him, but when I tried, he pulled out a shank and swiped at me, so I left him there. I'd check on him later. First, I had something to do. In Kat's office, I rummaged around in his desk, found a key for the filing cabinet in the corner, the one I'd never gone into, and opened it. Inside were cans of beer, bottles of liquor and wine, and a box of cigars. I fetched a plastic milk crate from the spot next to Bear's desk, packed it with as much booze as I could carry, and took it outside. The night was hot and still, and the music the crickets made drifted over the cotton fields. I walked up to the door leading into the occupied tower and banged on it like a sheriff with a warrant. Above, someone stuck his head over the platform. "What do you want?" he asked sharply. "Oh, got some stuff down here Kat sent you," I said. I held the box up. "What is it?" "Come and find out." The head disappeared, and a minute later, 3 building tenders appeared at the door holding rifles. One of them went through the box and poured out a bottle of Southern Comfort. "Goddamn, y'all, it's payday," he said, and laughed. They took their pay into the tower and slammed the door in my face. "Jeez, you're welcome." Back in the prison, I kicked it in the major's office with the lights out. I had a direct line of sight to the tower, and in the floodlights I could just make out the building tenders taking swigs from various bottles. I stood at the blinds and watched them, waiting. "Yeah, go on, you assholes. Get toasted." Well, they did. One of the men was so drunk that he stumbled out onto the platform, beer in hand, and started to dance. The others laughed, and the dancer got bolder. So bold, in fact, that when he inevitably fell, he went over the railing and plummeted to the ground below. He lay there, bent and twisted, while the others ran out to see if he was okay. When they saw he wasn't, they laughed and went back to drinking. By 11 p.m., all noise and movement in the tower had ceased. They'd all passed out, according to plan. At midnight, I crept out the door and stole across the yard to the back gate, which Kat had left unguarded because no one used it. I waited in the shadows until I heard the crunch of approaching feet. I stayed where I was in case it was a building tender or another inmate. But it was High Rider, who strode out of the night dressed in blue jeans, cowboy boots, and a plaid shirt. A tall, slim man with icy blue eyes and hard-scrabble features, High Rider reminded me of Clint Eastwood, an association he carefully cultivated and encouraged. He spoke with a sleepy Texas drawl and never got excited no matter what happened. I'd seen him angry on no more than one occasion, and unless you knew him, you'd never be able to tell. His neck would get red and his jaw would clench ever so slightly, but otherwise he looked like he always did. He was every bit the Texas good old boy he seemed on the surface. He fished, hunted, said grace, and hated anyone who wasn't white, though, to be fair, he seemed to hate most white people too. You might call a man like High Rider racist, but look closer, you'll find a man who hates everyone. He thinks he's right and righteous and can easily justify any act or action, even if he hates those same actions in others. See, when he does it, he always has a reason why it's okay. But despite all that, he'd always been fair with us, more or less. None of the field bosses put up with bullshit, but if you did what you were supposed to, they left you alone. I unlocked the gate, and he slipped in. He had a hunting rifle slung across his back and a revolver shoved into the waistband of his jeans. "You gonna tell me what's going on?" he asked in that twang of his. "Bad shit," I said, and looked around. I told him about the inspectors from Huntsville, and he favored me with an incredulous expression. "Son, that sounds like some bullshit. Follow me." I led him back to the prison, and we went inside. The hall was deserted, and the silence was so total that you could hear the blood rushing through your veins. Trash and broken junk, and dead bodies littered the floor, and Hyrader whistled through his teeth. The infirmary was a charnel house. Flies buzzed around bloated corpses, and the smell was so powerful it knocked us back. I showed Hyrader the woman's body, and he gaped at it in shock. "You say Cat ordered them to do this?" "Yeah," I said. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I can't believe that. Cat wouldn't do something like that." "Well, I'd agree with you if I didn't know better," I said. "That stone's messing with his mind." I told Hyrader about my theory, and he listened, first looking unconvinced, then thoughtful, and finally concerned. "That's crazy talk," he scoffed. Well, there wasn't much conviction in his voice. "How so?" I asked. "Radiation does pretty much the same thing. That thing came from space. There's no telling what it picked up. Gamma rays or some kind of disease from Alpha Centauri. I don't know, but I know what I've seen. You can think I'm stupid all you want. I don't care. You see all this just like I do. You know Cat's not acting right, and you know there are 10 dead bodies right there. You can't deny that, and you can't tell me it didn't start when he dug that rock out of the ground." Hyrader chewed his bottom lip in thought. His eyes were troubled, and for a moment he stared down at the woman's battered body. Finally, he sighed. "All right, what do we do?" "We gotta get rid of those stones." "How?" I told him my plan. First, we had to make sure each cell block was secure and that no one could get out. I had a list of every turnkey and building tender, and knew half of them by sight alone. Originally, I was going to track each one down and seize their key rings, if they had one, but that'd be too dangerous. I remembered that there was a store of fresh padlocks in the workshop of the furniture factory, along with chains. We could lock each door from the outside and shut everyone up tight. Once that was done, we'd go to Cat's house, which was on the prison grounds, and take that stone away from him. Maybe once it was out of his clutches, he'd start thinking clearly again. I wanted to destroy every piece of that stone we could find, but going on to most of the blocks would cause a bloodbath as the men inside tried to protect it. The way I looked at it, each individual piece was powerful, and all of them together under one roof was causing all of this. I hoped that just getting rid of a few would weaken its hold on Anderson. Now, you might be asking yourself, why didn't I just call Huntsville? Well, for one thing, I was scared of bringing them into it. I knew what happened was bound to get out, but I didn't want to bring in the government or anyone else, since there was no telling what they'd do. At the very least, they'd study us like lab rats. At worst, they might decide we were infected and blow us up. I knew there was no way this could stay in-house, but I guess I hoped maybe it could. My hope was that Cat would get better and we could pass this off as some kind of riot. It was a hell of a long shot, but I was desperate. Because of that, I didn't know what to do once the stone's influence was weakened. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," I told Hyrader. "All right, fine," he said, then jabbed his finger at me. Yeah, you're fine by me, Larry. That's why I'm here. As soon as this is over with, I'm gone. You don't say a word. You deal with the fallout on your own." "Deal," I said. I stuck out my hand. Hyrader regarded it with suspicion. And then he took it. "Okay, let's ride." First, we hit the armory. We each donned a bulletproof vest and head shields. Hyrader got himself a shotgun and I grabbed a revolver. I cracked open the cylinder and loaded it, and shoved a fistful of bullets into my pocket. Next, we went to the furniture factory, where I picked up a sledgehammer, a metal toolbox, and a heavy pair of gloves. We met no one as we worked, though we heard sounds from other cell blocks. I found the chains and padlocks, and we went from cell block to cell block, locking all the doors. Through the wire mesh windows set in the doors, we could see dead bodies, blood-stained walls, and destruction. "Jesus H," High Rider muttered. When we came to the block the building tenders had taken over, a man threw himself at the door, making both of us jump. His eyes were wide with madness and foam spilled from his mouth, coating his chin and dribbling onto his naked chest like white rain. He pounded at the door and screamed in fury. He didn't have the presence of mind to try and open it, and High Rider and I quickly chained it shut. "Come on," I said. We left the main building and crossed the darkened compound. Kat's house was in a quiet corner, separated from the main complex by a stand of trees. 2 stories with a wraparound porch. It was dark against the night, and the moment I saw it, I could feel the stone's sickening energy. High Rider winced in pain and shot me a worried look. "You can feel it?" I asked. "Yeah," High Rider said softly. "I can feel it." Running at a crouch, we crossed the yard and crept up the steps. I didn't see that someone was sitting against the closed front door until I was on top of it. I froze, and in an errant shaft of moonlight, I saw his face. Bear. His cheeks were hollow and sunken, and his skin was pulled so tight against his skull that I could make out every dip and recess. His arms were withered sticks, and his uniform pulled around him like a sheet. High Rider saw him and muttered a shocked curse. Bear's eyes opened, and he looked at us. His orbs were pure white, like milk, and he blinked as if trying to clear them. His breathing was labored, and phlegm rattled in his throat. I knelt beside him. "You all right?" I asked. It was a stupid question, but it was all I could think to say. Bear turned his head to look at me, and those unnerving eyes of his held me in their dark sway. His face suddenly changed, and his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist in a crushing death grip. I winced in pain, and his lips peeled back from his teeth in a sinister smile. "You can't stop us," he said, without tone or inflection, as though he, or the thing inside him, was only mimicking human speech. "We're too strong. We are many." He opened his mouth and lunged at me. My heart blasted into my throat, and I tried to pull away. Moving far faster than his frame should have allowed, High Rider brought the butt of the rifle down on Bear's head, which split with the wet thunk of a rotting melon. Bear's grip on my hand released, and I yanked away, falling on my butt. A long fissure appeared down the middle of Bear's face, and his eyes rolled back into his head. He went into violent convulsions, and a long moan squeezed from his chest. Green slime began to ooze from the crack in his face, and his entire head spread apart. Long ribbons of slime connected one side to the other, and in the terrible cavity, I glimpsed his brain. It was glowing. Then, without warning, it exploded. Warm goo splattered my face. I let out a cry of revulsion and scooted back. Panic seized me. High Rider dropped to one knee and tried to calm me. "It's on me," I screamed. "It's on me." I had no idea how it, whatever exactly it was, transmitted, but I knew I was covered in it. Throwing away the gun, High Rider quickly unbuttoned his shirt. Beneath, he wore a white V-neck tucked into his jeans. Shushing me, he wiped my face with his shirt the best he could, and I fought to regain control of myself. "I'm fine," I said, and waved High Rider away. "I'm fine." I looked at Bear. He was lying on the porch, dead, skull leaking that strange green slime. But it was inside of him, I said numbly. "That's probably inside all of them," High Rider said. He grabbed his shotgun and got up. "It's not the stones we gotta worry about. It's everybody here." This was far worse than I thought. Far, far worse. Feeling more unready than I ever had in my life, I got up, and together we went inside. Inside the living room was dark and silent, shapes looming from the shadows like hidden monsters. My grip tightened on the sledgehammer, and beside me, High Rider held his shotgun tight to his chest. The only sound was the ragged hiss of our own exhalations, and holding my breath, I listened. Nothing. Where was Cat? Bear died, loudly. If Cat was here, he'd surely have come down to see what was happening. Maybe he was gone. Hell, maybe he was dead. I squinted my eyes and peered into the shadows, trying to pick out the slightest movement. There were none. We were alone. Feeling bold, I flipped the switch by the door and light filled the room, revealing a comfortably furnished space. An Afghan was draped over the back of the sofa. Framed pictures hung on the walls, and the combination TV and turntable occupied a corner. "We stay together," I whispered to High Rider. He nodded. First, we checked the living room, looking in every conceivable space in which someone could conceal themselves. Then we moved on to the kitchen. We looked in cabinets, in closets, even in the crawl space under the house. We found nothing. Next, we climbed the stairs, High Rider's shotgun leading the way. 3 closed doors greeted us. High Rider chose the one on the right. And that's where we found the body. Cat's wife and their 2 children, a boy and a girl, 8 and 10, were tied up in the master bedroom. They lay on the bed side by side, faces buried in the mattress. Blood soaked the blanket and the carpet, splattered the headboard, the walls, the lamp, everything. An axe jutted from the little girl's back, and brass shell casings from a rifle littered the floor. My stomach turned and High Rider went pale as a ghost. He turned around, looking dazed, and stumbled out into the hall. I followed a minute later, feeling like I was going to be sick. "What now?" High Rider asked. He sounded defeated, as if finding those 3 innocents had taken whatever fight and life he had left in him. "Oh, we call Huntsville," I said. Together, High Rider and I left that house of horrors and crossed the prison grounds, neither one of us talking. The weight of the things we'd seen, and of the things we'd learned, was heavy between us. I don't know what he was thinking, but my thoughts were grim. There was no coming out of this alive, even if High Rider let me come with him. I was probably infected just like all the others, and even if I wasn't, once this thing got out, it was a wrap. Not just for me, but for the entire world. All of human civilization would be gone. Dead, infected by that alien scum shit. Inside the prison, we made our way to Cat's office. I opened the door and went in first. Before I knew what was happening, someone jammed a gun against the nape of my neck and shoved me forward. High Rider let out a grunt. When I looked back, a mix of black and white guys in loincloths, their faces and chests painted with blood, were holding his arms. "I told you, you can't defeat us," a withered voice said. The swivel chair, facing the window, turned. When I saw Cat, I gasped. Once muscular and tall, Cat was shriveled and bony now. Most of his hair and teeth had fallen out, and his skin was dotted with oozing boils and blisters. His eyes were milky white, just as Bear's had been, and his toothless smile seemed impossibly wide. In his hands he held his precious stone like a newborn baby. The light from it was blinding. I could feel its baking heat against my face, and I turned my head slightly to the side. In the weeks since we dug that damn thing out of the earth, that chunk, or Cat's chunk, was the biggest I'd seen. Both Cat and Bear spent so much of their day around it, and they'd both withered away to nothing. Other guys got sick, others killed themselves, but none of them were as bad off as Cat and Bear. Then, all at once, I understood. That piece was the most powerful. The other ones, the ones Cat had ordered scattered around the prison, probably at the unwitting behest of the alien in his mind, were nothing. Now this was the seed of power. The other ones could do small-scale damage, But this bad boy right here, this was the world ender. The mothership. I had to get it away from him. We're gonna suck the life force from your planet and then spit your bones out when we're done, Cat said. He stroked the stone, and it began to pulse. When we're done, we're gonna move on just like we always have. But you'll stay here to rot. He laughed. I like to think of myself as a thoughtful man. No thought went into what I did next. I merely reacted, like an animal in a corner. I ran my elbow back into my captor's guts with all my might and ducked my head to the side to avoid taking his bullet. He let out a pained oof and stumbled back, falling against one of the men holding High Rider. High Rider hooked his foot around the leg of the man holding him and tripped him. He then wrenched his arm away and his captors jumped on him. They all fell into the hall in a writhing heap. I spun around and clocked the guy who'd had his gun on me. I hit him so hard that his neck snapped and he dropped, the gun landing on the floor. Get him! Get him! Cat cried. He sounded afraid. The next thing I knew, I was throwing myself across the desk at Cat. Instead of going for his eyes, though, I went for the stone. I grabbed it in both hands and my palms sizzled against its red-hot surface. I screamed in agony but refused to let go. Gritting his teeth, Cat tried to yank it away, but he was too weak. I pulled my way, and he pulled his. It was a high-stakes game of tug-of-war. I could feel my skin melting and fusing to the rock. Finally, summoning a reserve of strength I didn't know I had, I wrestled the rock free from Cat's grip. He jumped to his feet, reaching for it and wailing in a mixture of pain and fear. His face twisted and his knees went out from under him. He fell, held onto the desk and tried to pull himself to his feet, but couldn't. The last thing I heard from Cat's mouth was a pathetic, "Please, come back." I could never describe the amount of excruciating pain I was in holding that rock, so I won't even try. Imagine picking up a steel rod glowing orange with heat, and you might get an idea. I refused to let it go, though. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I was mad. I don't know. This thing was the most dangerous element, weapon, whatever, that had ever been, and I finally had it. Didn't know what the hell I was going to do with it, but I wasn't going to put it down and let it get away, even if it killed me. I ran into the hall with it, where High Rider struggled with a pile of guards. My throat felt like it was going to rip wide open, and my head took on that dreamy, dizzy sensation you get right before you pass out. The stone grew hotter and began flashing faster. In my hazed state, I somehow knew it was going to explode. Once it did, the spores would spread far and wide. Weaker maybe, but in time. Oh, in time. Getting hold of his revolver, High Rider elbowed one of the men off of him and shot another in the head. His face was bloody, with blood oozing from a bite wound on his neck and hands. One ear was completely gone and his face was pale from blood loss. One of the men slammed into him, and the gun went flying. At last I could take no more. I flung the rock to the floor, fell against the wall, and looked at my hands. They were raw and bloody, long strands of skin melting from them like gooey cheese from a freshly baked pizza. The stone flashed faster, emitting an ear-rattling dum, 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 like the blades of a helicopter. My survival instincts kicked in, and I struggled down the hall, using the wall to keep myself upright. "We gotta go," I screamed. High Rider shoved his final adversary back, brought the gun weakly up, and fired. The round took the dude in the head, and he slumped back. High Rider then tried to get to his feet, but was too weak. The stone was flashing faster now, louder. Someone called out, and suddenly the hall was flooded with people, the last remnants of Anderson unit, inmates and building tenders alike. They were in varying states of plague, death, and madness, and they all ran at me. High Rider managed to squeeze a single shot off before they were upon him. Screaming, I loped down the hall, I reached the door and slammed through it just as the stone exploded. Fire licked my back and the force of the blast threw me up and forward. I hit the ground and rolled. The whole world seemed to lurch and a violent shudder raced through the building. I got to my hands and knees, but a muffled voice stopped me. I looked up and my stomach dropped. 2 of them carrying flamethrowers stood over me, respirators on their faces. I had completely forgotten that Cat had sent some of the stone to a university to be studied. I had no idea that Washington was on high alert and that the government had been converging on Anderson for hours. As I passed out, my only thought was, I wish you'd all gotten here earlier. And then I slept. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. The walls were sterile, the overhead light was blinding, and everything was made out of chrome. For a terrible second, I was sure that I'd been abducted by the same aliens who'd sent their spores to Earth. But then a human voice crackled through a loudspeaker, staying my fear. I was in a top-secret government facility, it told me, and was being kept there for observation. I was there for over 10 years. Every day and all night long they poked, prodded and studied me. Early on they told me that I was immune to the spores, that I'd felt some of their effects, but there was something about my DNA that protected me. They told me later that roughly 25% of the human population shared my immunities. They were afraid that I would develop complications or that there was something inside of me lying dormant and waiting to wake one day in the future. But they never found anything. The lab, I later learned, was deep beneath a mountain somewhere in the Rockies. I'm not too sure, but I think the government used it to research weaponized smallpox, plague, and superflu. I have no hard evidence of this, but from the things I overheard, the spore samples they took from Anderson was one of the least deadly things down there with us. For a long time, they wouldn't tell me what happened to Anderson, just that it was taken care of. Over the years, I pieced together the story. First, they sprayed fire and fury on every single building in the compound. There were no doubt men still alive in there, but they torched it anyway. Maybe that was for the best. Next, they took control of the property and cordoned it off. To this day, it belongs to the government and is heavily guarded. Every so often, they take tests of the soil and the water. There are legends saying that you get sick or lose your mind if you go too close, but you'll get better just so long as you stay clear of it. The locals say it's haunted and tell each other ghost stories about the spirits of vengeful prisoners. Oh, if only that were the case. They finally let me out of the hospital in 1991 and sent me back to TDC. They swore me to secrecy and added $1,000 a month to my books to keep me quiet. They promised they'd help me get payroll and finally did after 42 straight years in. Went back to Anderson in 2018, getting as close as the old dirt service road before seeing the first camera and the no trespassing sign. As soon as I got out of the car, I could feel the tension in the air. Those spores are still out there. Not enough of them to do what they did to Bear and Cat, but sometimes I wonder about the men who guard the place. And they're always around it, day after day, shift after shift. They have nightmares. Do they hack and sweat? Do they bleed green when they nick themselves shaving? I have no answers to those questions, and honestly, I don't know if I want any. If life has taught me one thing, it's this. Sometimes, you're better off not knowing the truth. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.